Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Baby Makes Three, A Brother's Best Friend's Secret Baby Romance by Nicole Elliot, narrated by Kendall Taylor and Jeremy York. Chapter 1. Joanna. Sometimes love hurts. Or at least that's what I told myself. Lies. I told myself lies. They were the only thing to get me through the day back then, when things were bad, when I thought it couldn't get any worse. But it could. And it would. The hour was late. The rain was heavy. My cell phone battery was dead, and my tears were even more difficult to see through than the rain. A part of me felt that I should have waited until morning to make my move, or at least waited until the storm was over. But the survivalist in me knew that the storm inside of that apartment would never end unless I physically removed myself from it. Sometimes it felt impossible to recall the earlier days. Xander had been such a sweetheart in the beginning, but I supposed a lot of them were like that. All smiles and charm in the beginning, and then a living nightmare once they believed their target was in too deep to get back out. In my case, I guess I had officially gotten in too deep when I decided to move in with Xander. I hadn't even known him that long at the time, but I had honestly thought I was in love. I had thought we were in love. So young and naive, I'd been fully under the impression that I had never cared about anyone so much, and that I would never have those kinds of feelings for another man as long as I lived. I had believed that Xander and I were soulmates. I was wrong. The first few months of dating had been like something straight from a fairy tale. I had been so smitten and amazed to think that I had somehow miraculously stumbled upon my very own real-life Prince Charming. He was handsome, romantic, and always seemed to know exactly what to say and do to sweep me right off my weary feet. Thus, moving in with him had seemed like a no-brainer. Unfortunately, shortly after, all the trouble began. It was subtle at first, like the small romantic gestures slowly starting to come to a stop. I wasn't getting surprised with flowers quite as often as before. Xander didn't cuddle and kiss me as much. The cute pet names ceased. He didn't plan as many fun date nights and activities. I had chalked it up to the honeymoon phase of our relationship coming to an end. But never once did I consider that Xander didn't love me the same any longer. But then the arguments started, growing in ferocity each time they occurred. I started to notice how Xander would constantly criticize me and every little thing I did, from complaining about the way I did the dishes, to throwing fits if I left a wet towel on the floor after getting out of the shower, and not approving of the way I made the bed because I tucked the sheets too tight. Then he started telling me that I needed to change the way I looked and dressed. Nitpicking, which eventually evolved into full-blown power struggles. Control. But I kept dealing with it because I thought I loved him and that we would eventually wind up married, raising a family, and living happily ever after. I kept telling myself that rough patches happened. They were normal. All couples had them, and the persistent couples with strong love for one another moved through them. And then one day, he hit me. The first time he hit me was a day I would never forget. He had been working late but had come home even later due to going out for a night of binge drinking, a habit I hadn't been aware he possessed until after moving in with him and finding empty bottles stashed around the apartment. That particular day, when he had finally made it home, there had been a strange feeling in the air. It was exceptionally muggy and hard to breathe. When he stepped into our apartment, his mood had seemed to suck out what little air we had. He had gone straight out to the balcony, overlooking the distant streets and palm trees. He stood there, perfectly still for a long time. I'd crept up behind him, sensing that he needed to be comforted. "Rough day? Do you want to talk about it?" I asked, only to have him huff and sneer in return. "How about we go out for dinner?" I suggested, hoping it would take his mind off whatever was bothering him. "You should have cooked for me already," he had responded, like I was his personal chef or something. "Is it asking too much for you to have a home-cooked meal waiting for me every once in a while?" I automatically blamed his attitude on the bad day he'd obviously had. So I had simply cleared my throat and calmly explained that I also worked and therefore didn't have time to have dinner waiting for him. After all, I had only gotten off work a little while before he had. "I don't want any of your excuses," he had spat in response. "Just get in the damn kitchen and cook me something." It had been hard to make excuses for him after that. I had been so stunned that I had laughed in disbelief. Not finding my laughter amusing, without warning, Xander had painfully gripped me by the arm and literally dragged me into the kitchen, where he then proceeded to open the refrigerator and work himself into a rage about not having enough food stocked. He pulled out frozen meat from the freezer and threw it at me, just barely missing my face with a pound of ground beef. His hand, however, didn't miss my face. "Stop it! What's wrong with you?" I had screamed. 2 seconds later, I was staggering across the floor from the backhanded slap he landed across my face. Every time that memory resurfaced, I could still feel the terrible stinging across my left cheek. When the whole ugly ordeal was over, Xander had apologized profusely. He had even shed a few tears, insisting he hadn't meant any of it. He'd sworn that it had all been stress and that he just hadn't been in his right frame of mind. Afterwards, he had hugged me so gently, I couldn't believe he was the same man. He kissed my cheek repeatedly, made love to me, and ordered me the biggest bouquet of flowers, reverting right back into that guy I had originally fallen in love with. Not before long, I had almost convinced myself that I had only hallucinated him hitting me. But in due time, that other side of Xander resurfaced. Yet I had been too weak to not fall for his apologies. Furthermore, every time he promised not to lay a hand on me again, I believed him. Until the next time. My patience eventually grew thin, as did my ability to forgive. Consequently, Xander had come to underestimate me. I wasn't nearly as weak as he once knew I was. I had come to realize that I deserved better than the life he was forcing me to live. I had too much respect for myself to keep letting him put his hands on me whenever we disagreed about something. I refused to be the victim. Although my eye and jaw still throbbed from Xander's fists, my heart had stopped aching over him long ago. I wished it hadn't taken me so long to reach this point, but it was better late than never. Our last argument, it had been so stupid. This was partially because he'd been drunk, but that was nothing new. Once again, he had come home late, filthy drunk as usual. How he never managed to crash his car and kill himself had become an endless source of frustration for me. This time, he threw a fit because I hadn't set the DVR to record one of his favorite television programs that I didn't even know he watched. He landed one good blow on me, hard enough to make stars dance in my eyes. But I fought through it, staying conscious and managing to dodge the second strike. Staggering through the apartment, I grabbed my car keys and my cell phone before bolting from the apartment, not caring about the roaring thunder and bright lightning flashing through the sky. I just wanted to get out. Unfortunately, I hadn't had time to charge my phone battery before leaving, which resulted in me having to make a stop at the nearest gas station in the pouring rain, hoping the old and outdated payphone located there still worked. "Good evening, ma'am," the store clerk said. I hurried inside, keeping my head low despite knowing how odd I looked wearing sunglasses during a thunderstorm. Even though it made me look suspicious, I was grateful for the fact that I always kept a pair of sunglasses in the glove compartment of my car. "Is everything all right?" the store clerk asked, although he could clearly see that I was far from it. Glancing briefly up at him, I saw that he was a kind-looking older man with white hair and concerned eyes. I fumbled inside of my pocket and pulled out a wrinkled dollar. "Can I please have 4 quarters?" I asked, my teeth chattering thanks to the rain clinging to my skin, chilling me to the bone. "Yes, certainly," he said, retrieving the change from the cash register. I could sense that he wanted to say something else to me, but I hurried back out the door, not giving him the opportunity. When I reached the payphone, I dialed the first number that came to mind. "Hello?" came my brother's voice. Already I could hear concern in his voice, as if he somehow intuitively knew it was me. My big brother had always been protective of me, and sometimes suspected he possessed a sixth sense that let him know whenever I was in trouble. "Tobias," I choked out. "Joe, what's wrong?" "Xander, what did he do? I'll kill him." I sniffed loudly and took a deep breath. "Don't be ridiculous. What good will you be to me if you're in jail?" "I just want to leave him. I can't deal with this anymore." "Did he hit you?" The long pause was more than enough confirmation for what had happened. Tobias began to swear and call Xander every offensive name in the book. "How many times has this happened, Joanna? How long have you been dealing with this and not telling anyone?" "It doesn't matter," I said. "I'm dealing with it now by leaving. Look, I know this is asking a lot, but I just need a place to stay until I get back on my feet again." "Then come over," Tobias said. "Pack your bags and get the hell away from him immediately. I'll lend you however much money you need. You know that." Yes, I know that all too well. Tobias was well off, too well off for his own good. He was wealthy, and his solution to all problems was to throw money at them. It was a strategy that had worked well for him for years, though, so I couldn't exactly fault him for it. But it wasn't my preferred way of dealing with problems. If being with Xander had taught me one thing, it was that I didn't want to ever depend on a man for anything, even if it was my adoring older brother. I wanted to have my own money and make my own way. "I don't want your money, Tobias," I said. "I just want you to give me a spot to rest my head until I can find another job and get my own place." Tobias sighed. "Joanna, you're my sister. It's my job to look out for you." "To look out for me, yes. To take care of me? No." "Let me just lend you the money and you can pay it back when you can then." "Tobias, please. I don't want your charity." "Why are you always so difficult?" he said, exasperated. "All right, fine. How about this? Work for me." I paused. "What?" "Work for me. You can work for my firm. You're looking for a new job, right? So I'm offering you one. With your background in financial planning, we really could use someone like you, sis. And I'm not just saying that. We've actually been looking to hire someone for a while now." I chewed my bottom lip, considering his offer. "I know you can't think of a valid reason to turn me down," Tobias said. "So just say yes. What do you have to lose?" "Nothing," I said quietly. "I have nothing to lose." "Then welcome to the team. Pack your bags tonight and make your way over here. And if you really want to do me proud, You'll burn down Xander's place in the process." I chuckled through my tears. "Thank you, Tobias." "No problem." I hung up the phone, feeling some of the tightness in my chest starting to loosen. As I made it back to my car, I reflected on Tobias's offer. It was a good solution, and I had a feeling it would work. Feeling determined, I headed back to Xander's apartment. Carefully creeping back inside, I was grateful to find him passed out from his drunken stupor. As quickly and quietly as I could, I packed everything I owned, ready to leave him behind forever.
Chapter 2. Anderson. It was a slow day at the office, but I didn't exactly mind. Sitting at my desk, I leaned back in my chair and stared out the window, taking in the highway and the constant flow of traffic. "What's going on? Working hard or hardly working?" I looked up to find Tobias, my best friend, as well as my business partner at our firm, strolling into my office. Sometimes it was hard to imagine that fortune had been so good to us. We had grown up together, studied together, and now worked together, each of us having more success with our careers than we could have ever anticipated. "Let's make a deal," Tobias had said to me when we were young. "We're never going to leave each other behind. Got it?" I had readily agreed. "Right. Whoever succeeds first helps the other. That's right. We make our money together. Partners for life." We'd clasped hands afterwards and vowed to each other that we would honor that promise for the rest of our lives. It had been easy to keep that promise. Throughout our time knowing each other, we had become more than best friends and partners in crime. We were brothers. We knew each other's families, secrets, strengths, and weaknesses. "Well, you gotta work hard at some point to get to the point where you can hardly work, right?" I said, as Tobias flopped into the chair opposite of me. "Guess you've got a point there," he said, temporarily closing his eyes. "Looks like your day has been busier than mine," I said. "Damn straight it has." Tobias reopened his eyes and sighed. He then grew quiet for a moment, a deep line forming across his brow, letting me know that something was wrong. "What is it, man?" I asked, watching him carefully. Tobias grimaced. "You remember that asshole Xander?" "No," I said, drawing a blank. The name sounded somewhat familiar, but I couldn't place my finger on why. "You know, the guy my sister is dating. I know I've told you about him before." "Oh," I said, nodding. "Okay, yeah, what about him? Are they getting married or something?" Tobias shook his head. "No, she's leaving him." "Why? What happened?" Tobias shrugged his shoulders, although I got a feeling he was holding something back. I knew how protective he was of his sister, though, so I decided not to press the issue. If he didn't want to talk about it, it must have been something pretty fucking bad. And if he wanted me to know, he would tell me when he was ready. I had met Tobias's sister, Joanna, back when she was just a kid in high school. She had been tiny and nerdy, with a bad attitude and a knack for following us around, just to aggravate us. In other words, a typical annoying kid sister. Although I had never been particularly fond of her, I kept those feelings to myself, because I knew Tobias well enough to know that he would probably kill for that girl. I never had siblings of my own, and she had always made me glad that I didn't. I had a feeling that if things went wrong with her boyfriend, the fault probably lied on her, for if she was still the obnoxious know-it-all that I remembered her being, no man would be able to put up with her long. Thus, Xander probably just wanted a way out, and I couldn't blame him. Tobias, on the other hand, was clearly peeved off about something breaking his baby sister's heart. He was still being mum about what precisely happened, though. I cleared my throat. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked. "You're not planning on doing something stupid, are you? You work for a huge firm, Tobias. You know we can't afford to have you going on a killing spree in your little sister's honor. She's a big girl now. Let her handle herself. She'll get over it. Everyone does. You can't be her own personal superhero forever." "Oh, shut up," Tobias said. I laughed. "Anyway," he continued, "I'm telling you because she's coming here." I raised my eyebrows. "Here? To my office?" "Here to work for us." I tilted my head to the side. "What's she got a background in again?" "She's a financial planner. You know how smart she is. She'll make a great asset. We need someone to help us keep track of these numbers. I get a headache just thinking about it." Numbers gave me a headache, too, but I wasn't sure I was willing to put up with Joanna and her Miss Know-It-All attitude. That was likely to give me even more of a headache. I fought hard to keep the sneer off my face at the thought of her being in our workplace, breathing down our backs and trying to tell us how to do our job. "I'm not sure I'm following. What does breaking up with her boyfriend have to do with her needing to work here?" "She was living with Xander, and now that she's leaving him, she needs to relocate and find work elsewhere. They were in Miami, and she doesn't want to stay out there by herself. She needs to get away from him. So I told her to come stay with me and to work for us until she gets herself back on her feet. I offered to just give her whatever she needed, but she wouldn't go for that. You know how she can be." "Oh yeah, I definitely know how she can be," I muttered. "Well, I just wanted to give you a heads up since she'll be around soon. You're okay with this, right?" I gave a tight-lipped grin, while images of the snotty little girl I knew drifted through my mind. The girl that used to turn her nose up at me and complain about me being too loud while she was studying. The girl who used to turn every differing opinion into a debate of some sort. If I was not mistaken, she had once called me a chauvinist pig. Yet she insisted on staying around me, likely just to spite me. "Yeah, I'm cool with it," I lied, because I knew there was nothing else I could say. After all, Tobias was like my brother, which made Joanna my sister by default, even if I didn't like it. "Gotta look out for family, right?" Tobias smiled. "Thanks, man. I knew you would understand." "Of course," I said, although my throat felt a little tight. I reached for the bottle of water at the corner of my desk and took a long sip. "Just out of curiosity, how long do you anticipate her working with us?" Tobias stood and shrugged his shoulders. "Who knows? Probably not long, though. Joanna has always been independent, so I'm sure she'll be moving on as soon as she can. This is just a temporary fix. Anyway, I'll talk to you later." "All right," I said, as Tobias left my office. I knew he had a point, though. Joanna wouldn't be around long. The more I thought about it, the more insignificant the situation felt. Not before long, I got back to work, no longer caring about what was going on with Joanna one way or another.
Chapter 3. Joanna. It was funny how a week could feel so slow and long at the same time. But that was precisely how I felt after staying with my brother. Tobias was accommodating as usual, but there was still a lot of adjustment. First, the simple transition of moving back to Chicago after living in Miami was a lot to adapt to on its own. When I added in the fact that I'd left a good job and a beautiful apartment, sometimes it felt too much to bear. Yet I kept reminding myself that it was for the best. No job, apartment, or beautiful climate was worth me being unhappy, terrorized, and battered. I hadn't seen my brother in a while, but I should have known his taste was as extravagant as always, especially now that he had such abundant funds to back it up. After leaving the airport, I took an Uber to his place, even though he had offered to have someone get me. "Tobias, I'm grown. I don't need you sending me chaperones," I had told him. "Your age has nothing to do with it. You're just stubborn. Fine, suit yourself." "Is this where you're going, miss?" the Uber driver asked as he pulled up in front of my brother's mansion with its perfect lawn. I looked down at the address Tobias had texted to my phone. Yep. The driver let out a low and impressed whistle. Wow. Must be nice being you, he said. I huffed. Looks aren't always what they seem, I muttered, readjusting the sunglasses on my face and then letting myself out of the car. Thanks for the ride. No problem. Need any help with your luggage? No, I got it, thanks. By evening, I was sitting at the dining room table with my brother, in front of a meal that was way too extravagant for just the two of us. In his eagerness to give me a warm welcome, he'd had all my favorite foods catered in for dinner. I couldn't deny that everything looked and smelled delicious. Rotisserie chicken, baked macaroni and cheese, green beans, buttermilk biscuits, apple pie, and iced tea. Unfortunately, I didn't have much of an appetite. Tobias, honestly, you shouldn't have, I said. Don't tell me what I should or shouldn't do in my own house, he said. If I want to treat my little sister to a nice dinner, then I'll do it. Whatever, I said. Take off those sunglasses, Joe. You look ridiculous. I pressed my lips together and stared down into my plate. Although I knew I couldn't walk around wearing sunglasses indefinitely, it made my stomach squirm to let him see what Xander had done to me. It looks worse than it feels, I said, and then reluctantly removed them. I remained staring down at my plate for a long time. When I finally got the nerve to look at Tobias, he wore a deep frown. Are you going to tell me precisely what happened or not? He asked. How long has he been treating you like this, Joanna? I didn't want to engage the conversation, but with the way Tobias stared at me from across the table, demanding an answer, I knew it couldn't be avoided. Besides, considering the major favor he was doing me in allowing me to stay with him for a while, he had the right to know. I sighed. He didn't start out this way, I swear. He was perfect in the beginning. But maybe that was the problem all along. He was too perfect. I should have known something was off. The first time he hit me, it was because I hadn't cooked dinner for him. It was stupid. But so was every other time we argued. Our arguments never had any real substance. He was just always nitpicking, and I was always making excuses for him. I just kept telling myself not to worry about it, that he was just stressed and it was no big deal. But the arguing kept getting more and more frequent, and we kept getting more and more agitated with each other, and then he started hitting you more often, Tobias said. His eyes trailed the bruises on my face, and I could practically feel the silent fury emanating from him. You know you should have said something sooner, right? I lowered my gaze, staring at the tablecloth. I know. But I thought I loved him. And I thought he loved me. Love doesn't leave bruises. I know that now. Tobias sighed. Does he know you came here? I shook my head. I left while he was sleeping. He was drunk. He probably won't know I'm gone for another few days. Do you think he's going to come looking for you? I swallowed. I hope not. I mean, he shouldn't know where to find me, so... The frown remaining on Tobias's face clearly indicated that he didn't find my words reassuring. Listen, if he ever comes near you again... Yeah, I know, I said, cutting off his threat. I already knew how he would end it. He'd hire some big fancy lawyer and take everything Xander owned. But that wasn't what I wanted. I just needed it all to be behind me, for it to be over. But I don't need you fighting all my battles for me. I can take care of myself. That's why I left him. It took you too long to leave. You should have left him after the first time, Joanna. I reached for a sip of tea. I'm tired, I said, feeling drained all of a sudden. Tobias nodded. I have plenty of rooms. Just pick whichever one you want. He rose from the table and stretched. Let me know if you need anything. You've done more than enough already. Anything else I need, I plan to earn it. When do you want to start working? He asked. Can I have a week to get settled in first? Of course. You can have all the time you need. I just need a few days, and then I'll be ready to do whatever you need me to do. I really am grateful for you letting me come work at your firm at such short notice and all. Tobias waved his hand dismissively. Don't mention it, sis, he said, before turning around and leaving me to familiarize myself with his mansion. 2 days later, I was already growing restless hanging around Tobias's mansion. I thought you said you needed a week to adapt before starting work, he asked me, after I told him I was ready to start training for my new job position. Yeah, well, there's no need to prolong things, I said. The sooner I start working, the sooner I can be out of your hair. Having you here's no problem, I keep telling you that. Yeah, I know. But still, I'm ready. The next day, he began training me for the new job. And once we hit the 1-week mark of my return to Chicago, I was ready to officially start working at his firm. Against my will, he had given me shopping money to renew my wardrobe, although I only accepted it after he promised to let me pay him back. The morning of my first day, I woke early, showered, and carefully tied back my hair into a neat ponytail. I dressed in a new gray business suit I'd gotten, consisting of a simple white blouse, pencil skirt that hit me right at the knee, and a blazer. I then slid on a pair of modest heels and eyed my reflection in the mirror. An unusual feeling came over me, which I recognized to be a mixture of grief and excitement. Knowing that I was about to start a new job just made me miss the one I was leaving behind. With my abrupt departure from Miami, things clearly hadn't ended on the best terms with that particular job. After my first day showing up to my brother's, I'd had to painstakingly call my boss to explain why I had left so suddenly. To say it had been one of the most awkward conversations of my life was an understatement. My stomach clenched in knots just thinking back on it. I turned around when I heard a knock on the door of the guest bedroom I had claimed for myself. Tobias poked his head in. He wore a crisp suit and was carrying a briefcase. "Ready?" he asked. I nodded. "Yep." "All right, let's go." When we arrived at the office, I was once again reminded of why I so thoroughly hated feeling like the new kid in town. It was just a solid reminder that I hadn't entirely outgrown the self-consciousness I'd suffered in childhood. It was always there, ready to resurface. My self-consciousness was what had contributed to my need to be an overachiever. Too often, it felt like the only way I could make myself feel worthy was by proving how adequately I could do my work. "Are you all right?" Tobias asked, obviously noticing my distress. "Yeah." He raised an eyebrow, clearly not believing me. "How about taking a quick break? I know this all must feel overwhelming." I nodded gratefully. "Yeah, that would be nice." And with that, I headed to the break area, where I began making myself and Tobias fresh cups of coffee. Finding peace in the room being empty, I took a long and deep breath. "Come on, Joanna," I said to myself. "You're just working for your brother. How hard can it be?" Filling 2 cups from a fresh pot, I reflected on the training I'd had thus far, as well as the people I'd met, trying to recall names and faces, even though so many of them blurred together. I sighed in frustration as I added sugar and cream to the coffee. Holding a cup in each hand, I took another deep breath and got ready to return to the office to let him know that I was ready to resume. But just as I reached the door, a figure unexpectedly appeared before me. I crashed right into him, sending the hot liquid splashing all over both of us. I looked up, positively mortified. A man stood before me with a disgruntled look on his face as he stared down in disbelief at his expensive suit that I had just ruined with coffee. When our eyes locked, my heart almost stopped entirely. It had been a long time, but I easily remembered his handsome face, short blonde hair, and impressive physique. Just like I recalled the sneer he currently wore and the way it had always been reserved specifically for me. Anderson Lawrence. I knew he worked with my brother and that I was bound to run into him sooner or later. If I was being perfectly honest with myself, I also knew that he was part of the reason I felt so nervous. Throughout my teenage years, I'd maintained a super intense crush on him. There were times that my young self wanted him so badly that I didn't know what to do. What I hadn't been prepared for was that over the years, he would manage to become even more handsome. He was drop-dead gorgeous. My memory hadn't been doing him justice at all. "Damn it, Joanna," he said. I recoiled. Anderson was even more gorgeous than I remembered. But obviously, one thing hadn't changed at all. He still hated me.
Chapter 4. Anderson. I stared down at the hot brown liquid staining my new suit. In that moment, I knew Joanna was going to be just as much a nuisance as I always remembered her being. I began having vivid flashbacks of the annoying kid sister Tobias just couldn't shake off whenever I was around. "Oh my God," she said. I'm so sorry." I glanced up and froze dead in my tracks. I blinked, staring after her as she scurried across the room for paper towels, talking a mile a minute. "I just started officially working here and it's been a bit overwhelming," she said. "I'm sorry about being so on edge, and I'm sorry about the coffee. But whatever else she said fell upon deaf ears, because I was too stunned. When the hell did Joanna Gentry get so beautiful? I only halfway listened as she continued to talk and apologize. Images of the scrawny girl came to mind, and it was in stark contrast to the ridiculously stunning young woman standing before me. Joanna was still petite, but she was far from the stick figure she used to be as a kid. She had grown up to develop ample curves in all the right places. Her curly hair fell smoothly down her back in a ponytail, and her gray eyes, which had once been identical to her brother's, now held a sensual gaze that was hard to look away from. I blinked again, suddenly realizing that she was thrashing paper towels in my face. "I'm sorry," she said again. I cleared my throat. "Yeah, I got that." I took the paper towels and began wiping at the jacket of my suit. "I don't think you'll be able to see it once it's dry," she said. I nodded. "Yeah, I think you're right." A long silence stretched between us. "Well, I've got to get back to Tobias," she said. "I'll, see you around, Anderson." I nodded again. "Yeah. See you, Joanna." Running into Joanna had completely thrown off my day in ways I would have never anticipated. No matter how much I tried, I couldn't get her out of my mind. Every time I saw her passing by, I couldn't stop my eyes from trailing her every move. My mind was completely boggled that she was truly the same girl I had known so many years ago. I'd been sitting in my office thinking about Joanna when Tobias suddenly appeared. My face instantly felt like someone had lit a match over it. "What the hell is wrong with you, Anderson?" I thought to myself. The sisters of friends were off limits. I was well aware that my thoughts were completely out of line, considering Joanna was the kid sister of my best friend. It didn't matter how gorgeous she'd become. My attraction to her would always be unacceptable, Hell, simply finding her attractive was damn near incestuous. Any sister of Tobias's should have been like a sister to me. But she's not my sister, a voice in my head challenged. "Come on," Tobias said, snapping me out of my thoughts. "You're going to be late for the meeting, man. What's your deal?" I swore and sprung up from my seat. I had almost forgotten about the meeting because I'd been too busy thinking and fantasizing about Joanna. "What's wrong?" Tobias asked. "Nothing," I answered, far too quickly. I found that I couldn't even meet his gaze. I was afraid he would somehow sense my thoughts and want to kill me for my betrayal. I cleared my throat and scratched the back of my head. "Have you seen Joanna today?" Tobias said. My heart literally skipped a beat at the sound of her name. "Why?" "Just asking," Tobias said. "She's new here. I can tell she's a little nervous. She could use a friendly face. So help her out and be nice, all right?" "Oh, sure. Yeah, I can do that. I mean, I'll try." Tobias narrowed his eyes at me. "Are you sure you're okay, man? You seem weird. Weirder than normal, I mean." I laughed. "How so?" "I don't know." "Oh, wait a second." "Huh? What?" I said, my heart hammering again. Tobias folded his arms. "How are things going with the new project?" "Fine." "Yeah, right. That's what you're hiding, isn't it? You can't get those numbers together." Having serious concentration problems, I just stared at him for a moment. My thoughts were so preoccupied with Joanna that I couldn't even remember what project he was talking about, let alone what numbers I needed to get together. Tobias sighed. "All right, just come on, get to the meeting. We'll discuss it more there." "Yeah, okay, I'll be there in a second," I said. I darted from my office and headed to the men's room, where I splashed my face with cold water from the sink and took a moment to stare at my reflection. "Seriously, get it together, man," I said to myself. It was unsettling to suddenly feel like a hormonal adolescent boy, so painfully attracted to a girl that I didn't know what to do with myself. I was too old to feel that way, and needed to snap out of it immediately. I reached for some paper towels, dried my face, took a deep breath, and then headed to the meeting. Yet, as fate would have it, Joanna was there. I don't know why it didn't occur to me that she'd be at the meeting. She was a new employee, after all. I hated the way my eyes instinctively zoomed in on her as I entered the room. I felt like everyone noticed. She caught my gaze and gave a slight smile that sent adrenaline coursing through my body. "Care to join us, Anderson?" Tobias said from the head of the table. "Sorry," I muttered. I closed the door and took a seat several chairs away from Joanna, ensuring others were between us so that I could attempt to stay focused. "All right, now that we're all here, let's get started," Tobias said. "First, though, I want you all to welcome the newest member to our team." He motioned toward his sister, asking her to stand up. She glanced around sheepishly for a second, and then stood. Subconsciously, I leaned back in my seat to get a better view of her. "Everyone, this is Joanna. Joanna, this is the team." "Hi, Joanna," people muttered as she waved to the room at large before retaking her seat. "Now let's begin," Tobias said. Whatever he said after that was completely lost on me. I spent the rest of my time glancing in Joanna's direction, at least until the co-worker beside me gave a rather loud and fake-sounding cough, which I felt certain was aimed at me. "Any questions?" Tobias asked at the meeting's close. "Excellent. Well, I wish you all a productive remainder of your day. You're dismissed." Chairs began to slide and shuffle across the wooden floor as fellow co-workers got up. Keeping watch of Joanna in my periphery, I lingered behind, a shameful plot brewing in my head that I had no hope of stopping. Tobias nodded goodbye to me on his way out the door, and not before long, Joanna was about to follow him. "Joanna," I said. My heart pounded as she turned around and eyed me with those hypnotic gray eyes of hers. She raised her eyebrows, as if uncertain of what was about to transpire. I easily got the impression that she was still feeling leery around me due to the coffee spill from earlier, and I wanted nothing more than to put her at ease. She and I hadn't gotten along well when she was a kid, but I desperately wanted to turn over a new leaf with her now. "Yes," she said, drawing attention to the fact that I had called her and then failed to say anything. I cleared my throat. I said, trying to think fast. "Are you busy right now?" She shook her head. "No, I guess not." "Follow me to my office, please," I said, trying to put some authority in my voice and sound more certain than I felt. "I have something I want you to take a look at, if it's all right." "Sure," she said, and then grinned. "I think this is a first. You actually want my opinion on something, Anderson?" I smirked at the sound of her saying my name. "Well, times have changed. Besides, I need to see if you're really up to the task of working here." Joanna laughed. "Challenge accepted. Lead the way." I held open the door for her, trying unsuccessfully to not let my eyes roam her body as she stepped in front of me to wait in the hallway. "This way," I said, taking the lead and listening to the rhythm of her heels clicking down the hall. When we reached my office, I held the door open for her once again, and then closed it behind us. Suddenly feeling too warm, I fumbled with my necktie as I approached my desk. "You know the project your brother spoke of at the meeting?" I said. "Yeah," Joanna said with a nod. She brushed back a strand of hair that had come loose from her ponytail, and I suddenly got the overwhelming urge to touch her hair. Pushing the thought away, I abruptly turned to my desk and started shuffling papers. "Well," I said, stalling, "I was wondering if you could help us out with that. I mean, your brother has a lot of faith in you and all, and this could be a good starter project for you." My voice trailed off as she slowly crossed the room to approach my desk. The scent of her perfume drifted to my nose, making me inhale deeply as I glanced up at her again, startled to find her so close. She stared at my desk, at the papers I pretended to organize. "What can I do for you?" she asked. You have no idea, I thought. I took a deep breath. "How about looking over the numbers for me and making sure everything is in order?" She smirked, the sight of it so sexy that my mind was flooded with a million different indecent thoughts all at once. "Numbers, you know that's right up my alley," she said. "Just show me what you need." I swallowed and glanced down at the papers on my desk, quickly fumbling to find the one in question. As luck would have it, it was toward the top of the pile. I laid it on the desk before Joanna. "This one right here," I said. She leaned over to take a closer look, and my mind almost exploded. I took several steps back, feigning giving her space, but truthfully wanting to get a better look at how her shirt hung as she leaned over, displaying the smooth skin of her bosom. I pressed my lips together, careful not to make a sound. A long moment of silence spread over the room, in which I was practically afraid to breathe. Finally, Joanna looked up. "This is going to take a while." Before I could stop myself, before I could think better of what I was about to say, the words spilled out of my mouth, and there was no hope of taking them back. "How about we have dinner so that we can go over things in more detail?" Joanna smiled. "Sure."
Chapter 5. Joanna. Although I had been with Xander for a while, I still recognized the signs of another man's interest, or at least I hoped I did. A part of me wanted to be cautious about thinking Anderson had actually asked me on a date, especially since our outing was supposed to be business-related. On the other hand, I was pretty sure there had been something more to the way he had looked at me. I'd known Anderson for a long time, and he had never once looked at me that way before. Just recalling it gave me butterflies. Regardless, I kept reminding myself to not get my hopes up too high. "Hey, Joanna!" Tobias called me from downstairs while I was in my bedroom, stressing about what to wear, not knowing whether I should dress casually, in business attire, or as if this was a real date with a man I wanted to impress. I felt silly, but there was no denying that I wanted Anderson to just look at me as more than just Tobias's kid sister. Still dressed in the sweatpants and t-shirt that I'd thrown on after stepping out of the shower, I headed down the hall and peered over the balcony to where Tobias stood. "Yeah?" I said. "What do you want for dinner? I was going to order takeout. Is that good with you?" My throat suddenly felt too tight to speak. I hadn't told Tobias that I was going out with Anderson. As I peered down at him, the awkwardness suddenly felt unbearable. Sometimes, Tobias felt entirely too much like my father than my brother, and it was hard to talk about these kind of things with him. Something told me he wouldn't approve of my attraction to Anderson. When I was a kid, I had never dared let a soul, especially not Tobias, know about the massive crush I'd harbored on Anderson. And as Tobias looked up at me in that moment, waiting for my answer, I felt like a 16-year-old with a secret all over again. I scratched my nose and averted my gaze. Don't worry about me. I'm going out." "Oh, yeah?" he asked, eyebrows raised. "Where?" "Just some little restaurant. No big deal." "With who?" "Anderson," I said after a long pause. I looked down to my fingernails and started fidgeting with them. "Anderson," Tobias said, his voice full of confusion. I looked back at him, seeing that his head was tilted to the side. "Really? He didn't say anything to me about that." I shrugged my shoulders. I guess it just slipped his mind. "It's nothing, really. After the meeting, he asked me to look over some numbers with him. You know, about that project you were talking about at the meeting? It's going to take a while to go over, so we decided to finish up over dinner." Tobias nodded his head. "Oh, all right. That makes sense," he said. "It's about time. I kept telling him to get a move on with that. I'm glad he finally listened. You see, I told you we needed you, Joe." I forced a laugh. "I see. What time are you guys leaving?" Tobias checked his watch. A slight panic came over me as I wondered if he was about to invite himself to come along. But before I could answer, his cell phone began ringing from somewhere in the dining room. "Never mind," he said as he rushed off to answer it. "Hey, Tobias, can I use one of your cars to meet him there?" "Yeah," Tobias called back before disappearing from view. I breathed a sigh of relief and headed back to my room to finish dressing, hoping that I could make my escape before Tobias could ask any additional questions, and before he could see what I had finally decided to wear. After much consideration, I decided to wear a slinky black dress that I usually reserved for special occasions. With everything I'd been going through with Xander, I'd hardly had an opportunity to wear it. I slid into the dress, loving the way it hugged my curves, but also hoping it wouldn't look like I was trying to catch Anderson's eye. Before my doubts could become too loud, I slid on a pair of heels, added a long-hanging silver necklace, threw on a fresh coat of lipstick, and let my natural curls hang freely down my back. Rushing out before Tobias could see how I was dressed, I took the keys to his Mercedes and headed out the door. "Good evening, Joanna." I had just stepped inside the restaurant when I heard a smooth voice sounding from behind me. I turned around and spotted Anderson. Looking so handsome, he almost took my breath away. "Hi, Anderson. I muttered, trying to keep my voice steady. He smiled, and I felt my heart flutter. "The table is ready," he said, offering me his arm. I stepped forward to loop my arm through his and let him lead me to our table, where he pulled out my seat and then took his seat across from me. "So, how's your day been going so far?" he asked. "You know, since I last saw you at the office and you ruined my suit." "I'm so sorry about that," I said, feeling my face flush. He laughed. "I'm just messing with you." "Like old time's sake, huh?" I said, chuckling. "Of course," he said with a wink. He paused for a moment. "So, does your brother know where you are?" I nodded. "Yeah. I told him we were having dinner to go over the numbers some more." My voice faltered at the way Anderson's eyes roamed over my dress. I knew he had to be wondering how Tobias had fallen for such an excuse, considering what I had decided to wear. "Right," he said. "How about we eat first before getting into that?" "Sure," I said. Anderson waved his hand, and a waitress approached us, delivering menus. Moments later, I decided on getting a grilled chicken Caesar salad, while Anderson settled on steak and potatoes. "What's been going on with you, Joanna?" he asked after we had placed our orders. "A lot," I said with a sigh. In the moment, it occurred to me that I had no desire to fill him in on the things I'd been forced to endure at the hands of Xander. "I was living in Miami for a while," I said, figuring it was best to keep it simple. "And you traded in Miami for cold Chicago winters?" I smiled. "Hey, I'm not scared of Chicago winters. I am from here, you know." Anderson laughed. "So, what were you doing out there in Miami?" "Working in finance and just hanging out." Anderson reached for his cup of water, and once again I felt his eyes roaming over me. "Well, from what I can tell, the years have certainly been good to you," he said. I smirked. "I can say the same for you. The years have certainly made you a lot nicer, that's for sure." Anderson gave a hearty laugh, and I couldn't help smiling at the sound. "Now, what makes you say that? Was I really that bad?" he asked. I placed my finger on my chin as if deep in thought. "Well, maybe not to everyone, but you certainly were to me." "Aw, come on." "Toothpick, Munchkin, Bonehead," I said. "Those are just a few of the names I remember you calling me. I'm sure there were others that I'm forgetting." Anderson placed a hand on his chest, feigning being hurt. "You know those were all said out of affection, my love." "Sure," I said, ignoring the way my face flushed again at the sound of him referring to me as my love. I reached for my glass of water and took a sip. "And you have to admit," he added, "you were a little obnoxious back then." "Was I?" I said. "Well, maybe there was a reason for that." "A reason like what?" "Me having a crush on you," I thought, but didn't dare say, regardless of the way his eyes bore into mine, challenging me to answer. Luckily, the waitress returned with our food, sparing me from responding. "This looks delicious," I said, desperate to change the subject. I could feel the flirtatious vibes coming from Anderson, and quite suddenly I wasn't sure how to feel about it. There was no doubt that I was still immensely attracted to him, but I was uncertain of how he truly felt about me. I couldn't tell whether his flirtation was genuine or if he had picked up on the crush I had on him and simply wanted to humor me. I also knew there was a chance that Tobias had told him to be nice, for it was precisely the kind of thing my brother would do. And then there was Anderson's playboy ways to consider. Even when I was in high school, I remembered how he and Tobias used to regularly talk about girls. If memory served me correctly, Anderson always had a revolving door of women, with girls regularly flocking to his side. Yet as the sister of his best friend, something told me he wouldn't really put me in that category. His friendship with Tobias went too far back for him to risk it by playing games with me. "What are you thinking?" Anderson abruptly asked. I realized he had been watching me, noticing that I hadn't even touched my salad yet. I shook my head. "Nothing," I said, and then picked up my fork to eat a bite. "Anyway, enough about me. What's been going on with you over these years?" "Just working with your brother," he said. "What about outside of work? Anyone, special in your life?" He stared down at his steak as he cut it into strips. "No one worth bragging about. Yet." He then looked up at me with hunger in his eyes that had nothing to do with the food in front of him. My entire body wanted to quiver from head to toe. Something stirred low in my belly, and my breath hitched in my throat. "A handsome guy like you, with no one special? That's hard to imagine," I said, staring down into my salad. Anderson was quiet for so long, I eventually looked up. "You think I'm handsome, huh?" he said, and then laughed. "Conceited too, I see," I said jokingly. "What are you doing for the rest of the night, Joanna?" he suddenly asked, leaning in. I shrugged my shoulders. "Nothing. I mean, with the exception of going over those numbers with you after dinner." Anderson looked back down to his plate. "Yeah, the numbers." He took a bite of his steak and chewed slowly. He glanced around the restaurant. "I don't think this is the right environment for that. How about we go back to my place after this? We can check them out there, if it's all right." I swallowed another bite of my salad and stared across from Anderson, feeling far too aware of how much I wanted him. With the way I felt, I knew going back to his place was a dangerous prospect because I didn't want to be so bold on the first date. But it felt so tempting. But I've known him since I was a kid, and there's no need to jump ahead of myself. Maybe he really does just want me to check over the numbers, I thought. I took a deep breath. "Yes, that's fine," I said, noting the smirk he was trying unsuccessfully to conceal. It was just like the smirk I was trying to keep off my own face. Chapter 6. Joanna. "Okay, I can do this. We're just going to look over the numbers," I thought, as I followed Anderson's car through the late evening traffic. My heart was beating too fast for my liking, but I couldn't calm down when my mind revisited the moments during the rest of the dinner over and over again. There was definitely something more to his flirtations, something that brought heat to my insides. I hadn't imagined all those heated glances he threw at me, or the moments of intense silence as we looked at each other over the table. I had no idea what was going to take place tonight, but I knew there was no resisting him if he decided to make advances on me. I squirmed on my seat, satisfied with my choice of lingerie. I was wearing a black lace bra and a thong that could only drive him crazy if he were to undress me. I squirmed again, craving for that to happen, and much more. Anderson lived in the rich part of the city, which consisted of luxurious buildings I could only afford to dream about. He proceeded to an underground parking garage, and I followed, my breathing slightly increasing. I had forgotten what it was like to feel like this. After all that time with Xander, I forgot this anticipation, this thrill that came from not knowing what was going to happen next. Anderson's mere proximity messed with my mind, and I wanted to see where this night would lead. "I didn't tell you, but you look amazing in that dress," he told me with a smirk on his face on our way to the elevator. My already erratic heartbeat went haywire. "Thank you, Anderson." "Actually, you look amazing in anything. Period." We entered the elevator and stopped next to each other, our closeness making my skin burn. "Aw, you flatter me now, Anderson." He pressed the button for the 17th floor. "Absolutely not. You've grown into a beautiful woman, Joanna." I bit my lip. Who would have thought a toothpick would turn into this, huh? His incredibly warm eyes held mine, making me forget whatever was on my mind. "Yeah. Who would have thought?" "Are you this charming with all those ladies out there? If you are, I can understand now why all girls like to stick to you in high school." His smirk turned into a full smile. "Believe me, honey, I save my charm only for the special ones." He winked, which brought a blush to my cheeks. Indeed, Anderson knew how to use his charm to get what he wanted. And right now, it worked perfectly because my hands itched to touch him and see what he packed beneath his suit. By the time we reached his place, my whole body was tingling, and I was very aware of his presence next to me. He led me into his apartment, which was bigger and fancier than any apartment I had ever seen. It gave Tobias's mansion a run for its money. He gave me a small tour of his place before he ushered me into his office, and I had to give it to whoever designed this place. It looked like it came straight from those interior design catalogs. "Nice place," I remarked when I stopped next to his desk, watching him take some papers from the file cabinet. So we were going to check over the numbers after all. I fidgeted with my hands, unsure whether I should be relieved or disappointed. "Yeah, that designer definitely knows how to do her job." "Oh, so you hired a designer?" "Yes. Why don't you take a seat?" He motioned at the chair in front of me and placed the folder with papers on the desk. "Sure." I sat down and went through the papers, noticing him move out of the corner of my eye. He came behind me and leaned over me, supporting himself against the desk as he studied the papers. His cologne reached my nostrils, the perfect scent stirring something deep inside of me. And I wasn't able to focus on the text. Right now, all I could think about was how close he was. Too close. His face almost next to mine. "I'm having trouble with this paragraph," he muttered. "Which one?" I turned my head to look at him, and froze when I found his eyes already on me. "This one." His lips landed on mine before I could process what was happening, leaving me gasping for air. The surprise wore off the next moment, and I responded to him with hunger stronger than anything I'd experienced before. I snaked my arms around his neck, moaning into his mouth when he pulled me up and slid his hands down to my ass. He cupped it and pressed me against him, letting me feel his arousal. "I can't stay away from you," he muttered into my lips, caressing my backside delicately. "I tried, and I'm sure Tobias is going to kill me, but I can't resist it. I can't resist you." Our lips met again, and my pussy throbbed with desire. I needed him, and right now I couldn't care less about Tobias. "Then don't try to resist it. Tobias doesn't control our lives, Anderson. We're adults, and we can do whatever we want." His lips quirked up. "You're absolutely right." His gaze fell on my lips before he pulled my lower lip into his mouth and licked it. "You taste amazing. I wonder if your pussy tastes this good as well." A gasp escaped my lips, followed by a long moan when his lips left a trail of open-mouthed kisses along my jaw. They descended to my neck as his hands worked on the zipper of my dress, and I writhed against him in pleasure. My thong was already soaked from my juices, much to my dismay. He helped me get out of my dress, his heated gaze roaming all over my almost naked body. "You're so sexy, Joanna. I couldn't stop thinking about you since the moment you spilled that coffee on me." I worked on the buttons of his shirt, wishing my fingers weren't trembling this much. "You have no idea. Here, let me do that." He unbuttoned his shirt for me and shrugged it off, throwing it over my dress on the floor. The butterflies in my stomach doubled when my eyes landed on his perfectly sculpted pecs and abs. I trailed my fingers down his chest, enjoying the rigidness of his muscles. "You make me so hard when you look at me like that, Joanna," he whispered. He lowered his head and kissed my nipple over my bra, rubbing my other nub with his hand. I arched my back, burning under his lips, even though it wasn't even a direct contact. As if he read my mind, he moved the material to the side and latched onto my hard bud, applying the right pressure with his mouth and tongue. "Anderson, that feels so good." His mouth switched to my other nipple, sucking it into his mouth as his hand found its way into my thong. Yes." His fingers moved through my swollen folds, and my pussy began throbbing. "You're already so wet for me." He kissed me, drinking in my moans as his fingers continued their sweet assault on my clit. I was getting wetter with each stroke of his fingers, my legs trembling, and I had to hold on to his shoulders if I didn't want to fall. He backed me to his desk and pushed the papers away before he brought me onto the hard surface, making me lie down. He slid my heels off my toes and left them next to the heap of our clothes. "I need to taste you." Moving my thong aside, he brought his head to my mound. His tongue slid over my clit and puffy lips, creating the most delicious pleasure. And soon enough, I was lost. I grabbed his head, pressing against him as he played with my sensitive flesh, overwhelmed with powerful sensations. "Yes, Anderson, that's it. It feels amazing." I curled my toes, holding on to the edge of the desk behind me, when he lowered his mouth and thrust his tongue right into my pussy. "Anderson!" Rocking my hips, I let a scream out, so close to orgasming, it felt too good. He thrust his long tongue into my mound repeatedly, building a pressure in me that was seconds away from reaching its highest point. "I'm going to come. Please, don't stop. Ah!" He pushed his tongue into me right when my orgasm started, which only made it stronger, and the flashes of white appeared in front of my eyes. I was in bliss, my whole body hot and heavy as the waves and waves of pleasure coursed through me. "You taste as amazing as I expected," he said in a husky voice, and stepped away to lower his pants and boxers, revealing a huge hard-on. He grabbed a condom from his wallet and put it on, coming in between my legs before he placed them around his waist. "Oh, so you were prepared?" I asked him with a playful smile on my face, referring to the condom in his wallet. "A man can hope." He took off my bra, leaving me in my thong and necklace only, and ran his hand through my curls. "You're beautiful, Joanna. And now I finally get to be inside of you." He rubbed my clit with the tip of his dick, sending new tremors through me before he probed my entrance. I was so wet that he slid inside of me easily, filling me at once. "Oh, Anderson." He cupped my breasts and slid out of me almost completely before he thrust right back into me, and it felt better than anything I had ever experienced before. "You're so tight and hot." I tightened my legs around his waist and pulled him closer, sending him even deeper into my pulsating mound. He started moving faster, creating ripples of pleasure that grew stronger with each hard thrust, which sent me close to another climax. Harder! His lips formed a smirk, his eyes searing into me. So you want harder, huh? Like this? He brought my hips up, entering me at a new angle that allowed a deeper penetration, and continued drilling me. I couldn't stop screaming, my heart pounding too fast when my pleasure reached its peak and I fell apart into 1,000 pieces. Ah, yes, squeeze my cock. You're so good. He was slamming into me through my orgasm, prolonging it, and I was overcome with pure ecstasy. How does this feel? Better, You like me fucking you like this, beautiful? Oh, yes. He brought his lips to mine, our tongues crashing against each other as he picked up his pace one more time before I felt him tense. Joanna! He dug his fingers into my hips and started emptying himself into me, filling me to the brim. None of us said anything for a while as we tried catching our breath, our eyes fixed on each other in afterglow. He removed a strand of my hair from my sweaty forehead, his fingers moving gently over my skin. So, I guess that the numbers are good? He asked me with a naughty gleam in his eyes. Even better. But I think I have to check them once more. Just in case. He smiled at me devilishly. You know what, Joanna? That's exactly what I've had in mind. We should go over the numbers again. He winked at me. Just in case.
Chapter 7. Anderson. I'd been in a particularly good mood all morning, and even had a spring in my step as I headed to work. However, it all came to a screeching halt when I made it to the office and noticed my office door was wide open. I stepped inside, turned on the light, and froze right in my tracks at the sight of Tobias. Apparently, he had been sitting in the dark waiting for me, and judging from the way he was lounged back in the chair opposite of my desk, with his eyes closed, he had been waiting there for a while. Noticing my presence, he sat up, opened his eyes, and fixed his gaze pointedly at me. The seconds in which we simply stared at each other lasted for what felt like an eternity. Slowly, Tobias stood from the chair, his eyes narrowed at me. "Well," he said, "you got something to tell me?" I swallowed, my mind spinning as I remained frozen on the spot. Had Joanna actually told him, and if so, why? Why on earth would she tell her crazy brother about our night together? Didn't she know how dangerous that would be for the both of us? With shaky hands, I set down my briefcase and cleared my throat, trying to think of what to say, but I had no idea how to explain myself. I knew that sleeping with Joanna was wrong, but in the heat of the moment, I hadn't been able to stop myself. It was unfortunate that my desire for her had completely clouded my ability to visualize what would happen when Tobias found out. Had I possessed such foresight, I wouldn't have landed in such a predicament, and I wouldn't have been standing there, shaking in my shoes. "Tobias, I can explain," I said, outright lying. "I'm not interested in explanations. I just want you to tell me the damned numbers have been sorted out." I paused. "The numbers," I said. "Yes," Tobias said, agitated. "I was asleep before Joanna even came back last night, so I know she was out late with you. I figured you guys must have finished up. Please tell me you finished. We don't have time to drag this out anymore, man." I rubbed the back of my head and let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. The numbers. Tobias still thought Joanna and I had been working on the project. He didn't know. Relief made me want to laugh, but I held my composure. "Well," I said, Joanna is smart enough to figure it out eventually. Just give us a little longer and we'll get it done, I swear. Fuck. You honestly mean to tell me that in all that time, you guys still aren't finished? I shrugged my shoulders. Well, you know how your sister gets. She's a perfectionist. She wants to make sure everything is just right. Yeah, well, we don't have enough time for her anal retentive ways right now, Tobias said. Hey, be easy on her. She's new here, remember? Tobias raised his eyebrows, making me worry that he'd heard something foretelling in my voice. I averted my gaze, picked up my briefcase, and headed to my desk. Be easy on her? Tobias said, and then suddenly laughed. Boy, how times have changed. I used to have to tell you that all the time when she was a kid. Now, all of a sudden, you're the one with all the patience. I forced a laugh. Whatever, man, I said, still not meeting his gaze. What are you doing in my office, anyway? Tobias stretched. Hiding out and trying to take a nap, he said, stifling a yawn. Nobody ever seems to come in here and bother you, huh? No one except you. He laughed. Well, I guess I need to officially get some work done. See you in a bit. Yep, I said, settling down behind my desk. I watched as Tobias left my office and closed the door behind him. Despite him still not knowing what had transpired between me and his sister, I still felt shaken. One of the things that had always made Tobias feel like a brother I never had was the fact that we'd always been so comfortable with each other. Yet now, considering how I felt about his sister, I worried that comfort had been irreparably compromised. An old memory began to resurface from when he and I were in high school. Although Joanna had been such a nerd as a kid, she had still been pretty in her own way. I simply hadn't been able to see it back then. Nevertheless, other boys did. Other boys like Tony Bass, for instance. I recalled one day when Tobias and I had been walking through the school cafeteria during our lunch hour and accidentally heard Tony Bass talking to a group of his friends. "But what is she, a freshman?" a friend of his had asked. "She won't be for long," Tony had responded. "What's her name again?" "Joanna Gentry. She might be small and kind of awkward, but that's all right. Just wait till I'm done with her," Tony had said, with a laugh. "I'm thinking about asking her to homecoming and helping her come out of her shell, if you know what I mean. She's actually kind of hot when you see her without her glasses." "Maybe you have a point there. Besides, you know what they say about the quiet girls," his friend had said, his voice trailing off suggestively, causing Tony and the rest of the group to burst out laughing. Tobias, on the other hand, hadn't found it at all funny. I imagined he must have started seeing red. Before I knew it, and before I could stop him, Tobias had made a beeline straight for Tony, slapping him hard across the back of his head. "Hey!" Tony had yelled, leaping up from his seat. "I don't know who the hell you think you are, but don't you ever let me hear you talking about my sister like that again." "Man, calm down. I didn't do anything to your sister. And you better not, or I swear I will end you. Got it?" "Whatever," Tony had said, and then turned his back on Tobias. "All right, come on," I'd said, gripping Tobias's shoulder and steering him away until we found our own table to occupy. Tobias had kept glaring at Tony the whole time, though. "Relax, man. Let it go," I'd urged him. But Tobias had rubbed his head as if he had a headache. "I just can't believe he said that. Joanna is only 14 years old, and hell, she looks like she's 12. What are guys doing even looking at her that way?" "Beats me," I'd said in return, also unable to fathom how a guy like Tony could be attracted to her. "I guess it's bound to happen eventually, though. You aren't going to be able to fight guys away from her forever." "You want to bet?" Tobias had responded. "I swear, I'll kill anyone who touches her." "Don't be so dramatic," I had said, biting into my ham sandwich. Looking back on it now, though, I realized Tobias wasn't just being dramatic. He probably would kill anyone who touched his sister, including me. I shuddered, feeling profoundly disappointed with myself for winding up in such a predicament when I had clearly known better. It was no secret that I was a sucker for a pretty face, but I had never anticipated one getting me into so much trouble. Yet I knew that after the previous night, it was going to be impossible to keep Joanna out of my head. I kept recalling the feeling and scent of her skin, stirring feelings of desire within me so strong that I could hardly stand it. Which begged the question, how the hell was I going to be able to keep facing Tobias? Although he had always been protective of Joanna, ever since her return to Chicago, he seemed to be even more protective than usual. He had practically been catering to her from the moment she arrived. It was like he was extra focused on her well-being for some reason. As I sat there thinking about it, I contemplated whether it would be wise of me to bring this up to him, to ask if there was any particular reason he was being so overly attentive to her. It may not have been my place, but I wanted to point out to him that she was no longer his baby sister. She was a grown woman, fully capable of looking out for herself. She didn't need to be coddled. And after last night, I got the feeling she wasn't fond of being coddled by him in the first place. Yet I knew it simply wasn't my place to say any of this to him. I tried putting myself in Tobias's shoes, wondering if I had a sister, whether I would be just as protective. How would I feel if I thought a man was disrespecting her? Would I ever feel that anyone was good enough for her? More importantly, what would I think if someone I'd grown up with, trusted, and considered a brother had suddenly developed an inappropriate interest in her? Would I be happy that she was with someone I trusted? Or would I feel betrayed? I sighed, knowing I couldn't fathom the answers to those questions because I simply had never been in such a position before. It was impossible for me to know how I would feel under those circumstances. The only thing I knew for sure was that there was definitely something up, and that Tobias was being extra watchful for a reason. And if he didn't know about me and Joanna yet, then it was just a matter of time before he did. Shit. When that happened, we'd all feel the heat.
Chapter 8. Joanna. Every time I thought about Anderson, a secret smile spread across my face that I was completely helpless at suppressing. I'd been avoiding Tobias all day, terrified that with one look, he'd somehow know what I was hiding. Granted, as an adult, I knew I was perfectly entitled to do as I pleased. But the thought of messing around with my brother's best friend still felt taboo. And no matter how grown up I felt, I had no idea how to approach Tobias over such an issue. I had woken up and left for work before he had, knowing I wouldn't be able to handle riding to work with him, especially if there was a chance he had realized how late it was when I'd returned the night before. I hadn't left Anderson's apartment until the crack of dawn. Even though Tobias had been sleeping by the time I'd returned, there was no doubt that my lateness hadn't gone unnoticed. Furthermore, I knew he had likely wondered why I had snuck out on my own this morning without him. When I'd seen Anderson at the office, we exchanged seductive glances before hurriedly leaving each other's vicinity. He had been going through my mind ever since. I still couldn't believe what had happened between us. When I was a kid, never in a million years would I have thought he'd ever returned my affection. On my third cup of coffee, I was feeling jittery and happy at the same time when my office phone rang. I simply stared at it for a moment in surprise. It was the first time it had rung. And considering I had just been given my own office, I hadn't even had an office phone number for long, so I couldn't fathom who would be calling. I leaned forward in my chair to answer, suddenly expecting it to be Tobias delivering me a message or new assignment. Hello? Well, 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 the voice on the other line said. An ice-cold chill went down my spine. and I could hardly believe what I was hearing. "No," I said in disbelief. "Yes," the voice responded. I could hear the way his lips curled into a smile around the word, and bile rose in my throat. I gripped the phone receiver so tightly that my hand started to ache. I looked toward the window of my office, almost wanting to toss the phone right out of it. "Xander, how did you get this number?" "I have eyes and ears everywhere, sweetheart," he said, making my skin crawl. I hadn't told him where I was going. In fact, I had never even told him about my brother's business. With all the money Tobias made, I was always careful to keep his business private, for my own safety, as well as his. Someone like Xander was the very last person I ever wanted to know about it. "The better question," Xander said, "is what made you think you could run away from me?" "Xander, it's over," I said, tears forming in my eyes. I could so easily hear the deranged tone in his voice. Even if he was a million miles away, it shook me to my very core. "It's not over until I say it's over," he said, his voice dropping to a dangerously low pitch. "And I'm not done with you yet." "Oh, yeah?" I said, attempting to sound braver than I felt. "Well, I don't care, because I'm done with you. Now, I don't know how you got this number, but I suggest you lose it. Don't ever call me again, Xander. I'm warning you." He laughed so loudly, I had to hold the phone receiver away from my ear. "You warning me," he said. "Good one, Joe. Good one. I'm afraid you're mistaken, though. So let me clear things up for you. I'm coming for you, darling. I will find you, and you will never get away from me again. You hear me? In fact, I might even forgive you for this little stunt. But once I get my hands on you, you won't leave me again, Joanna. Never again." Tears strolled down my cheeks. "Xander, you're crazy," I said in a whisper. "You are insane. You need help." "No," he said. "I just need you, my love." "Too bad. Because like I said, I'm done with you. You pathetic asshole." And with that, I slammed the phone down, even though my body trembled from head to toe. I gripped the sides of my chair, trying to force myself to stop shaking. Okay, so he found a phone number, I thought to myself. That doesn't mean he knows where I am. How could he? He can't find my physical location. He can't find me. He doesn't know where I am. He doesn't know where Tobias lives. I never told him. And I packed all my things. I didn't leave anything in his apartment to tell him where I was going. So he's just bluffing. He can't find me. He can't find me. He can't find me. I chanted those words over and over in my head, hoping that if I repeated them enough, I would start to believe them. But I had no such luck. The good mood I'd previously been in felt so far away, like a distant memory. I suddenly realized I couldn't be with Anderson anymore. Not while I had Xander to worry about. I knew how crazy Xander could be, not to mention jealous. If he found out about Anderson... I shuddered, not even wanting to think about it. I stared down at the half-full cup of coffee on my desk, no longer wanting it. With the way I couldn't stop trembling, more caffeine was the last thing I needed. Besides, I needed something stronger than coffee, like a shot of whiskey. Not knowing where they kept the booze in the office, I decided to get water instead. I grabbed my coffee mug and headed to the break room, where I went straight to the sink to toss the remainder of my coffee down the drain. "Good morning, Joanna." I nearly jumped out of my skin, not realizing someone else was in the room. When I turned around, I spotted a woman around my age I'd seen plenty of times around the office, instantly recognizable by her bright green eyes. "Hi. Libby, right?" I said. She smiled warmly and nodded. Her smile quickly faltered, though, getting replaced with a look of concern. "How's it going?" she asked. "Everything all right?" I tried to nod, but treacherous tears began to form in my eyes against my will. I turned to face the wall, trying to take deep and steady breaths, and hoping Libby hadn't noticed my tears. But once they began falling down my cheeks, I knew hiding them was pointless. I jumped again, feeling Libby's hand lightly touch my shoulder. "Joanna? What's wrong?" she asked in a gentle voice. I sniffed louder than I meant to and hastily wiped my eyes. Once again, I tried to force a smile onto my face, but my cheeks wobbled in protest, my jaw muscles refusing to function. "It's nothing, really," I said, shaking my head. Libby simply stared at me. "My ex—" The words left my mouth before I could stop them. "Ah," Libby said. "I've certainly been there before. Come on, sit down." She guided me toward the table at the center of the room and pulled out a chair for me. With a sigh, I took a seat and rested my head in my hands. "I don't know why I'm letting him stress me out like this, especially at work," I said. "It's so unprofessional. The last thing I need is for my brother to find out." "I just saw your brother not long ago," Libby said. "He's running around here like a chicken with its head chopped off, so he's pretty busy. I don't think you have to worry about running into him too soon." "That's good to know," I said, rubbing my eyes. "Well, if you want to talk about it, I'm here. I know you haven't known me for long, but I can always sympathize with a woman going through man trouble. My ex was a complete jerk, too, so I feel your pain." "Mine is more than just a jerk," I said. "He's completely deranged." "What happened?" Libby said, leaning in and taking my hand. I glanced up at her, finding something unusually comforting in her touch, almost as if this woman had been a friend of mine my whole life. In that moment, I also realized how badly I wanted to talk to someone about Xander. He had kept me isolated for so long, I didn't really have any friends by the end. Leaving Miami had been easy because of that. But now, I'd been holding so much in for so long, I just wanted to get it off my chest. "My ex, his name is Xander," I said. "And he was wonderful in the beginning, until he started hitting me." Libby gasped. She squeezed my hand tighter. "I'm so sorry," she said. I nodded. Things got pretty bad between us. He would explode over the littlest and stupidest things. The first time he hit me, it was because he'd had a bad day at work, and I hadn't fixed dinner for him. Never mind that I had just gotten in from work myself. Soon, I started to notice that whenever he felt something was wrong, he would take it out on me as if it was somehow my fault. After so long, I just got to the point where I couldn't take it anymore. I was afraid for my safety, afraid for my life. So I had to leave him. That's why I'm here now. I was living with him in Miami, but after the last fight we had, I couldn't take it anymore. I called my brother and he told me to come live with him, and that he'd give me a job working here, so here I am. Libby gave a reassuring smile. "Well, that's wonderful. You see, things always have a way of working out in the long run, and you should be proud of yourself for finding the strength to leave Xander. So many women never find the strength to leave their abusive relationships until it's way too late and they end up leaving in a body bag." "It's not over, though," I said in a strained whisper, a lump forming in my throat. He just called me," Here, on my office phone. Libby's eyes widened. Wait, he knows where you are? I shrugged my shoulders. I guess. He found the phone number. Should be pretty easy to find the office from there. Ugh, I hate that he makes me feel like this. He still has such a hold on me. Joanna, this sounds serious, Libby said, her brow lowering. You've got to do something. You have to say something. Xander sounds unstable. You don't want someone like him coming back into your life. You need to tell Tobias. I know, but what? Tobias, my brother, has been so good to me. I don't want him to wind up in the middle of this. I never even told Xander about Tobias and his business, and I sure as hell don't want him to ever find out. I just don't want Tobias ever getting caught in the middle of this insanity. That's understandable, but Joanna, your safety is at stake. This isn't something to take lightly. I shook my head, knowing Libby was right, but remaining in denial. I didn't want to think about it. I wanted it all to go away like a bad dream. I'm probably just exaggerating, I said, although my voice sounded lackluster. Joanna, do yourself a favor, and please at least call the cops. I swallowed nervously, not liking the sound of that at all. Calling the police would make it all seem too real, and I still wanted to hold on to the hope that it was all a bad dream that would end soon. I forced a smile onto my face, this time succeeding. No, I don't need to do that. Xander won't come. He was just bluffing. He's all talk. It's nothing really. I'll be fine. I stood up, pulling my hand away from Libby's. Thank you for your concern anyway, though. And then I left the room.
Chapter 9. Anderson. I left work, fully intending to behave myself. But the very moment I stepped into my apartment, images of Joanna filled my mind so thoroughly that I could think of nothing but her touch and how badly I wanted to feel her again. Not even the threat of Tobias could shake her from my mind, which was startling in its own right. There had been plenty of women in my past, too many to even consciously remember. Yet I was fairly certain I had never felt yearnings for them as intensely as I felt for Joanna, and I wasn't sure how to feel about that. On one hand, I supposed it had something to do with the fact that she was supposed to be off-limits to me. I'd always been the kind of man who liked a challenge, and there was something infinitely appealing about the forbidden. As my best friend's sister, Joanna was definitely forbidden, which was part of the reason I wanted her so badly. But there was another part of me that painstakingly thought there was more to it than that. After last night, I honestly could have considered Joanna a mission accomplished. So why, then, was I so desperate to be in her presence again? My habit of tossing women into bed and then being done with them afterwards wasn't exactly commendable, yet most women who got involved with me knew what they were getting into. Almost everyone knew I wasn't the kind of guy who wanted to seriously settle down. I liked playing the field too much. But when it came to Joanna, however, something just felt different, and frankly, I was afraid to contemplate it too much for fear that I would have to face a realization I wasn't ready to acknowledge. After changing out of my work clothes, I grabbed myself a beer and settled down on my couch, trying unsuccessfully to push Joanna from my mind. But naturally, I had no such luck. I kept thinking about her soft skin and curly hair, her tasty lips, her scent, her gorgeous gray eyes and the sound of her voice, her small but supple body in my arms. Resigning, I grabbed my cell phone, my fingers automatically scrolling through my list of contacts for her name. Hello? My cock throbbed at the simple sound of her voice on the other line. Hey, Joanna, I said. There was a brief pause before she spoke again. "Hi, Anderson." "I was just thinking about you," I said. Are you busy?"
"No, not exactly."
"Would you like to come over for dinner at my place? I can cook up something for us." There was another pause, this one a little longer than the first one.
"Sure," she finally said.
"Okay. See you in a little bit, then."
"All right."
She was first to hang up the phone. I remained sitting on the couch for a moment, though, getting the distinct feeling that something was wrong, but not being quite able to figure out what. I thought back to seeing Joanna in the office that morning. She had looked right at me, giving me a sexy and sly grin that had practically set my body on fire. Yet we kept our distance from each other for the rest of the day. In hindsight, though, I recalled catching glimpses of her throughout the day and noting how her mood seemed to steadily sour. I had initially chalked it up to the day being extremely busy for all of us, for it had been the kind of day that could make even the calmest person's head spin, let alone a new employee. But what if that hadn't been the problem at all? What if it was something else? I'd spent so much time worrying about how wrong it was for me to entertain thoughts of sleeping with my best friend's sister, but how did it feel from her end? Was it possible that she had even more reservations than I did, considering that she was messing around with the best friend of her brother? Tobias was like family to me, but he literally was family to her. She agreed to come over, though, I reminded myself. That has to mean she's willing. I stood from the couch and headed to the kitchen, figuring that with Joanna being on her way, I would soon know how she truly felt. So for the time being, there was no need for me to stress about it. All I could do was start preparing the dinner I had promised her. When I opened the door to find Joanna standing on the other side, my lips curved into a smile that I couldn't hold back. She looked up at me and grinned. "Hey," she said. "Hey," I said, stepping forward to wrap my arms around her in a hug. She slowly wrapped her arms around me, returning the hug and squeezing me around my middle as I lowered my lips to kiss her forehead, and then moved aside, permitting her entrance. She said, as I closed the door behind her. "Smells good." "Thanks." "What are we having?" "I hope you're a fan of spaghetti." "I sure am," she said, smiling and pulling off her jacket. She had changed out of her work clothes, now wearing a nice pair of jeans and a flowing blouse that her lovely figure still managed to show through. "Great, let's dig in." "That was delicious," Joanna said, wiping the corners of her mouth with her napkin. I stared at her lips, wanting nothing more than to pounce across the table to kiss them. "Thank you," I said. She picked up her plate and stood. "No, I got it," I said, reaching for her plate. She smiled and handed it over while I proceeded to clear the table. Cleaning the dishes in the kitchen, I couldn't deny feeling the awkwardness I suddenly felt between me and Joanna. Although dinner had been a success, I knew there was something on Joanna's mind that she wasn't letting me in on. She had been somewhat distracted throughout the whole meal as I tried to engage her with chit-chat. It bothered me, but I didn't want to press the issue. I didn't want to force anything out of her until she was ready to tell me on her own. After cleaning our plates, I searched through my cabinet, finding a bottle of wine that I'd been saving for a special occasion, and figuring it was a good time to finally pop it open. I retrieved 2 wine glasses and returned to the living room, where Joanna was still seated at the table, staring off into oblivion. She didn't look up until she heard the clink of the wine glasses as I sat them on the table. "It's been a long day," I said. "Mind having a drink with me?" Joanna gave me a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "I'd love to," she said, watching me pop the cork. I poured generous portions into each of the glasses and handed one over to her. Taking the other and raising it into the air, Joanna followed my lead. "To getting away from one hell of a day at the office," I said. "Hear, hear," Joanna said, clinking her glass against mine. We sipped our wine and then headed to the couch, where I turned on the TV and flipped through the channels to find a movie. Joanna sighed and rested her head on my shoulder. I wrapped my arm around her, squeezing her gently to my side. "Is everything all right?" I asked after a moment. "You seem a bit distracted tonight." "More like I could use a distraction," she said. She turned her head to look at me, and then planted a kiss on my cheek. "Thank you for inviting me over, Anderson." "No, thank you for coming over. I almost didn't think you would. Tobias, does he know?" "No," Joanna said, not giving me a chance to finish the sentence. "I just told him I was going out for fresh air." "Oh, okay," I said, although I thought her excuse sounded too feeble. "Just out of curiosity, how do you think he would react to us?" Joanna sighed. "No idea. I don't think I'm ready to find out any time soon, though. I mean, unless you want to tell him." "Not a chance," I said with a chuckle. "It can wait." "Right." Joanna placed her hand on my thigh. "Anderson?" "Huh?" "What exactly are we doing here?" "I don't know," I said after a brief pause. "We're just doing what seems natural, I guess. I mean, just taking things one day at a time, right?" "I guess." Her expression grew distant once again. She was becoming more and more of a mystery to me. Had she wanted me to give a more definitive answer? Did I even have one? It was the kind of thought I just didn't want to contemplate too much just yet. I simply wanted to enjoy whatever Joanna and I had, right then and there, not worried by what would happen in the future. I glanced down at her, seeing that she was staring at the television, although I got the impression she wasn't really watching it. I tightened my arm around her, letting my hand rub against her waist, and then toy with the hemline of her blouse. When she didn't object, I slowly slid my hand under her shirt. She arched her back and looked at me again. I stared into her gray eyes, my body heating up with desire for her. I didn't want to pressure her, though, especially if she was having second thoughts about what had happened between us the previous night. "Do you want to stay here for a while longer? Or are you ready to leave?" I asked, removing my hand from under her shirt. She raised her eyebrows. "Do you want me to leave?" I shook my head. "No, not at all. But it's up to you." "Then I'm not ready to leave." Her voice trailed off as she slowly lifted her head from my shoulder. She stared into my eyes for a moment, and then inched closer to me. I closed my eyes, savoring the feeling of her soft lips pressing against mine. She rose to her knees and straddled me. I wrapped my arms around her waist again, pulling her closer and deepening the kiss. Every ounce of self-restraint I had crumbled at the sound of the low moan coming from her throat. Our situation was complicated, and I had no idea how it was going to end. But in that moment, I didn't care. We could figure it out later.
Chapter 10. Joanna. I ground against Anderson, becoming pliable under his hands. This was exactly what I needed after Xander's phone call. I needed this distraction. I needed Anderson's nearness so I would forget that maybe Xander's words weren't an empty threat as I had thought. When Anderson called me, I was too close to rejecting him. I was already down in the dumps, ready to spend the rest of my evening in my bed. so I wasn't sure if I actually wanted his company. After realizing that Xander wasn't going to give up on me that easily after all, everything went downhill, and I had no idea what I was going to do. In the end, spending time with Anderson was a good idea. I didn't want to drag him into my mess with Xander, but it was difficult to resist him when he looked so good and made me feel so safe. And when our eyes met just a couple of seconds ago, everything clicked. I wanted him, and I wasn't going to let anyone get in between us, especially not that bastard Xander. Anderson thrust his tongue into my mouth, and heat spread through me, his passionate kiss slowly erasing the residues of today's bitter feelings. I responded immediately, pushing my hands underneath his shirt to feel his skin. Once more, I was amazed with his sheer strength, and my pussy pulsated in response. He was perfect in every way. Tonight, he was all mine. "What are you doing to me?" he muttered huskily. I pulled his shirt off and spread my fingers all over his chest, leaning to his neck. I left a line of wet kisses over it, enjoying his grunts of pleasure, just as his hand slipped under my shirt and reached the clasp of my bra, quick to undress me. I straightened myself up to let him take my blouse off along with my bra, reveling in his eyes on me. "I can't take my eyes off of you." His words and the way he looked at me induced some indescribable feeling that was unlike anything I had felt with him so far. It went beyond attraction or this intensified lust, but I had no time to pinpoint it because his hands moved to my breasts, doing exactly what I desired. Never taking his eyes off my breasts, he rubbed my nipples with his thumbs, and juices poured out of my mound, soaking my panties. My nipples rose to meet him, hardening under his sensual touch. "Yes, Anderson." His mouth landed on my nipple, wrapping around it greedily, and my breath hitched in my throat. I threaded my fingers through his hair, rubbing myself against his rigid cock, needing this friction to soothe the fast throbbing of my core. I lowered my hand to his crotch and palmed it. "Take off your jeans," I told him. He didn't waste time doing it, getting rid of the rest of his clothes in no time. I got to my knees in between his widespread legs and brought my mouth to the head of his cock. "Now it's my turn to taste you," I told him, our gazes fixed. His eyes rolled to the back of his head when my lips connected with his cock, a hiss leaving his mouth. "Joanna." He fisted his hands when I took his whole size into my mouth, surprised I was able to do so. I was surprised myself. Since he was long and thick, I had wondered if I was going to be able to take it all inside. His widened eyes now looked at me in awe, and my insides warmed. I moved slowly at first, then more quickly, relishing in the power I had over him. His hands pressed into my head and led me up and down, suggesting the tempo he needed, and I added my tongue into play. "You're so good." Another curse escaped his lips before he brought me up to my feet. "Let's take this to my bedroom." He ushered me into his bedroom and closed the door, giving me a once-over that brought blush to my cheeks. "Those jeans are not needed at the moment." He closed the distance between us and slammed his lips against mine, his hands working on the zipper of my jeans in frenzy. In a matter of seconds, I was completely naked, our bodies molding against each other perfectly as our lips danced together. "Now it's my time to pleasure you," he said into my lips, our quick breaths mixing together. "On all fours," he told me, pointing at the edge of his king-size bed. I felt flutters in my stomach as I did what I was told, impatient to feel his mouth on me. He knelt on the floor right behind me and grabbed my butt, bringing his mouth right to my clit. Oh! My loud moan ripped through the air, followed by a series of grunts when he started sucking me. I fisted my hands on the sheets, writhing against him. "Anderson, don't stop. It's so good." My words spurred him to suck me faster, right before he brought his fingers to my hole. He pushed 2 digits inside, penetrating me fully at once. "Yes!" I screamed and started rocking my hips back and forth, rather restless. He fingered me fast, bringing sweet pleasure that spread everywhere in me. My juices trickled down my thighs as his fingers increased their pace, joined by another digit. My mind was in a daze, my world clouding with the upcoming orgasm. He was too good, and I was quickly growing addicted to this. I was growing addicted to him. "Come," he ordered me. "Come right now." His lips pressed roughly against my throbbing clitoris, which pushed me over the edge. "Anderson!" Gripping the sheets through my climax, I was barely able to breathe as my whole body convulsed. He licked the juices off my thighs. "I just love your taste, Joanna. Come on. Let's make you come one more time." "I can't believe this. It feels amazing. I rocked my hips hard when I neared a new orgasm, feeling rapturous. I called his name again and again as his mouth worked on my clit, sucking it deliciously, and came violently. "Anderson, yes." I screamed into the sheets, my legs shuddering, feeling a high like never before. He moved to grab a condom from his nightstand and sheathed himself with it. "Don't move. I want to take you from behind," he told me. His hands felt my ass, his loving touch a prelude to his hard penetration. Holding my hips in place, he impaled me on his cock, sending his whole size into me right away. "This is something else," he muttered behind me, and started moving, our ragged breaths mixing together. "Your pussy is so tight and soft, and I can't get enough of it." Soon he picked up his pace, and everything else stopped to exist but this man right here and these things he created in me. He managed to erase all bad feelings and fill the space with lust, pleasure, and bliss, each thrust hard and rewarding. My heart threatened to burst when he flipped me around and placed my legs over his shoulders, entering me deeper than ever before. Our eyes locked, silently communicating with each other as he pounded into me like he was chasing something that was almost there but not quite yet. "You're beautiful." He wrapped his fingers around my breast and kneaded it, bringing his other hand to my mound. "I've never felt this way before." His thumb rubbed my clit in circles, pushing me closer to an orgasm. "Please," I begged him. "Please what?" "Make me come." "Always." A few moments later, I was riding on another wave of high, my vision blurred, and he followed, pushing himself to the brim before he stilled. None of us said a word for a while, our warm bodies doing the talking instead. Chapter 11. Joanna. I woke up with a start when I felt something warm on my nipple. I wasn't even aware of when I had dozed off, but ecstasy replaced my brief confusion when I found Anderson kissing my skin. "What are you doing?" I muttered. "It seems that I really can't get enough of you. Come on, let's take a shower together." He led me to his huge bathroom with a shower and a tub and went straight for the shower. He pulled me under the current of the hot water, which felt more than amazing, energizing me. "Since you've been a little tense, I wanted to do this for you. He turned me around and took the shower gel, but instead of just rubbing it on my skin before rinsing, he started massaging me. Oh, that is, I purred, closing my eyes when he pressed the spot that was extremely tense. Good. Amazing. He let out a low chuckle. Just relax, and let me take care of you. He continued his massage, but then his touch turned sensual, stirring fire in me that begged to be doused. He began soaping me, his fingers sliding over my pussy and chest skillfully, and I couldn't wait to get him inside of me. I faced him and took the soap. Now it's my turn. I went over every plane and crevice of his body before we rinsed each other, ready to be taken right here and now. Anderson? Make love to me. He picked me up and pressed me against the tiles, probing my entrance with his rock-hard manhood. His lips pressed against mine when he started moving, giving me exactly what I had yearned for. I love how wet you are. Always wet and ready for me. I dug my fingers into his shoulders, responding to the sensations he evoked in my body. He rammed into me, fast, never looking away from me, and I felt something I hadn't in a long time. This was more than sex. This was something else entirely. But before I could determine what this was, he gave me another orgasm, wiping off all my thoughts. Ah! I leaned my head against the tiles. I was in heaven. Yes, Joanna. Damn, I'm coming. A few thrusts later, he pushed inside to the hilt and ejaculated, holding me like he never wanted to let me go. Deep down inside, I actually wanted that. I wanted him to be mine and hold me forever.
Chapter 12. Anderson. The last night I'd spent with Joanna had been sexy, to say the least, but the strange and distant feeling I had felt coming from her had remained persistent. Like the time before, she woke early to leave, and when we encountered each other at the office the following day, we exchanged glances but stayed careful to keep our distance from each other to avoid suspicion. All the while, I kept trying to carry on as if I wasn't bothered by it all. Never before had a woman's distance, physical or emotional, actually messed with my head, as long as I got what I wanted out of the ordeal. But this time around was entirely different. I was dying to know what was bothering Joanna, as well as how she truly felt about me. Yet the opportunity for me to ask kept evading me. Not to mention, there was the ever-present issue of Tobias's potential reaction. A few days had passed since my last night with Joanna. I was just about to pack up and clock out for the day when Tobias knocked on my office door, announcing his presence. "Yeah," I said, turning around. Like always these days, a tightness formed in my chest at the sight of him. Every time he approached me, or merely looked me in the eyes, I braced myself, afraid that he was about to confront me about Joanna. It was like walking on eggshells and hoping the whole time that Tobias, the one person in the world who probably knew me better than anyone, wouldn't notice. I knew it was only a matter of time, though. Tobias was too intuitive, especially when it came to me and Joanna, to remain in the dark for much longer. We simply wouldn't be able to keep this under wraps, with Tobias constantly lurking around. "What are you doing tonight?" he asked, stepping into my office with his hands in his pockets. I stared, wondering if this was a trick question of some sort. I glanced down to the way he held his hands in his pants pockets, wondering if he was forming fists, ready to punch my lights out in a moment's notice. Nothing?" I said. Tobias nodded. "Cool. Why don't you come over to my place for a drink?" Again, I delayed my response, watching him carefully, Was there a chance he wanted to get me and Joanna in the same spot, so that he could confront us both at the same time? I suddenly felt like I was 14 years old again, that time when my parents finally figured out that I'd been late coming home from school because I'd been sneaking around with a girl. Tobias wasn't my parent, but ironically, I felt even more nervous now than I had back then. "Any special occasion I should know about?" I asked, feeling my palms growing sweaty. Tobias shook his head. "Nope," he said, and then turned around to leave. I could hear him whistling as he headed down the hall. I swore to myself, feeling certain that I had wound up in some kind of trap. And considering that I had failed to give him a clear answer, I saw no way of escaping. Tobias would be expecting me to show up, since I hadn't said otherwise. And if I had to face Joanna right in front of him, who knew what would happen? I stood there, contemplating whether I should tell Tobias that I couldn't make it. I would need a believable excuse, though, and my mind was already drawing a blank. Ultimately, however, I realized that being afraid to hang out with my best friend would do nothing but make me look even more suspicious, if he wasn't feeling suspicious of me already. With a sigh, I turned off the lights in my office, deciding that I would stop by my apartment first, drop off my briefcase, change clothes, and then head to Tobias's place, praying that the evening wouldn't conclude in the end of the best friendship I'd ever known. Chapter 13. Anderson. "Why are you just standing around like that, man? Sit down. Make yourself at home. Stop acting weird," Tobias said, as I stood in his dining room, presumably looking like a deer caught in headlights. I gave a wry laugh and headed for the dining room table. "Dude, I'm not serving you dinner," Tobias said. "Oh, right. Yeah," I said, and then headed to the living room to sit on the couch instead. "How are things going with those numbers?" Tobias called out from somewhere in the kitchen. I opened my mouth, meaning to respond, but instead got choked up and started coughing. "Hell, forget it," Tobias said, returning with a case of beer. "I don't even want to think about that right now. Don't know why I even brought it up." He handed me a beer, and I took it, not meeting his eyes. I then found myself glancing around against my will, subconsciously waiting to see if Joanna would suddenly pop up. Tobias flopped down on the couch across from me and popped his beer open. "I don't know about you," he said, "but this week has been kicking my ass." Again, I forced a laugh. "Yeah, it's been busy, that's for sure," I said, opening the beer he'd handed to me. "Here's to hoping the weekend goes by slowly," Tobias said, raising his beer in the air as if in a toast. "Right," I said, doing the same with mine. I took a long, slow sip as a stretch of silence spread between me and Tobias. "I don't know," Tobias said suddenly. "You've been acting weird lately, but it doesn't seem to be stress. Has this week really been tough on you? What's really going on?" "Nothing," I said too quickly. "Just, your after-work activities?" Tobias said, with his eyebrows raised. My heart practically stopped in my chest. I gripped my beer so tightly that I was in danger of crushing the bottle. Tobias's gray eyes, the exact same shade as Joanna's, narrowed at me. "How are things going in that department for you anyway these days?" he asked. I opened and closed my mouth for a moment, sputtering and making inarticulate noises. What do you mean?" I finally said. Tobias smirked, the sight of it looking somewhat sinister. "Yeah, there's something going on. You're stuttering." "Come on, man," I said, trying to sound nonchalant. "What is this, an interrogation?" "Just trying to figure out what's going on with you lately," Tobias said, chugging another beer. "You seem kind of distant. Makes me think it's girl trouble. Based on your reaction, it is." "It's not," I said, realizing too late how defensive I sounded. "Yeah, right." Tobias stared at me, his gaze challenging. "You know, you might as well tell me," he said. "I'm not getting any play in that department, trying to keep up with work and Joanna and all. Might as well live vicariously through you, man." I almost choked at the sound of Joanna's name. I closed my eyes for a second, hoping he hadn't noticed. "That bad, huh?" Tobias said, leaning forward and resting his elbows on his knees. "So what happened? You get caught by somebody's boyfriend? Somebody's husband?" I waited with bated breath, thinking he was just seconds away from saying, "Somebody's pissed off, overprotective brother." I rubbed the back of my neck, wishing more than anything for a change in subject. I shook my head and stared down into my lap, trying to think of what I could possibly say. "All right, fine," Tobias said, reaching for another beer. "Be like that." "Like what?" "Secretive. You're acting like Joanna." "What? How so?" Tobias shrugged, a glossy look in his eyes, indicating that he had likely downed a few beers before I had even arrived. "She's just going through a lot, man. It's hard to be the big brother and feel like you don't know what to do. I always knew I'd have a hard time whenever she got her heart broken. Makes me want to strangle the hell out of someone." I swallowed another sip of beer, relaxing somewhat, and starting to feel that Tobias truly didn't know about me and Joanna yet. "Oh," I said. I wanted to question him further, but didn't know what to say. So instead, I waited quietly, sensing that he would elaborate soon if I stayed patient. He sighed again. "I thought that fool was going to be the one for her. I'd been waiting on the inevitable call when she'd tell me that they were getting married or having a baby or something like that. They'd been serious with each other for a while. Hell, seemed like a really long time, to tell you the truth. Longer than anything I'd ever had. I just knew my baby sis would walk down the aisle before I did." My ears prickled. Despite our close friendship, I had never heard Tobias speak so in-depth about his sister and her relationship. I was surprised to learn that she had been so seriously involved with someone. "Was this recent?" I asked, curiosity getting the best of me. Tobias nodded. "Yup, that's why she moved in with me. They broke up. He was abusive." I set down my beer, suddenly feeling lightheaded, and it wasn't just from being surprised this time, though. I was furious. Abusive? That motherfucker. I clenched my teeth, the mere thought of someone hurting Joanna making me feel irrationally angry. I also wondered how it had happened in the first place. Joanna was so smart, beautiful, and independent. It just didn't seem plausible that she would let anyone treat her that way. But then again, that had to be the reason she left to begin with. "Yeah, looks like you want to strangle him too," Tobias said, his words slightly slurred. "It was that Xander guy I was telling you about." I leaned back on the couch, my mind spinning. I began to wonder if Xander was the reason Joanna had suddenly been acting so distant. I knew she was hiding something from me. Was this it? "She's ended things with him now, though, right?" I asked. Tobias nodded. "Yeah, they're a done deal. That's the only reason I haven't gone after the creep myself." "Well, that's good to know." "Sure, but what?" Tobias's face screwed up. "Something still isn't right. I think she's already seeing someone else." My ears prickled again. "What makes you say that?" "The way she's been acting," Tobias said, shaking his head. "I've always been close with my sister, but she's always been too damn secretive for her own good, and her secrets always manage to get her in trouble, and when she's in trouble, she comes to me. The whole cycle is getting old, to be honest. If she could just learn to be upfront for a change instead of handling everything on her own, before problems get out of her control, she wouldn't wind up in all the messes she gets herself into. Sometimes it keeps me up at night, wondering what she would do if she couldn't always count on me to clean up after her. I cleared my throat. Well, as long as she's not with Xander anymore, it doesn't matter, right? As long as she's happy, with whoever. Tobias shook his head. I'm her big brother. I deserve to know who she's with. She doesn't know how to read guys the way I can. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up with someone like Xander in the first place. After dealing with Xander, she should know how to recognize a good man from a bad one now. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Tobias huffed. I love my sister, but her taste in men sucks. Mark my words, if she doesn't end up with another creep like Xander, she'll run right into the arms of a playboy. I'm going to find out what's going on, though. She's living under my roof, so she's not going to be able to keep it a secret for much longer. I swallowed down the rest of my beer in practically one swallow, avoided eye contact with my best friend, the guy who has practically just threatened me. Of course I fell for his sister, and now he was after me. Thank God he didn't know it yet.
Chapter 14. Joanna. When the lunch hour arrived, I was nothing short of starving. I gladly shut my laptop and slid away from my desk, where I stood and stretched, desperately needing a break. My head was so thoroughly swimming with numbers that I still saw them when I closed my eyes. At least until visions of Anderson began to fill my head. I sighed, wishing so much that I could go see him. We were remaining cautious at work, not wanting to trigger the suspicions of Tobias, or anyone else for that matter. I had never been one to engage in workplace relationships, and doing so seemed to go against everything I stood for. But I was helpless in controlling my attraction to Anderson. Besides, our relationship had technically started before we became coworkers, so on some level, I used that as justification. Plus, there were other issues to be concerned with when it came to Anderson that greatly overshadowed the fact that I now worked with him. Even though it hadn't been long since we first started entertaining each other, having to sneak around was already starting to wear on me. I had contemplated simply letting the cat out of the bag more than a time or two, curious about how Tobias would react. After all, Anderson was his best friend. Wouldn't he be happy for us? I wanted to believe he would, but at the end of the day, there was no way to be entirely sure. Furthermore, I got the feeling Anderson wasn't ready to tell Tobias yet, so out of respect for him, I kept quiet. The timing simply wasn't right. "Hey, Joanna." Startled out of my thoughts, I looked up to see Libby heading my way. She smiled warmly. "I was wondering if you'd like to join me for lunch." I smiled and nodded. "Yeah, sure, I'm starving. And going out for lunch certainly sounds better than getting junk from the vending machines like I've been doing. Come on, then. I definitely know something better than a vending machine. There's a nice little restaurant around the corner. It's within walking distance. We should be able to eat and get back in no time." "Great. Sounds good to me," I said, grabbing my purse and heading out of the office with her. As we made our way out of the building, I caught a glimpse of Anderson speaking with another coworker and tried my best not to stare, despite the way my heart leapt at seeing him. It was a beautiful day outside. The sun was shining and the breeze was comfortable, making me grateful that Libby had come to save me from sitting in the gloomy break room and dining on M&Ms and potato chips. Less than 10 minutes later, we were at a table for two, sipping lemonade and eating our lunches. "So," Libby said, "how's everything going with you today?" I took a bite of my grilled chicken sandwich, which was a little colder than I would have liked it. "All right, I guess." Libby paused from munching on her salad and leaned forward toward me from across the table. "What about with Xander?" she asked in a lowered voice. "Has he tried to contact you again?" I swallowed my bite of sandwich and shook my head. "No, thank goodness." "But you're still worried," Libby said with a frown. "I can tell something is still bothering you." I shrugged my shoulders. "Well, Xander can be really unpredictable at times, so there's always reason to worry. At least a little bit. I still don't think he can actually find me, though, but you still won't call the police?" "It's not that serious," I said, suddenly feeling somewhat defensive. "Not that serious? The man beat you, called you at your new job, and threatened to come for you again. Joanna, honey, don't make excuses for him." "I am not making excuses." All right, Libby said, holding her hands up in a surrendering gesture. I took a sip of water and swished it around my mouth for a second. "I'm sorry," I said, knowing I hadn't meant to yell at her. "It's just, I don't want to make things any more complicated than they already are. What would I tell the police anyway? That I'd gotten a phone call I didn't like, but knew the perpetrator was too far away to be a serious threat? It would all just be a waste of time. Trust me, if I ever feel like I need to call someone, I will. But right now it just isn't necessary." Libby nodded. "Okay, good. That's all I want to hear. I don't mean to seem like I'm prying too much into your personal life, but I'm just worried about you, that's all. I've known women in your situation before, and I've seen things go terribly wrong far too many times. I don't want that to happen to you. Neither do I. And I won't let it. After the last black eye he gave me, I learned my lesson." "Have you at least told your brother yet?" I shook my head. "No, he wouldn't take it too well. And I don't want to worry him unnecessarily. Tobias can be a hothead, and he's been wanting to fight my battles ever since I was a kid. He needs to realize that I'm capable of taking care of myself. It's bad enough that I have to temporarily stay with him, and needed him to offer me a job. If there ever comes a time when he needs to know more about Xander, though, I'll tell him. But he knows enough for now, though." "Okay," Libby said. "As long as you're willing to act when you have to. That's all that counts. That's all I can ask for. Trust your instincts." The two of us ate in silence for a moment, before Libby spoke again. "How have things been going for you at the office? Do you like working there, or do you miss your old job?" I considered her question and sighed. "I can't lie. I do miss my old job a bit. But at the same time, I do sort of like working with you guys." "Just sort of, huh?" Libby said with a laugh, dabbing the corners of her mouth with a napkin. I laughed too. "I didn't mean it like that," I said. "I like working with you guys. It's just been an adjustment, that's all. Actually, I think the bigger adjustment has simply been getting used to Chicago again, after living in Miami for so long." A faraway gaze crossed Libby's face. "Miami," she said in a longing tone. "What I wouldn't give to live there and not deal with Chicago winters." "Yeah, getting away from the wind and snow was nice," I said. "But getting away from Xander became more important. I'll take wind, snow, hail, and sleet over his fists and temper tantrums any day." "Well, that's a given," Libby said, snapping out of her reverie. "Enough about Xander for now, though. Are you going to get yourself back out there?" "Back out where?" I asked. "Back out in the dating game," Libby said, as if her question had been obvious. "You're too young and pretty not to, Joanna." Warmth crept into my cheeks, and I took another bite of my sandwich, deliberately chewing slowly to keep myself from having to answer right away. "Yeah, I guess. Eventually. If someone catches my eye. I'm not exactly looking or rushing to jump into anything right now, though. I need some time to myself for a little while." "That's perfectly understandable, but just don't let Xander hold you back forever, all right? You've got to get back out there sooner or later, said Libby. "I mean, have you been getting out? It's going to be hard to meet people if all you've been doing is going back and forth from the office to your brother's place, even though we do have some pretty nice eye candy in the office. And don't worry, I don't mean your brother. That'd be weird." I accidentally spilled some of my lemonade as I tried to take a sip. Libby chuckled. "Oh, so you've noticed, have you?" "Noticed what? How drop-dead gorgeous Anderson Lawrence is? Come on. You must think he's attractive. You'd have to be blind not to." I cleared my throat. "Well, I've known him for a long time, ever since I was a kid. He and my brother are best friends. They grew up together." "Bummer," Libby said. "So he's like a brother to you, huh? Maybe you don't realize how hot he is then." I pressed my lips together, knowing that couldn't be further from the truth. Fortunately, Libby was looking down at her salad, and I had time to recompose myself before she placed a forkful in her mouth and looked up at me again. "He's seeing someone, though, right?" she asked. I felt a swoop go through my stomach and was pretty sure some of the blood had drained from my face. Anderson, seeing someone? "What makes you say that?" I asked with bated breath. I gripped my glass, although I didn't want another sip. Libby's mouth twisted into a contemplative pout. "Seems like I remember hearing that he was seeing someone at some point, or several someones more accurately. That man has quite a reputation, from what I've heard. But that's to be expected, right? He's too good-looking for his own good. I'm sure he's got women fawning at his feet everywhere he goes, worshipping the ground he walks on. And he's a natural flirt. Was he always that way?" I cleared my throat. Yeah. He was like that in high school." "That figures," Libby said. "It's just not fair. Some of us have to go through an awkward phase as teenagers, but Anderson, he was probably born beautiful." I took another bite of my sandwich, although my mouth had gone quite dry and I'd lost my appetite. "So you think he's with someone right now?" I asked, trying to keep my voice level and ignoring the knots forming in my stomach. I hated how jealous I felt, knowing I had no real claim to Anderson. There was nothing official between us. We were merely sleeping together occasionally. He hadn't made any serious commitment to me, and I hadn't made one to him. I had no right to feel jealous about what was possibly going on between him and other women. But I still hated it. Sitting across from Libby and working myself into a silent fury, I was forced to acknowledge that I wished I had a claim to Anderson. I wanted him. Badly. All to myself. "If I had to take a guess," Libby said, "I'd say he was single and just playing around, if you catch my drift. But I don't know. There's just something about him. He seems like the kind of guy who wouldn't ever really settle down and get serious with anyone. He reminds me of an uncle I had. The whole family knew hell would have to freeze over before that man ever got married." I tried to force a laugh, but it sounded so disingenuous that I stopped instantly and took another sip of my lemonade, even though it had begun to taste like water. While I enjoyed Libby's company, I was suddenly ready for lunch to be over so that I could be alone with my thoughts. My thoughts, which were filled with Anderson.
Chapter 15. Anderson. It was a new work week, which meant new trials and tribulations, as well as new projects and frustrations, and most of all, more boring meetings to attend. Earlier in the day, I had almost forgotten about the upcoming staff meeting entirely. I suppose that wasn't surprising, though. My thoughts were so preoccupied with Joanna these days. I sometimes thought I would forget my own head if it weren't attached to my neck. As the meeting got started, my co-workers all put forth a valiant effort in paying attention. I, on the other hand, couldn't even muster the energy to pretend. I stared down at the table before me, drumming my fingers on it and letting their voices turn into distant drones, knowing Tobias would fill me in on the details later. Granted, I'd caught his irritated glances, informing me that he knew I wasn't paying attention. Yet I couldn't bring myself to care. I suppose part of the problem was that I'd had too many sleepless nights. It seemed that every night when I closed my eyes, I would have visions of Joanna's soft eyes, her beautiful face, the feel of her soft skin, and the pleasure of her body on top of mine. And then the frustration would kick in as her face slowly morphed into that of her brother's. Her seductive eyes would turn into his judgmental ones, and I'd spend the rest of the night wondering how Joanna and I were going to carry on once he eventually found us out. I kept telling myself that Joanna and I needed to have a serious discussion about it. We needed to be mature and fess up before things got too far out of control. I knew that it would be best if we told Tobias, rather than letting him find out on his own. As long as we continued to sneak around behind his back, it made it seem like we were consciously deceiving him, which we were. The realization of this had started to make me feel disgusted with myself. What kind of friend was I to do this to my best buddy? I just didn't know how much longer I could keep all the bullshit up. I sighed and let my hand fall flat on the table, making more noise than I intended, and subsequently causing a hitch in the conversation flow in the room. I caught Tobias's eye and mouthed the word, "Sorry." He gave me an exasperated eye roll, and then turned his attention back to whatever topic was at hand. Within seconds, the voices in the room returned to distant drones in the back of my mind. I glanced around the room, feeling guilty to see that everyone else was so thoroughly invested. My own restlessness was starting to make me feel self-conscious. It wasn't like I hadn't heard the rumors. A handful of employees wholeheartedly believed that I had only risen to my rank in the firm due to my friendship with Tobias. More than a time or two, Tobias had told me that I needed to be careful and make sure that I showed my worth around the firm to ensure no one believed I was there just due to favoritism on his end. Which made me wonder if he'd had a similar conversation with Joanna. Joanna. I'd fallen into the trap of thinking about her again, just as I always did. No considerable amount of time ever passed these days without her lovely face slipping into my mind. A sigh accidentally escaped my lips at the thought of her. I cringed, knowing that my neighbor had heard it, based on the irritated glance he shot at me. "Pull it together, Anderson," I inwardly scolded myself. Vowing to pay better attention, I sat up straight in my chair. But no matter how hard I tried, I just couldn't stay focused. Giving up, I stood from my seat, figuring that I needed a break to take a walk and get the blood back flowing in my brain. Otherwise, I was going to be completely useless for the rest of the meeting, and there was still at least a half hour to go. "Pardon me," I said, nodding respectfully at Tobias, and then excusing myself from the room. It wasn't the most professional of actions, but it was better than sitting at the table like an antsy 10-year-old. I headed down the hall, whistling to myself, planning to get a sip of water, visit the men's room, and then return to the meeting with renewed focus. "Good morning, Mr. Lawrence." I turned toward the sing-song voice behind me and was rewarded with the sight of Joanna herself. She trailed behind me, seemingly on her way back from running an errand. She gave me a sly smile that practically made me combust with desire. "Good morning, Miss Gentry," I said, bowing at her with a grin on my face. She giggled, and suddenly a rebellious streak came over me. I cast a cautious glance down the hall, checking to see if anyone else was coming. It was fortunate that I did, as one of our co-workers was rounding the corner. Joanna and I separated, permitting her room to pass down the hall as she nodded at both of us in greeting. Once she was out of sight, I grabbed Joanna's hand and led her around the opposite corner. "Is there something I can do for you, Mr. Lawrence?" Joanna said, in a tone of mock professionalism, struggling to keep the laughter out of her voice. "Possibly," I said, smirking and stopping before an old supply closet. "I think I need you to help me find something in there, if you don't mind." I opened the door, pulled her inside with me, and then closed it again. I flipped on the light switch, revealing the closet to be full of office supplies and anything else an office could possibly need. "What is it that you're looking for?" Joanna asked, cocking her head sideways. I slowly moved closer to her, slinking my arm around her waist. "I'm looking for something right about here," I said, lowering my face to the crook of her neck, and kissed the soft skin there. Joanna groaned and wrapped her arms around my neck, her body flush with mine. My heart pounded a mile a minute, knowing that we couldn't afford to be so bold, carrying out such antics in the workplace right under Tobias's nose. Nevertheless, I couldn't help myself. I wanted her so badly. My dick responded to her every moan, every touch of her ample lips or soft hands. And it didn't help that she seemed to have no objections. I lifted my face from her neck so that I could kiss her lips. She returned the kiss in earnest, tightening her arms around me, and for a moment I lost all my reason. I lifted her right off her feet and carried her to an extra desk in the corner, wanting to be buried inside of her badly. She wrapped her legs around me and pushed her tongue more deeply into my mouth, which made my cock painfully hard. I cupped her firm ass and ground her against me, remembering the way her pussy felt around me, too tight and too wet. I unbuttoned the top 3 buttons of her blouse and pushed my hand inside, covering her lush breast. She moaned, and I felt too close to losing the last thread of control I possessed. I couldn't help myself but brush her nipple with my thumb, relishing in the way it quickly responded to my touch. "How I wish I can eat you and take you right here." "Ah, you're so bad." She rubbed her hot core against my dick, taunting me, and I smashed my lips against hers in the search of another quick Joanna fix. After several long moments, we separated, gazing at each other. Her expression was lustful, but apprehensive at the same time. "We are so screwed if someone finds us in here," she whispered. "Tell me about it," I said. Logic told me to step back, but my body refused to obey the command. "How much longer are we going to keep this up?" Joanna asked. "This secrecy. Sometimes I can hardly stand it." "I know what you mean. Trust me, I do," I said, letting my fingers slide across her neck before I left an open-mouthed kiss right below her ear, clouded by desire. "Do you really?" I took a half step back, taken aback by the somewhat cross tone in Joanna's voice. A slight wrinkle appeared in her brow, and the corners of her mouth turned downward. "What?" I was astonished at the sudden change between us. "You don't think this is just as hard on me as it is on you?" Joanna shrugged her shoulders and averted her gaze. "I don't know," she said softly. "What are you thinking? What do you want to do about it?" But she only shrugged again. I sighed. "Sometimes I have moments of thinking your brother should know, but then I always change my mind because I know how crazy he can be." Joanna huffed. "So it's solely my brother that's the problem?" she asked. Immediately afterwards, redness began to form in her cheeks, and I got the feeling she hadn't meant to make her comment out loud. I took another step back and folded my arms over my chest. Is there some other problem that I don't know about? Is there? You tell me. You're the one with all the questions, I counter-argued. Clearly there's something on your mind that you aren't being upfront about. Somehow I get the feeling that I'm not the one holding all the secrets, she said, although once again the comment seemed to be directed more at herself than to me. I was just about to make a retort when we both heard movement outside of the door. In a flash, Joanna leapt off the desk, buttoning up her shirt, and I moved to the opposite side of the closet, both of us ready to pretend that we were looking for something in case someone opened the door and spotted us. But the sounds faded, and whoever had been outside seemed to have moved on. Joanna and I exchanged glances. She placed her hand over her mouth, stifling her laughter, although her shoulders shook from the force of it. I shook my head, but couldn't help laughing myself. The brief tension between us immediately dissipated. That was close, Joanna said, making her way back over to me. I slid my arm around her waist again. Looks like it emboldened you, though, I said, noticing the way she tilted her head upwards, reaching for another kiss. I leaned down to her, happy to oblige, and feeling that I would never get enough of the taste of her lips. I ran a hand through the silky curls of her hair, and before I knew it, we were leaning against a wall, lost in each other all over again. She ran her hands down my back, and then along my waistline, gripping the front of my belt buckle. I let my hands trail down to her hips. She palmed my erection, feeling me. You're killing me, you know that, I muttered, pushing into her hand. Her fingers gripped me, and my pre-cum soaked my boxers. I was sure that if she kept doing this, I would come in no time. I wish I can fuck you right here and make you feel good. I covered her breast over her blouse and kneaded it, kissing her earlobe. Her scent was alluring, and I was dying to get a taste of her. This can't happen here, Joanna said breathlessly, and removed her hand from my crotch. I know, I said, kissing her again, while begrudgingly noting that I had been away from the meeting for too long. Any longer, and my absence would surely raise suspicion. But no amount of logic seemed capable of pulling me away from Joanna. She felt too good. My mind went blissfully blank with every wet kiss we shared, and I felt that I could have stayed in the closet with her forever. We both jumped at the sound of my phone buzzing at my hip. Shit, I muttered, finally stepping away from her and accepting that our rendezvous was officially over. I looked at the phone, seeing Tobias's angry text message urging me to hurry the hell up and get back to the meeting. Joanna sighed, running a hand through her hair and then over her clothes, smoothing them all back into place. She was breathless, her dazed eyes and flushed expression like an invitation to go all over her. But we couldn't take chances at the moment. Gotta go, I said reluctantly. I gave her one last quick peck on the lips and then hurried out of the closet, trying to recompose myself and push aside the fevered thoughts of Joanna on my way back to the meeting.
Chapter 16. Joanna. See you later, Joanna, Libby said as I signed out of my computer for the day. I turned around and waved at her before zipping my jacket and heading out the building. Joanna. I turned around just before reaching the door to see Tobias heading toward me. He was slightly red in the face, which I recognized as a sign of his agitation about something. I swallowed nervously, thinking about what had transpired between me and Anderson just hours ago in the supply closet. Terrified, I started thinking about security cameras, wondering if any had caught us in the act. I tried to recreate that particular area of the building in my head, trying to recall if there were any surveillance cameras somewhere near it that we'd had the misfortune of overlooking. Neither of us wanted to tell Tobias what was going on between us yet, so the last thing we needed was for him to find out by accident, courtesy of unsuspecting surveillance images. But Anderson should have known better if that was the case. As long as he'd been working with my brother, he should have known the building inside and out, just as much as Tobias. If we had been in danger of being caught by a surveillance camera, certainly he wouldn't have let us fall into such a trap. "Yeah," I said, gripping the handle of my briefcase so tightly that my fist began to ache. I stared into Tobias's eyes, trying to determine just how upset he was, and if it really had anything to do with me. "How far did you guys go today?" he asked. I raised my eyebrows, taken off guard by the question. Tobias sighed in frustration and snapped his fingers in front of my face. "Come on, I'm working a ton of extra hours here. How are the new set of numbers going? When will you have them done?" "Oh," I said, breathing a sigh of relief and having to keep myself from laughing. "They're coming along well. Should be done in another day or two." "Let's shoot for another day," Tobias said, already turning on the spot and heading back to his office. "The sooner, the better." "Got it," I said. "I'll work on them some more tonight." He briefly glanced backwards, flashing me a thumbs up. Relieved, I headed on my way, afraid that if I stuck around any longer, Anderson and I would somehow get exposed. Once I made it outside, I tightened my jacket around myself against the cool breeze. It was in such contrast to the weather earlier in the week. But that was Chicago for you. Every Chicagoan knew it was plausible to experience all 4 seasons within a single week. Suddenly, a chill went down my spine that had absolutely nothing to do with the weather. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and I froze on the spot, defensively. It felt like someone was watching me. I looked around the parking lot. Rows of empty cars surrounded me, their windshields each looking like prying eyes. My own eyes darted from one car to the next, looking to find an occupant inside one of them. But I saw no one. Nevertheless, I couldn't shake the feeling, and knew in my gut that someone was there. And judging from the way dread steadily coursed through my system, there was one person in particular standing out in my mind. No, don't be stupid. It can't be, I thought to myself. But I knew better than to not trust my gut instincts. I took a deep breath and reached into my purse for my phone. My first thought was of calling Anderson to ask if he would mind escorting me home. However, I knew there was a chance he was with my brother. With the exception of the brief break Anderson and I had shared together, today had been a busy day for him, and he'd been at Tobias's side for the majority of it. My fingers flying across my phone's screen, I hurriedly called Tobias instead. As I listened to the rings, I scanned the parking lot again, the feeling of being watched growing by the second. Shakily, I walked backwards, heading back to the building in case I needed to dash back inside. "Yeah?" said Tobias's voice on the other line. "Tobias?" I said, my voice quivering in ways I wish it wouldn't. If I was truly being watched by... I couldn't even bring myself to think the name. I didn't want him to hear and see how frightened I was. Tobias, on the other hand, instantly knew something wasn't right. "Joanna, where are you? What's wrong?" "I'm in the parking lot. I was about to leave, but I think I'm being followed. Someone is watching me." "Okay, relax. Calm down and come back inside. Who's watching you?" Without wasting another second, I rushed back into the building, feeling close to hyperventilating. Standing behind the safety of the door, I closed my eyes and rested my hands on my knees, forcing a series of deep breaths to slow my speeding heart. Now that I was no longer out in the open, the feeling of being watched dissipated, and my ability to think logically returned. I also was no longer afraid to think his name. Xander. He couldn't have been out there, though. He just couldn't. I had been so sure it was him, but now the thought seemed preposterous. Or at least I hoped it was. I stood up straight, having successfully gotten my breathing and heart rate back under control. Just as I was about to head farther into the building and up to Tobias's office, I heard the ding of the elevator around the corner. Mere seconds later, Tobias was rushing down the hall. "What's wrong?" he asked. I shook my head as he waved me over toward him. We met each other halfway, standing in the middle of the hall. Never mind. It's nothing," I said. "What do you mean, nothing?" Tobias demanded. "Joanna, who's following you? I know you've been holding something back from me. Enough is enough. Tell me what's going on." I sighed and took another deep breath. "I didn't tell you because I didn't want to seem like I was overreacting," I prefaced. "But Xander called me last week." Tobias's eyes widened. "And what happened?" he asked. "He sort of threatened to come after me." Tobias swore. "You mean to tell me this happened last week and you didn't tell me, Joe? What the hell is wrong with you? Why didn't you say something?" "Because I never told him where I was going. And he doesn't know anything about you or this company, so he has no way of finding me." "How do you know he isn't tracking your cell phone?" "Because I blocked him." Tobias shook his head. "You're not making sense. And besides, if you blocked him, how did he call you?" I swallowed nervously and averted my gaze, looking down to the deep burgundy and tan carpet lining the floor. "He didn't call my cell phone. He called my office phone. Here." Tobias was silent for so long that I had to look up at him. He simply stared at me in disbelief. "How did he find out your office phone number, Joanna?" he finally said at the long pause. "I just gave you that line. No one should have it." "I know. And I don't know," I said with a sigh. Tobias looked toward the exit door behind me as if he had suddenly developed X-ray vision and could see right through it. The grimace on his face made it seem like he was looking right at Xander, ready to smash him to smithereens. "I can't believe you waited this long to say something, Joanna." "Because it's not important," I said, growing defensive. "Is he out there now?" "No, how could he be? He doesn't know where this place is. I just told you that. I don't know. It's been a long day. I'm tired, and I must have been imagining things. My imagination got the best of me, but I'm fine now, so I'm going to go." I turned around, but Tobias called after me. "Not so fast," he said. "And stop being so stupid, Joe. If he found out your office phone number, stop acting like he can't find this place. You don't underestimate crazy people like Xander. I wouldn't put anything past that bastard. We need to file for a restraining order against him." "Tobias, you're overreacting." "No, I'm not," he said, his voice firm and final. "I'm not going to have my little sister getting terrorized by a creep. Not under my watch. So we're filing a restraining order, and you aren't leaving here without me. You don't need to be out there by yourself with that asshole possibly lurking around." "Tobias, stop it," I said, my temper flaring. "I'm not a child anymore, and you can't tell me what to do. I said it was no big deal. I just want to go home and lie down." Tobias sighed in exasperation. "Joanna, I'm just concerned about you." "Well, don't be." "I'm your big brother. That's not possible," he said, his voice so sincere that it was hard for me to stay upset. My temper began to settle down again as I folded my arms across my chest. Tobias looked me in the eyes. "Okay, fine. I know you're grown now, and I have to respect your decisions. So just look me in the eye, Joanna. Do you want a restraining order against Xander? Would it make you feel any better, just to be on the safe side? I shook my head. No. I don't want a restraining order against him, I said, ignoring his latter questions. Deep down, I wondered if I was being stupid. But again, the thought of putting a restraining order on Xander made the danger feel too real. It would force me to admit that he was still a problem in my life. And I just didn't want to face that realization. I didn't want him to have that kind of power over me. If I put a restraining order on Xander, he would become the boogeyman in my mind that I couldn't free myself from. I needed to get over him on my own. It was the only way for me to officially move on. Well, do you at least want to hang out in the office until I can leave with you, so you don't have to be by yourself? Tobias asked. I could hear how desperately he wanted me to say yes. But again, I shook my head. No, I'm fine, I repeated. How about Anderson? I raised my eyebrows. Huh? Anderson is about to leave in a few minutes. I could ask him to follow you home, just to make sure you got there safely. I'm sure he wouldn't mind. I shook my head again, but much too quickly this time. No. Are you sure? Tobias said. It wouldn't be a problem. Tobias, I'm fine. Just let me go. He held his hands up in surrender. All right, fine. Just be careful. I'll see you later. I nodded. Yeah, bye. And with that, I headed back for the door, putting on an act of appearing much braver than I felt. Fortunately, this time when I stepped out into the parking lot, I did not get the feeling of being watched. He was gone. No, he was never here in the first place, I corrected myself. I have nothing to worry about. It was all just my imagination. I got into my car, Tobias's car that he lent me, and got on the road, already envisioning taking a long and comforting bath to relax my mind.
Chapter 17. Anderson. I'm so sorry, Anderson, Lauren said. I closed my eyes in exasperation for a moment and rubbed my temples. Lauren, you've known this was coming for months, I said, unable to believe she was bailing on me at the last minute. The agency's gala was coming up, and each consecutive year it became a bigger and more extravagant event. Lauren, a friend of mine, had agreed to be my date months ago. We did this for each other, went to the galas, the fancy dinners. We were a good date, and it was strictly platonic. She was the best girl to take, but now, all of a sudden, she was claiming to have an obligation with her family that she couldn't get out of. Anderson, my sister needs me to help out with the kids. She's going through a tough time right now, and she needs me. I understand that, but do you mean to tell me she honestly can't spare to handle things on her own for one day, just for a few hours? I wish it was that simple, Lauren said. Well, what's making it complicated? I demanded. Lauren pursed her lips and folded her arms as if I had somehow offended her. I didn't care, though, because I felt she was being ridiculous to cancel on me at the last minute like this. I had already paid for her ticket, and our table was filled, so it was going to look exceptionally awkward for there to be an empty seat next to me. And at such short notice, I saw no way to remedy the situation. Anderson, don't be a jerk, Lauren said. I'm sorry, but I'm not the one being a jerk, Lauren. If you knew there was a chance you weren't going to be able to go, you should have said something a long time ago. Well, forgive me for not being able to predict the future, she snapped. I muttered under my breath, quickly losing my patience with her. Lauren sighed. Look, do you want me to give you your money back for the ticket? Forget the damn ticket, Lauren. Just whatever. Do what you gotta do. I'll make it up to you next year, she said. I laughed and rolled my eyes. She had another thing coming if she thought I was going to consider accepting her as my date the following year. I wanted to tell her to not hold her breath, but that seemed a little too harsh. Lauren sighed, and someone knocked on the door of my office. "Come in," I said, welcoming the interruption. We both turned toward the door to see Tobias saunter in. "Hi, Tobias," Lauren said, as she began making her way to the door. Tobias nodded to her. "Hey, Lauren, nice job earlier today." She smiled politely. "Thank you," she said, and then turned toward me. "See you later, Anderson." "Yeah, later," I said, not even bothering to look at her as she made her exit. "Uh-oh," Tobias said, coming in to sit at the edge of my desk. "Trouble in paradise?" "Who said Lauren was anyone's paradise?" I said, annoyed. "I thought she was one of your, escapades?" I shook my head. "Nah, we were always just friends. We both agreed it was easier with no sex attached." "What happened?" I folded my arms. "She bailed on me. Granted, she and I haven't had much going on lately, but she was supposed to be my date to the gala. Now she's claiming she can't go. Some bullshit excuse about her sister suddenly needing help with her kids." Tobias shook his head. "I always told you that one of these women were going to get you back one day, man," he said, and then chuckled. "Don't laugh. You know how ridiculous that empty seat is going to look next to me?" "Well, fill it with someone else," Tobias said, shrugging his shoulders. "Someone else like who?" I asked. "It's too short of a notice to ask anyone." "Is there no one else in your life? No one you could ask?" I'd been standing at my office window looking out at the traffic on the road when Tobias asked the question. I froze, feeling his gaze on the back of my head, but not daring to turn around. I stuffed my hands into my pocket. "No," I said. "Why do you ask?" "Just curious," Tobias said. "The Anderson Lawrence I know just isn't the type of guy to stress over getting a date, that's all. What happened to the line of females you typically have, waiting their turn for a shot?" I forced a laugh and chanced turning back to face him. "You've had me working too hard, that's what. I don't have time to keep up with them anymore." "Hey, don't blame me. Maybe you're just losing your touch, man." "No, never that," I said. Tobias sat silently for a moment, appearing to be deep in thought. He then scratched at the stubble at his chin. He said. "What?" "I might be able to help you out." "I'm not taking you as my date," I said. Tobias laughed. "Good, because you're not my type anyway." I laughed. "What are you talking about, man?" "Why don't you take Joanna? She probably doesn't have anything to do that day." I swallowed nervously and hoped that Tobias wouldn't notice the abrupt change in my demeanor. Taking Joanna had been the farthest thing from my mind because the gala was considered a workplace event, and Tobias, of course, would be there. Taking her would feel like confirmation of our relationship, or whatever it was that we had going on. It just seemed too risky. "Oh, come on," Tobias said. "Don't look like that." "Don't look like what?" I asked, hoping my voice didn't really sound as high as it did in my own ears. "Don't look like taking Joanna is the worst idea you've ever heard in your life. She's mellowed out a lot since she was a kid. It wouldn't kill you to take her, and considering you're in quite a bind already, it would be the quick fix you need." I ran my hand through my hair and almost laughed in relief. Tobias thought I was repulsed by the idea of taking her, which meant he was still in the dark about how I really felt. "I don't know," I said, trying to play along. "I mean, Joanna? Really?" "She would probably love it," Tobias said. "She certainly could use a fun night out after all she's been dealing with lately." My eyebrows shot upward in surprise, this time genuine. "Huh? What do you mean by that? What's she been dealing with?" But Tobias only shook his head, deciding not to elaborate. "Want me to call her in here? Ask if she's doing anything that day? Although I already doubt she is." I thought you said she was secretly seeing someone, I asked, testing the waters. He shook his head again. No, that wasn't it. There was something else going on with her that she was hiding from me. Here, let me call her, he added, before I could ask any further questions. I fought to keep the grimace off my face, as I wondered what was possibly going on with Joanna. It upset me to think that she had been having a hard time, but hadn't confided in me about it. Hey, Joe, come here for a second. I'm in Anderson's office. Seriously, though, I said. What's she upset about? What's been going on? Nothing, man. I've got it under control, or at least I will, eventually. Shortly thereafter, Joanna appeared in the doorway. She looked from Tobias to me, a panicked expression on her face, and her eyebrows almost raised to her hairline. I ever so slightly shook my head, trying to relay to her that Tobias still didn't know anything about us. Relax, Tobias said with a chuckle as he turned toward her. You're not in trouble. You're standing there looking like you've been sent to the principal's office. She gave a tensed laugh, but relaxed nonetheless, and moved farther into the office. What is it? She asked. More numbers? No, not numbers this time, Tobias said. Anderson has a little situation on his hands. You see, our playboy here has finally crossed the wrong woman, and she's bailed on him. Joanna's eyebrows shot up once again, and she cast a look at me that I wished she hadn't. I lowered my head, wishing Tobias hadn't phrased his words in such a manner. Oh, Joanna said. So now he's out of a date to the gala. I know you've been hearing about the upcoming gala, right? Joanna nodded, while I stood helplessly, not knowing what to say or do. Do you want to go? You can be his date. Do you have anything to do that day? Tobias asked. Joanna stood there like a deer caught in headlights. She looked at me again, obvious questions that I couldn't answer lurking beneath her gaze. I cleared my throat. It was no big deal. I was just supposed to go with a coworker. We had it set up months ago, I said, emphasizing the word months, and hoping she would catch on to the fact that the date had been set up long before she and I had been together. I'd almost forgotten about it, to tell you the truth. Yeah, right, Tobias said. He just doesn't want to admit that he's being stood up. Shut up, I muttered. So what do you say, Joe? Tobias said. You want to go? It should be fun. You don't have to if you don't want to, I interjected. Tobias shot me a cross look, causing me to fall silent. In that moment, though, I simply couldn't fathom having Joanna as my date in front of him. It seemed like asking for trouble. I had no faith in my ability to not incriminate myself in front of him. He would be able to read me like a book, and I feared he would quickly figure out that I had a thing for his sister. And then a whole drama would break out right there in the gala for all to see. I started to feel lightheaded just thinking about it. I gripped the chair at my desk and glanced at Joanna, hoping she would find a way to save us from the awkwardness. But she looked just as lost as I did. You two are a mess, Tobias said, shaking his head. Don't you think it's time to get rid of the childhood grudges by now, for crying out loud? I don't have a grudge, Joanna said, her voice trailing off. Then you'll go with him? Tobias said. I mean, if I have to, I could, if he wants me to. Tobias looked back toward me. Well? I sighed. Okay, whatever, sure. Great, Tobias said, clapping his hands together and hopping down from my desk. It'll be fun, you'll see, he said to Joanna. She forced a smile, and then exchanged glances with me again. And I stood there, wondering how on earth I was going to be able to be in her presence for a whole evening and keep my hands off of her. The gala was going to be a very long night. That was for sure.
Chapter 18. Joanna. You're going to love it here, Libby said, pulling into the parking lot of the boutique she'd been promising to take me to all week. After I had essentially been assigned as Anderson's date by Tobias, I had sought out Libby, asking her what she knew about the gala and what I should expect. "You're going to the gala?" she had asked. I then explained the situation to her, subsequently causing her to eagerly start making plans for us to go dress shopping together. With the event being right around the corner, the day had arrived for us to go shopping. Libby had happily offered to pick me up from Tobias's place so that we could ride together, and I had agreed. "This is going to be so much fun," she had said, turning off her car engine. "And let me just say it again, you are so lucky." She slapped me playfully on the arm and winked before we got out of the car. "Honestly, it's no big deal," I said. "I'm only going with Anderson because my brother is making him take me." Yeah, whatever. You're still going to the gala with the one and only Anderson Lawrence," she said. "It doesn't matter how you landed the gig. The important thing is that you did. He may not be all that important to you, but trust me, there are loads of women who would love to be in your shoes right about now." "Sure," I said. "So many that the last one stood him up." Libby waved her hand dismissively as she headed toward the entrance of the boutique. "Lauren has always been a flake. She doesn't count." "Well, whatever. Like I said, it's not that big of a deal." Libby held the door of the boutique open for me and gave a jealous sigh. "Your brother should have forced someone more appreciative on Anderson as his date," she said, shaking her head. "You may have a point," I muttered. I honestly couldn't tell how appreciative I was feeling about the circumstances. Things had been so ridiculously busy at work that Anderson and I hadn't been able to talk much. I hadn't gotten a chance to ask for elaboration regarding the woman who was supposed to be his date to the gala. Even though she had reportedly bailed on him, it still sent powerful waves of jealousy through me to simply think about him going on a date with another woman. It nagged the hell out of me to wonder if he would have even bothered to tell me about it. It rubbed me the wrong way to have found out through Tobias. All the while, Anderson stood there, looking close to fainting. I had been hoping to get a chance to talk to Anderson about it after office hours, but he had been surprisingly distant with me lately. I just didn't know what to think anymore. Yet, seeing how excited Libby was, I didn't want to spoil the fun for her, so I pushed my reservations aside and tried to focus on the task at hand. It had been a long time since I'd been dress shopping. I could hardly even remember the last time I needed a formal dress. Libby was excitedly droning on and on beside me, talking about the various new styles of dresses that were fashionable for the season. I looked around the store, instantly feeling overwhelmed. Perhaps seeing my distress, a saleswoman grinned as she made her way over to us. "Good afternoon, ladies. Can I help you with anything?" she said. She was rather fashionably dressed herself, and I knew she would have had plenty of suggestions for us. "We're just looking around for now," I said, before Libby got the chance to answer her. I had a feeling that Libby would have welcomed the woman's help, but I didn't want it. I never liked when salespeople hung over my shoulder, determined to make a sale, but confusing me with too many options. I prefer just taking my time and finding what I wanted on my own. The saleswoman nodded her head. "Very well. Let me know if you need anything," she said, and then headed toward another set of customers. Libby nudged with her elbow. "She could have helped us find the perfect dresses." "We don't need her. The perfect dresses will find us," I said. "Come on." We began wandering the racks, stopping here and there to admire different gowns and gathering ones we wanted to try on. "I think I want something dark," Libby mused. "You know, maybe like black or navy blue or forest green. Those colors aren't necessarily in season, but they look good on me. I've always found dark colors to be more figure-flattering. How about you?" I shrugged my shoulders. I've always preferred brighter colors. I've always been on the small side, so I feel like I need something to help me stand out. Otherwise, I'll get lost in the crowd." Libby huffed. "Are you kidding me? Joanna, you are gorgeous. Nothing can make you get lost in the crowd." "I'm not so sure about that," I said. I had heard similar sentiments as Libby's. However, most people didn't know how plain and insignificant I'd felt for the majority of my life, particularly when I was growing up as an impressionable teenager. No matter how I had blossomed in adulthood, those feelings still lingered and were difficult to overcome. "I don't mean to be a party pooper," Libby said, "but how have things been going with you-know-who? I haven't heard you say anything about him in a while." "Xander," I said. Libby nodded. I sighed. "That's because I've been trying my damned best not to think about him. He's been... well, what?" Libby asked. "He hasn't called you again, has he?" I shook my head, knowing that what I'd been suspecting was a lot worse than a phone call. "No, but sometimes I just get the feeling that I'm being watched." Libby froze, the latest dress she'd been admiring slipping from her hand to the floor. "He's here?" she asked. "No," I said quickly. "He can't be. He doesn't know where I am." "Are you sure about that? Or are you just in denial?" "I'm positive," I said, although it felt like an outright lie. I wanted to believe Xander couldn't be anywhere nearby, but I could never lose sight of how unpredictable he was. Libby breathed a sigh of relief and picked the dress up from the floor, hanging it back on the rack. "Well, what makes you think you're being watched, and who do you think is watching you?" I shrugged my shoulders. "I don't know. I wish I knew." "Anything strange happen lately?" I nodded. I didn't want to say anything, but yes, the other day here, when I was leaving the office, I could have sworn someone was watching me in the parking lot. It really freaked me out. So much, in fact, that I ended up telling Tobias. "So he finally knows what's going on. Good. What did he say about it?" "He freaked out nearly as bad as you did when I told you about Xander's call. Started talking about how I needed to get a restraining order just to be on the safe side." "Your brother is a wise man, then," Libby said, nodding approvingly. "It would be nice if you listened to him." "Just like I told you. I told him that a restraining order wasn't necessary. Even if Xander lucked out and found my office phone number, he has no chance of finding where I actually am. I was just tired that day and imagining things. However, a different thought began to occur to me. Now that I knew Anderson had been planning to take someone else to the gala, I wondered if there was a chance that one of his jealous women had been watching me. While I presumed no one knew about me and Anderson, I honestly couldn't be sure. I frowned, weighing the possibility that perhaps it wasn't my jealous ex that I needed to worry about. Maybe it was Anderson's. Okay, let's change the subject. "You look upset," Libby said. She grinned and picked up another dress. It was a long and form-fitting, beautiful purple number, laced with silver rhinestones. "Oh my goodness, Joanna, you would look amazing in this. Here, try it on." Bouncing excitedly on the balls of her feet, she practically shoved the dress at me. I couldn't deny it really was lovely. Looking at it, I actually started to feel slightly excited. "Well, I've got 3 here," I said, looking at the dresses I had hung over my arm. "I guess it's time to start trying some on. Huh?" "I'd certainly say so," Libby said. She had about 4 dresses of her own to try on. We headed to the fitting rooms, ready to have our own little fashion show. I stepped into my fitting room and began stripping off my clothes so that I could try on the first dress. Every wall of the room was lined in mirrors, suddenly making me feel self-conscious. Seeing my reflection from so many different angles, I felt pudgy. I also felt something else looked different about me, but I couldn't place my finger on it. Something was just off. When I slid into the first dress, I stared at myself for a long time, trying to figure out why I didn't like the dress's color against my skin. It was pale pink, a color that I typically liked. For some reason, though, it looked all wrong. Not bothering to get Libby's opinion on it, I shed the dress and moved on to the next one. Once again, though, there was something about the dress that just wasn't right. I sighed, seeing that this day of searching for the perfect dress was going to last a lot longer than I had anticipated if every dress I tried on was going to leave me feeling underwhelmed and looking washed out. "Do you have one on yet? Let me see," Libby said, knocking on the door of my dressing room. Reluctantly, I opened the door to let her see the second dress I had put on. She was standing there in one of her dresses, which looked wonderful on her. "Wow," I said. "That looks great on you." "Thank you," she said, giving a little twirl. The skirt swayed when she moved. "It's a little too prom-like for me, though. My old butt needs something more sophisticated than this. I don't want to look like I'm trying too hard." "You don't look that way at all," I said. "Me, on the other hand, I think I need to keep trying." Libby looked me up and down. "That one is nice. You don't like it?" I frowned. Something about the color doesn't work for me. "Well, go try on the one I picked out." I nodded and returned to the fitting room. While the dress Libby picked out looked great on the hanger, I wasn't so sure it looked as good on me. I stepped out of the dressing room, shaking my head. I just don't know what's going on with me today. Libby cocked her head to the side. "Now that you mention it, there does seem to be something different about you. Have you been out in the sun lately?" I shook my head. "No." Libby said, and then shrugged her shoulders. "Well, it doesn't matter. You're still beautiful, and that dress looks like a winner to me." She wiggled her eyebrows. "I'm sure Anderson would like it." "I'll put this one in the maybe section then," I said. "Just let me try on a few more first."
Chapter 19. Anderson. The night of the gala arrived. As I left my apartment and headed to Tobias's to pick up Joanna, I couldn't believe how nervous I felt. With the way my stomach twisted in knots, I may as well have been 17 years old again, picking up my prom date and hoping the night went the way I wanted it to. I guess part of my nerves was due to the fact that I hadn't had the opportunity to speak with Joanna in a while, although it was partially my own fault. I hadn't been avoiding her exactly. Things had just been too busy at work to sneak any time alone with her. As for outside of work, every time I wanted to invite her over to my apartment, I got cold feet and changed my mind. It was hard to fathom that after all these years, as a self-defined playboy, someone was close to making me want to throw in the towel and settle down. On some level, I wasn't ready to face that realization yet. When I pulled up to Tobias's mansion and saw Joanna walk out the door, though, I began to seriously consider if the time to face it had finally come. She was literally the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. Granted, she had always been pretty, even as a kid when I couldn't stand her. But to see her in her ball gown, with her curls elegantly pinned up and putting her gorgeous face on full display, she practically took my breath away. I got out of the car so that I could open the passenger's door for her. "Hi," she said. "Hi," I said, and then paused for a second to admire her. "Joanna, you look beautiful." A slight flush spread across her cheeks. "Thank you." I held the door open and helped her into the passenger's seat, then got back behind the driver's wheel. A somewhat awkward silence filled the car as we drove off. Joanna cleared her throat, breaking the silence.
"Thank you for agreeing to take me," she said.
I nodded and took a deep breath, knowing the dreaded conversation was on the horizon. "Look," I said, deciding to tackle it head on. "There's nothing going on between me and Lauren. We had a few flings in the past, which was why I had asked her to go with me to the gala a long time ago, way before you were in town. But I've hardly even spoken to her since, and the only reason I hadn't thought of taking you to the gala before was because I didn't trust being able to hide how I feel about you in front of your brother. In fact, I get a feeling this is going to be a long night. We're going to have to be very careful if we don't want him to suspect anything." Joanna remained silent for a long time, but then I saw her nod from the corner of my eye.
"I understand,"
she said, and then smiled. I breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the tension between us had subsided. The night had proven to be just as difficult as I expected it to be. The moment Joanna and I stepped inside the ballroom, it felt like virtually all eyes were on us. Joanna looked so gorgeous, though. I couldn't blame everyone for looking. One of our co-workers, Libby, rushed up to us, hugging Joanna.
"You guys are at my table! Come on!"
she said excitedly. And then Joanna and I set on the arduous task of hiding our attraction to each other. There was no way I could help stealing adoring glances at her throughout dinner, and I felt beyond paranoid that everyone noticed. After dinner, I slid my hand onto her knee under the table. She rested her hand on top of mine and glanced at me from the corner of her eye. "Do you want to dance?" I asked, after much internal debate. I knew it would look suspicious if we spent the entire night sitting and doing nothing. Furthermore, I was desperate to touch her. Dancing seemed like the perfect solution, as long as I could control myself and not try to steal a kiss during the process. Joanna hesitated at first, seeming to exchange glances with Libby, who was sitting across from us with a sly grin on her face. Ultimately, though, she nodded.
"Yeah, sure."
Hand in hand, we made our way onto the dance floor. I scanned the room in search of Tobias. He only looked our way briefly, giving me an appreciative nod, and then turning back to the important executives he'd been talking to throughout the night. Unable to stop myself, I smiled at Joanna and slid my hand around her waist. She placed her hands on my shoulders, and we began to sway to the music. "So, are you enjoying yourself?" I asked.
"Yes, this is nice. I've never been to a formal work event like this before."
"I personally think it's overrated." I shrugged my shoulders. "But I have to be here. Personally, there's other things I wished I could be doing right now." I tightened my arms around her waist, pulling her closer to me. She looked up, a smirk on her face.
"Oh, really? Other things like what?"
I leaned in, whispering in her ear. "Don't tempt me to tell you right here in the middle of the dance floor." A low laugh escaped her throat, making me want to kiss her right then and there. She tightened her arms around me and gazed into my eyes.
"Too bad we can't find somewhere to sneak off to, so that you could show me instead."
I raised my eyebrows. "Is that a dare?" Joanna tilted her head to the side and shrugged her shoulders.
"No, more like a challenge."
Come hell or high water, I would take her right now. I smirked at her. "Consider your challenge accepted." I searched for Tobias once more, but he was deep in conversation with the executives, which could allow us to make our escape. Concocting a plan, I stepped away from her. "I'll go first and wait for you at the staircase in the hall. Join me in 5.
It's a deal."
Already missing her warmth and body, I left the ballroom and searched for a place that would allow us to have some privacy. Just as we had agreed, she appeared 5 minutes later, and I took her to a nearby closet. I glanced down the hall one more time, checking if there was anyone, and sighed with relief. "Come on, get inside." With a giggle, she entered the dark space that was stuffed with various coats and jackets. I turned on the light switch, but the light bulb didn't provide enough light. Closing the door behind me, my eyes locked on hers in the poorly lit room, and my cock jerked in response. I shrugged off my jacket and threw it to the floor. "This is what I've been dying to do the whole evening," I muttered and grabbed her waist, pressing her against my taut body. Her lips parted when I ran my tongue over them, and I pushed it inside. Our tongues stroked each other fervently, our kiss growing more heated with each passing second. "I know," she said, and pulled my lower lip into her mouth, tugging at it. "You're so handsome, Mr. Lawrence. I didn't fail to notice some women throwing their glances at you." I pushed her against the wall and brought her arms above her head, burying myself into her neck. Her soft skin invited me to kiss it and do so much more, which messed with my mind. She was so beautiful in that gown, and I needed to be inside of her as soon as possible. "I didn't even notice. All I'm able to see is you." My hand descended to her breast and squeezed it over the material of her dress. As much as I liked her in it, I wanted to rip it off her and see her naked. "This thing goes off for now," I told her, and helped her take it off, becoming breathless when my eyes landed on her ample curves. She was wearing a push-up bra that fit her breasts perfectly, and I imagined my cock pressed in between her perfect tits. Soon. I went down on my knees and rubbed my face against the front of her panties, earning her long moan. She placed her hand over her mouth, taken aback with her own reaction, and I responded with a chuckle. "You better stay quiet, honey. Although I'm not going to make that an easy task for you these next few minutes." I removed her panties and brought my mouth right to her clitoris, intoxicated by the captivating scent of her arousal. She was already wet, and I lapped at her juices with hunger I had never possessed before. Joanna was unique in every way, and there wasn't a part of her that I didn't like. She was whimpering, her hand pressed firmly against her mouth, which spurred me to pleasure her more roughly. I moved my fingers to her hole and probed her wet entrance. She started rubbing herself against my face, and it was so sexy that my dick threatened to explode in my pants. If I didn't get inside of her soon... "I'm coming! Anderson!" She began convulsing, her sweet juices pouring out of her, and I collected them with my tongue eagerly. She was damn delicious. Unbuttoning my pants, I stood up and brought my pulsating cock out of my boxers. "Turn around and support yourself against the wall," I ordered her in a hoarse voice. I wrapped my arms around her and ground against her ass, going delirious with need. I guided my cock to her inviting entrance and thrust into her, overwhelmed with the immediate pleasure when I slid all the way inside. "Ah, Joanna, finally inside of you." She moved her hips against me, adding to the pleasurable friction. "Harder, Anderson. Please, I want harder." I grunted and moved her hair to the side to gain access to her neck. I bit into it, driving myself into her harder and deeper. She screamed, but she quickly muffled her scream with her hand, growing wetter and hotter with each thrust. Her walls wrapped around me tightly each time, and I wished this could go on and on. I took her breast into my hand and gave her nipple a rewarding caress, and it hardened instantly. I began pounding her wildly, seriously losing my mind and letting my primal urge take over me. I felt like I was going to come any moment, the pleasure in me quickly reaching its climax. I brought my hand to her pussy and stroked it, kissing her neck like a man who was just having his final meal. A couple of seconds later, her pussy contracted and pulled me further in, followed by a series of spasms which triggered my own orgasm. Holding her against me, I thrust one last time and sent all my sperm into her, feeling like the luckiest guy alive.
Chapter 20. Joanna. "We really have to cut this out," I said, pulling my dress back on and feeling a hysterical laugh threatening to break free. Anderson grinned as he finished buttoning his pants and pulled his suit jacket back on.
"Hey, you started it."
"I did not."
"Yes, you did. You challenged me, and I just rose to the occasion."
He winked, and I laughed at the pun. "Well played, Anderson." "Whatever," I said, and then gave him a peck on the lips. "How's my hair?"
"Not a strand out of place from what I can see. It is pretty dark in here, though."
I ran my hand over my hair self-consciously, hoping it didn't look too disheveled. "Do you think anyone noticed us missing?" Anderson shook his head.
"No. People are dancing, and everyone's bound to have had several drinks by now. No one should have noticed anything unless they were spying on us all along. And I don't think anyone would have had a reason for that."
"Let's hope not."
"Why? Do you want to stay here for the rest of the night?"
Anderson asked, the devilish grin spreading across his face. "You're just asking for trouble, aren't you?"
"I'm asking for whatever it takes to give me more time with you," he said,
and then kissed my earlobe. I laughed and pushed him away. "Stop it. Seriously, we have to go back out there and be decent."
"Yeah, I guess."
He sighed.
"Oh, shit."
"What?" Anderson pulled up his sleeve to glance at his watch.
"It's almost time for your brother's speech. He'll definitely notice us missing if we aren't back out there."
I swore. "I almost forgot he was giving one," I said, feeling slightly panicked. It was preposterous that I'd nearly forgotten, for I had seen him writing and practicing it all throughout the previous week. I sighed. "Okay, let's go."
"Yeah," Anderson said, resigned.
I recalled that the bathrooms were just down the hall from the closet we'd snuck off to, which was perfect. I needed to make a stop in the ladies' room to make sure I still looked presentable and that there were no signs of what had just transpired. I reached for the doorknob.
"Careful," Anderson warned. "Make sure no one is in the hall."
I cracked the door open just slightly, peeking out into the hall. "The coast is clear," I said, seeing no one in the hall or exiting the restrooms. Anderson stepped up behind me and slid his hand onto my waist as we exited the closet.
"Let's just try to get through a couple more hours, and then maybe we can sneak out of here altogether," he said.
I was just about to respond when the words froze right in my throat. The door to the men's restroom swung open, and out walked none other than my brother. He paused, staring at the two of us exiting the closet, and at Anderson's hand on my waist. Anderson instantly dropped his hand and took a step away. It felt like time was suddenly standing still. Tobias stared back and forth between me and Anderson, and the two of us stared back at him, terrified and at a complete loss for words. My mouth dropped open, but I had nothing to say. I merely watched the varying expressions dashing across Tobias's face. Surprise, shock, confusion, disbelief, disgust, anger.
"What the hell?"
he said when he was finally capable of speech. The restroom door swung open again. He momentarily stepped aside, permitting another man to exit, and then turning his icy gaze right back at us. "What are you doing?" he demanded. I wanted to sink into the floor and disappear at the way his eyes trailed me from head to toe. Or at the very least, I wanted to make a run for it and hide in the women's bathroom, where I would be free from the scrutiny of his gaze. I knew how incriminating Anderson and I looked, just like I knew there was nothing either of us could do about it. After all the sneaking around, we had finally been caught red-handed, in the worst possible way. "Please tell me that this isn't what I think it is," Tobias said, pinching the bridge of his nose and closing his eyes for a second. Anderson gave a nervous laugh behind me. "It isn't what you think it is," he said, unsuccessfully trying to make his voice sound light. "Then what the hell is it?" Tobias said through gritted teeth, his eyes blazing angrily. I averted my gaze to the floor, feeling like a child in his presence. He may as well have been my father, catching me sneaking a boy into my room. "Tobias, man, chill," Anderson said. "Excuse me," Tobias said, incredulously. "What even gives you the right to speak to me right now? I do you a favor and find you a date for tonight, offer to let you take my own sister, and you do this? Have you lost your goddamn mind? That's my sister, Anderson." "Tobias," I said, casting a nervous glance down the hall and hoping no one could hear him. "Please, not so loud." "My voice level is the last thing you have to worry about, Joanna," he said, his voice deadly serious. He shook his head and sneered at me. "I can't believe you, Joe. I thought you had class. And here you are, running off with him during the middle of a gala." "Hey," Anderson said, his voice suddenly stern. He stepped forward, no longer cowering behind me. "Don't you dare talk to her that way. And don't you dare put your filthy hands on her again," Tobias growled. He laughed mirthlessly. "I honestly cannot believe this. She needed a break, Anderson, you knew that. She needed a moment to breathe and be herself, alone. But instead you sleep with her. I never thought that my best friend and my little sister would sneak off to screw in the middle of my company's event, right before I'm set to give a speech." "Tobias, we're sorry," I said, trying to hold back the tears. I had never seen Tobias so angry. Anderson and I had both knew he wouldn't take it too well when he found out about us, but we could have never expected this level of anger. "You are beyond sorry," Tobias said. "You are so reckless. And Anderson, this is just disrespectful. You're supposed to be my partner." "All right, Tobias, that's enough," Anderson bellowed. "Cut it out. We get it already. You're pissed. We're sorry, but you have no right to talk to us that way. You don't control our lives." "No, I don't control your lives. You do. And what's pathetic is that I'm standing in front of two so-called adults who don't even know how to control their own hormones. Even if you wanted to sneak around behind my back, did you have to do it here? Right now? Does the word discreet mean anything to either of you idiots?" "We're sorry. What more do you want us to say?" I yelled. A hush fell among us as several others passed through the hall, entering and exiting the restrooms, casting curious gazes at us along the way. "I'm so disgusted right now. I don't know what to do with myself," Tobias said. "The two people I trust the most. And you go off and do something like this? Just get the hell out of my sight, both of you." Fuming, he turned around and stormed down the hall. I stood, trembling on the spot, and listening to Anderson calling after my brother. The big reveal for Anderson and I had gone 10,000 times worse than I could have ever anticipated. I was shaken to my very core. But on some level, I couldn't entirely blame Tobias for being upset. It was incredibly stupid and inappropriate for Anderson and I to have snuck off in the middle of the gala like we had. Our whole relationship thus far had been irresponsible. Anderson chased Tobias down the end of the hall and then swore at the top of his lungs. I watched as he disappeared back into the ballroom. All the while, I continued standing in front of the closet, at a complete loss for what to do. My heart shattered into a million pieces at the mere thought that I had potentially caused such a rift between Anderson and Tobias. The two of them had been lifelong friends, and I'd never known them to be seriously upset with each other. I felt sick to my stomach. Anderson rounded the corner, coming back towards me. I suddenly felt a powerful wave of nausea that sent me running to the women's room. I reached a toilet just in time. Every ounce of the fancy food that I'd consumed came pouring out of my mouth. When I was done, I almost felt too weak to stand. Thankful the bathroom had emptied as everyone prepared to listen to my brother's speech, I went to the sink, washing the tears and vomit from my face with cold tap water. I then stared at my reflection for a moment, seeing that I looked worse for the wear. My hair and makeup were ruined, making me look just as bad as I felt. How could I have messed up so badly? After all Tobias had done for me in the aftermath of Xander, opening his home and workplace to me, loaning me a car, giving me the opportunity to have a safe haven and get back on my feet. And the Worst Sister Award goes to, I said, and gave a laugh that quickly shifted into an ugly cry. I reached for paper towels to dry my face, and then realized I couldn't stay. I needed to leave. With trembling hands, I reached into my purse and ordered an Uber. When I finally left the bathroom, Anderson stood right outside of the door. "Joanna, are you all right?" he asked, rushing toward me. I held my hand out, stopping him. "Joanna." "No," I said. "Just leave me alone." "Let me take you home." I shook my head. "I've already got a ride." "Uber? Why? I'll take you home. I don't give a damn about your brother." His words sent another pang through my chest, forcing me to realize once again the damage I had done to their friendship. "I'm so sorry to come between the two of you like this," I said, tears coming to my eyes once again. Anderson shook his head. "Don't you dare take all the blame. I'm at fault too. And Tobias, he'll get over it. Don't worry about him." Anderson may as well have been talking to a brick wall, though, because I wasn't in the mood to be comforted. I just wanted to get out of the building and put the whole miserable night behind me. "Goodbye, Anderson," I said, and rushed past him. Just as he had chased my brother, he began chasing after me. But I didn't look back, and I ignored the stares I got as I rushed through the ballroom and toward the exit. "Joanna!" Anderson yelled. But I hopped into the car that was waiting for me, without looking back.
Chapter 21. Anderson. I got to work early Monday morning, determined to catch Joanna when she entered the building, and insisted that the two of us approach Tobias together and get him to see reason. From the moment she ran out of the gala and hopped into the cab, I had been trying to call her repeatedly, but she wouldn't accept any of my calls. She wouldn't even answer any of my texts. And neither would Tobias, for that matter. I never knew how much losing both of them would impact my life until I was faced with the reality of it happening. The Gentry family had been in my life for decades, and I had taken for granted how important they were to me. Now, with neither Tobias nor Joanna speaking to me, it felt like my whole world had been shifted completely upside down. And if things stayed this way for much longer, I didn't know how I was going to possibly carry on. A deep depression was starting to come over me, something I had never felt before in all my life. I could hardly even bring myself to get out of bed. When my alarm clock went off Monday morning, I'd just lain there, letting it screech, unable to muster the energy to turn it off. I only turned it off when I heard the angry thumping from the tenant below me, who had undoubtedly taken a broom to bang on her ceiling to send me a message. I already felt like shit, so by no means did I want to hear Ms. Ryan's angry mouth, or find out that she'd complained to the landlord about me over a damned alarm clock. When I finally managed to sit up in bed, I instantly reached for my phone, hoping that I had a message from Joanna, or even Tobias. But of course, I'd had no such luck. Besides, I had barely slept to begin with. If either of them had tried to contact me, I would have known immediately. With a sigh, I figured that I was just going to have to talk to them in person when I got to work. That thought alone was the only thing that encouraged me to get out of bed. I was determined to get them both together in the office so that we could all talk like the rational adults we were supposed to be. I forced myself through my morning routine, showering, dressing, eating a bagel, and getting to the office, determined to accomplish my task. Yet when I got to work that morning, I quickly learned that I was in for a rude awakening. Joanna never showed up. Tobias did, though. "Tobias," I said, seeing him walk down the hall to his office. But he didn't even bother to turn around, as if he was deaf to my voice. "Come on, Tobias, don't be like that. Let's talk about this," I said, but still got no response. "Really? Are you honestly going to give me the silent treatment? Aren't we too old for this, man? Tobias! Tobias! I'm your best friend in the world, and you're going to treat me like this?" "Were," he said quietly, although he still wouldn't look at me. "You were my best friend in the world. I don't know who the hell you are now. My best friend wouldn't treat my sister like one of his sleazy conquests, in the middle of our firm's gala, no less." "I'm not treating her like a conquest. Come on now. You should know that I have too much respect for Joanna to do something like that." "Oh yeah? I bet you respected the hell out of her in that closet." "Look, we were being stupid, I know that, but I swear it's not what you think." "Get the hell out of my way, Anderson. Go do your work, and just get out of my sight." With that, he turned, and I knew that I had essentially been dismissed. I watched him storm off and disappear behind his office door with a slam. "Shit," I muttered, turning around and seeing several employees passing by, giving me scolding glances as if they'd never heard an expletive before. "What the hell are you guys looking at?" I said, agitated. "Are you done with your reports?" No," one of them stuttered. "They're not due until the end of the week, though, right?" "Doesn't mean you have to wait that long to finish," I fussed. "So stop looking at me and get back to work." Yes, Mr. Anderson." I watched them hurry away, feeling mildly guilty for bullying them for no reason. But I couldn't help myself. When I felt bad, I tended to act bad. It was a habit that I had yet managed to get control over. I glanced back to the door Tobias had disappeared behind, tempted to bang on it until he opened up and heard me out. I tried to recall the last time Tobias had been seriously mad at me. It had seemed like a lifetime ago. We'd been fresh out of high school at the time. He had let me use his car for a date. I had stayed out longer than normal for that particular date and hadn't returned Tobias's car for 2 whole days. I'd been careless, taking my date on joyrides, stopping here and there to drink and make out. In the end, I'd left it in far from the pristine condition Tobias had initially lent it to me in. "Where the hell have you been?" Tobias yelled when I finally returned with his car. "And what the hell happened?" His gaze had raked over his car, seeing that it certainly looked worse for wear on the outside. That was nothing compared to what it had looked like on the inside, though. Unfortunately, it was like I'd been wearing beer goggles the whole time that had left my vision distorted. I hadn't been able to see the damages I'd done to his beloved car until that very instant, right as he was pointing it out. It was like watching in slow motion as he approached his car, his keen vision seeing every speck of dirt, every scratch, every smudge. He opened the door to the reek of the wine coolers my date had spilled all over the cloth seats. I still remembered the way he had closed his eyes, keeping them shut for a moment, as if hoping that when he reopened them, his car would be restored to new. "Anderson, so help me God, you did not mess up my car like this. You did not." I had stood there, sputtering and trying to figure out what to say, wishing I had a magic wand to repair the car Tobias had worked so hard to acquire. "Anderson!" Tobias had yelled, demanding an answer. I flinched, not having a single idea what to say for myself. "It's nothing, man. Don't worry about it. I'll fix it. I'll clean it, and it'll be good as new before you know it," I said, trying to act as if it was no big deal. "You're damn straight you will, you jackass," Tobias had growled. He didn't speak to me for 2 whole days after that, and those had been 2 of the longest days of my life. I had managed to scrape up every penny I owned to fix his car. Things were different this time, though. Joanna wasn't a car that I could just run through a wash and repair to restore to new. And as much as Tobias had loved his first car, he loved his sister more. It was going to take a lot more to make it up to him. And if I didn't figure out how to do it soon, I was at risk of losing my best friend forever. My stomach twisted painfully at the thought. Knowing I was highly unlikely to get another word out of Tobias for the day, I left from standing in front of his closed office door and headed to my own office. When I reached my office, thoughts of Joanna returned. It dawned on me that if I could at least get her back on my side, perhaps we could win over Tobias's blessing together. First, though, I needed to get her to accept my calls. I closed and locked my office door, went to the phone, and dialed Joanna's number, my fingers automatically finding the right digits. I was very much a product of my generation, and therefore hardly knew anyone's phone number by heart, thanks to my constant usage of speed dial. But considering how many times I had called Joanna over the past 2 days, I had learned her number by heart. It may have just been my imagination, but I thought I could even distinguish between the sounds of the rings. When I listened to the rings of calls she wasn't going to answer, there was a hollow tone to them that other rings didn't have. "Come on, Joe, pick up," I pleaded, but already knowing it was useless after the 4th ring. The phone chirped, delivering me to her voicemail for the 1000th time. I had a feeling that I was just a couple messages away from completely filling up her inbox. "Joanna, please, just call me back. We can work this out. I'll talk to Tobias. He'll get over it. He has to. I'm not going to just give up because he caught us. Come on, Joanna, answer me. Just pick up." But I was cut off by the beep, which had also happened to me for the 1000th time. I leaned back in my seat, wondering again how I had managed to get myself into such an unfortunate predicament. In one night, I had lost my best friend and the girl of my dreams. It just didn't make sense. I sat in my seat, so disappointed with myself that I started getting a pounding headache. I rested my head on my desk, tired, angry, frustrated, and sickened all at once. I wasn't sure how much time passed, but I eventually realized I couldn't spend the entire day hiding in my office in despair, especially while there was still a lot of work to be done. After all, I had just harassed a couple of employees. What message would I be sending if I spent an entire day being useless and unproductive? Furthermore, I didn't need another reason for Tobias to be upset with me, that was for sure. An uncomfortable feeling washed over me again, knowing that too many people already thought I had only landed my role at the firm for being Tobias's best friend. I had never cared much about the rumors, believing them to be nonsense. Now, however, if I lost my best friend status, how could I be certain that my job wouldn't be the next thing to get lost? I wanted to believe that I was important to the firm, but I couldn't be naive enough to think that Joanna couldn't easily take over my job if necessary. And where would that leave me? Out of a best friend? Out of a woman? Out of work? At the end of the day, I wasn't irreplaceable. I shuddered and turned on my computer. The times of taking anything for granted were far behind me now. Trying to ignore my pounding headache, I began to pull up the latest numbers. Yet they only sent a pang through my chest, for I knew that they would be a lot easier to make sense of if Joanna was beside me, checking over them also. We'd made a good team. "Damn it," I said, and sighed.
Chapter 22. Joanna. I knew Anderson had been trying to call me, but I just couldn't muster the energy to speak with him. After leaving the gala, I turned off my phone and went straight back to Tobias's, hating that I didn't have anywhere else to go. When I got back to Tobias's big empty mansion, it was almost too much for me to bear, thinking back to the utter disappointment and disgust that had been on his face when he'd caught me with Anderson. I shuddered just thinking about it, for never in my life had my brother looked at me that way. It was a look that I hoped to never receive from him ever again. I had contemplated packing my things and staying at a hotel, but before I had a chance to act on it, my stomach heaved with nausea again. I spent the rest of the night and the following morning vomiting. I could only presume the fancy food provided at the gala hadn't agreed with me at all. Clinging to the toilet bowl, I wished I had just opted to stay home that night entirely. Perhaps the whole Lauren fiasco had been foreshadowing that the night had been doomed. It had been late when Tobias made it home from the event. I had just cleaned myself up from another bout of vomiting when I heard him tinkering around in the kitchen. I halfway wanted to hide from him indefinitely, but doing so made me feel too much like a child, as if I was refusing to come out of my room after upsetting my parents. So I forced myself to go downstairs to greet him. When I reached the kitchen, he was facing the refrigerator, throwing back a drink of some kind. "How did your speech go?" I asked, my voice cutting through the icy silence permeating the house. Tobias turned around, slammed his cup onto the kitchen counter, and walked past me without saying a word. I started to feel sick all over again, but felt grateful that he hadn't kicked me out of his house, at least. Taking the hint that he didn't want to talk, I headed back to my room, where I remained for the rest of the night, fighting intense bouts of nausea every time I thought of Tobias and Anderson and what I could possibly do to remedy our situation. The night of the gala, I went to bed, hoping and praying that I would feel better when I woke the following morning. But the sickness persisted, and even got worse in the morning. I had wanted to ask Tobias about the dinner that had been served and whether he was feeling all right afterwards, but he continued avoiding me like the plague and was out of the house before I could even think about trying to have a heart-to-heart conversation with him about what had happened. Anderson continued to call and text me, but I resisted responding to him. As much as I hated ignoring him, I felt that talking to him would only make things worse. I needed to get things right with my brother first, because deep down, I agreed that Anderson and I had been disrespectful to him in hiding our relationship. Plus, I didn't think I could even carry out a long conversation with the way my nausea had me constantly running to the toilet. When Monday rolled around, I woke up feeling just as sick. Tobias still hadn't bothered to speak with me, not even caring that I wouldn't be going to work that day. While I understood his disappointment, a part of me was growing increasingly annoyed. I was his little sister, for crying out loud. He could have at least checked to make sure I wasn't dying, because I certainly felt like I was. My mood souring by the second, I was grateful when my nausea started to ease by that afternoon. I was positively starving by then, particularly since it felt like I'd been throwing up everything I'd ever eaten in my entire life. Still in my pajamas, I went to the kitchen and rummaged through the refrigerator and the cabinets, thinking that I should probably eat some chicken noodle soup and crackers with ginger ale. But I noticed I had a sweet tooth. When I spotted a tub of vanilla ice cream in the freezer, my mouth practically started to salivate. Don't be stupid. You don't need ice cream while you're recovering from food poisoning, a voice in my head warned. But my craving for the ice cream was too strong, and ultimately won the battle. Moments later, I found myself curled on the couch in front of the TV, in danger of finishing off the whole tub. I hadn't eaten ice cream in years, having lost my taste for it some time ago. It tasted amazing. As I began scraping the bottom of the container, I tried to recall the last time I'd eaten ice cream. My mind drew a blank for a while, but then I finally remembered. It had been during my senior year of high school, after I broke up with William Towley. The breakup had been bad, primarily because I'd been so young and naive. Will had been my first love, and first loves were hard to get over. He had asked me to the homecoming dance at the beginning of the year, even after Tobias had threatened to give him a black eye to match his suit. Immediately, I'd felt that any guy not frightened away by my overprotective big brother was a keeper. My little teenaged heart had presumed that me and Will were going to be together forever. He was handsome, smart, charming, funny, and had a bit of a bad boy edge to go along with it that had left me smitten right from the start. We dated for almost the whole school year, right up to prom season. I had fully anticipated going to prom with him until I caught him red-handed kissing another girl. Katie Joseph, a pretty cheerleader who half the guys in the school had a crush on. My heart had shattered into a million pieces, and I soon realized that Will had simply been using me. Throughout our time together, he had mentioned more than a time or two exactly how far he wanted to go with me, and I had been under the impression that he would indeed be my first, whenever I was ready and could work up the nerve to go through with it. But I supposed I'd been taking too long, and since he wasn't as serious about me as I was about him, he just decided to move on to someone prettier and more willing. He hadn't even had the decency to officially end things with me. He just stopped speaking to me cold turkey with no explanation. After spotting him with Katie, I'd gone home and eaten a whole tub of ice cream, half in response to my broken heart, and half in response to the fact that my period had started that day and I was just a hormonal wreck. Never wanting to feel that way again, I swore off ice cream afterwards because the cold and sweet taste of it would always remind me of that miserable day, just like it currently was. It was too late to do anything about it now, though, for I had devoured the whole tub. Too late. The word late began to bounce around in my head, making me uncomfortable for some reason. I began reflecting on that day of heartache with Will again. How that heartache, the cramps and the PMS, had created the perfect storm that had me crying for the rest of the night. It was almost like how I currently felt, minus the PMS part. The tub of ice cream slipped from my hands. I watched it roll across Tobias's pristine floor. a steady panic growing inside of me as I realized that I'd been staying here for over a month and hadn't had my period yet. I hadn't had a period since Anderson and I started. "No," a voice said sternly in my head. "It's just stress. Stress is making your period late. That's all it is." I so desperately wanted to believe that was the case. But another voice in my head chimed in. "How do you know, though?"
Let your mind drift gently with the melody, as if carried by a soft breeze across a quiet night.
Let me get away. Yeah, I'm running. Yeah, I'm running. So love me or leave me, I'm standing alone. Can't shake a feeling that lives in my bones. Lie to me, tell me you wish you could, but nothing you gave me is worth what you took. 'Cause I won't love, I won't love, I won't love, I won't love. 'Cause I won't love, I won't love, I won't love, I won't love. Slowly beating in, sitting towns out alone. Hood keeps wheeling, the mother willows. I can feast my time. Yeah, I'm running. Yeah, I'm running. So love me or leave me, I'm standing alone. Can't shake the feeling that lives in my bones. Lie to me, tell me you wish you could, but nothing you gave me is worth what you took. 'Cause I won't love, I won't love, I won't love, I won't love. 'Cause I won't love, I won't love, I won't love, I won't love.
Your period has always been like clockwork. You've never missed it before. Was that nausea or morning sickness? Climbing to my feet on shaky legs, I clambered up the stairs to my room, pulling a jogging suit on over my pajamas, and then dashing out of the house, heading for the first Walgreens that I passed. My whole body felt overheated as I walked through the aisles, looking at row upon row of pregnancy tests, overwhelmed regarding which one to get. My anxiety increasing by the second, I closed my eyes and grabbed the first 3 my hands landed on, and then headed to the checkout line. A teenaged boy worked the checkout line. "Good afternoon, ma'am," he said, pleasantly enough, and then raised his eyebrows in embarrassment as I slid the 3 pregnancy tests toward him. He quickly scanned and bagged them. I shoved the money at him without bothering to get my change back. The whole time, my mind spun with panic. By the time I got back to the house, I was practically numb. I headed upstairs to my room, went to the bathroom, and sat on the cold floor for a moment. terrified. I stared at the 3 pregnancy tests, suddenly afraid to open them, afraid to take them, knowing my whole life could potentially be changed forever. "You need to know, though," the voice in my head reasoned. My hands trembling, I tore open the first box. Sure, I'd thought about having children before. What girl didn't? I just thought that whenever it came time for me to seriously think about having children, I would be married to the love of my life, and it would be a decision we'd make together. A few years ago, I had always envisioned that discussion happening with Xander. But when things started falling to the wayside with him, so did my dreams of having a family. It had taken me a while to get the strength to leave him, but I had decided long ago that he would never be the father of my children. I'd at least had sense enough to know that making him a father would have been the worst thing I could have possibly done. But this, though, this I hadn't expected in the slightest. Taking a deep breath, I carefully read the instructions for the first test, and then I went for it. The subsequent minutes that ticked by as I waited for the results felt like the longest I had ever experienced in my life. Positive. I swallowed, staring at the little blue plus sign for a moment. I then ripped open the second box, read the second set of instructions, and went downstairs for a glass of water. A half hour later, I took the second test. Positive. I stared at the 2 blue lines, confirming the first results. I waited a whole hour before taking the third test. That one resulted in another plus sign. Positive, positive, positive. Pregnant, pregnant, pregnant. I was pregnant. And there was no doubt whatsoever who the father was. I'd only been with one man since leaving Xander. Right that moment, I heard my phone buzzing. I didn't need to look to know it was Anderson. But I sure as hell couldn't talk to him at the moment. I needed time. I needed to think. I needed to wrap my mind around this extremely unexpected turn of events in my life and determine what it meant for me. I needed to think about how I was going to go about telling Anderson. And worst, I had to think about how Tobias was going to take the news. I went to lay down on my bed, flat on my back with my hands resting on my stomach, feeling a mixture of awe, shock, and nervousness. When the nausea started to slowly creep up on me again, I didn't know if it was my emotions running amok that caused it, or the little seed growing somewhere in my womb.
Chapter 23. Anderson. From day one, working at the firm with Tobias had been a demanding job. It was trying, and it took a lot of patience. Yet in all the time I'd worked there, nothing had ever felt as difficult as the past few days. Every time I stepped into the building, there was a chill in the air that practically froze my lungs with every breath I took. While it had absolutely nothing to do with the temperature, it had everything to do with the iciness of Tobias's stare every time we happened to cross paths. Time and time again I tried to reach out to him, but he continued avoiding me. The days went by, and he refused to speak to me. And to make matters worse, Joanna continued to avoid my calls. By the end of the week, I was completely at my wits' end. I entered the office, confused and desperate. Suddenly, my eyes landed on Libby, remembering that she and Joanna were on friendly terms with each other. Trying as best as I could to keep my composure, I trailed after her as she turned down the hall, likely heading to the supply closet Joanna and I had used for a make-out session. "Hey, Libby," I called out. She jumped, startled.
"Oh, Anderson! Hi,"
she said, a deep flush spreading over her cheeks. I mustered a smile, even though my jaw muscles didn't want to support the gesture. "How's it going?" I asked. She stared back at me curiously. She'd been working at the firm for a while now, but she and I had never particularly been chit-chat buddies.
"Fine," she said. "You?"
I nodded, wanting to say that I was fine as well, but unable to force out the word. I stuffed my hands into my pockets to keep myself from fidgeting. I was just wondering, by any chance, have you heard from Joanna lately?" The second the question left my mouth, though, I realized that I'd made a mistake. Everyone knew that Tobias and I were best friends, just like everyone knew Joanna was Tobias's sister. It was unusual in itself for me to ask anyone else about Joanna's whereabouts. If I had a question about Joanna, it would have only been logical for me to approach Tobias. Libby's eyes widened, and I was left wondering if she knew what was going on among the three of us. If not, I wondered if, at the very least, she had noticed that Tobias and I hadn't been on speaking terms. I glanced around, paranoid and wondering if the whole office knew something was up. After all, our drama at the gala hadn't exactly been subtle.
No, not really,"
Libby answered, averting her gaze.
"Why do you ask?"
I shook my head. "Never mind, Libby. Have a nice day," I said, briefly patting her shoulder and hurrying off to my office. It was just before my lunch break, but I had no appetite. So instead of heading to the break area or out for a bite to eat, I left my office and headed straight for Tobias's. The man was going to hear me out if it was the last thing I did, especially since I couldn't even get in contact with Joanna. Plus, my encounter with Libby had left me thoroughly shaken. I needed answers and was determined to get them before the end of the day. I knocked on Tobias's office door. From inside, I could hear him shuffling about. "1 second," his voice rang from the other side of the door. I heard the doorknob jiggle, and shortly thereafter, I was staring into Tobias's face, into those gray eyes that were so much like his sister's. He swore and was about to slam the door right back in my face, but I held my arm out, stopping him. "Anderson, I'm not in the mood," he said through gritted teeth. "Well, that's just too goddamned bad," I said, forcing myself into his office. He and I got into a little tussle right there on the spot as he tried to keep me from entering, but I managed to push past him. I slammed the door behind me and locked it. Tobias snarled back at me. "Anderson, I'm warning you." "You're warning me? Warning me of what, Tobias?" I challenged. "Warning me that after all these years of practically being brothers, you're just going to turn your back on me entirely?" "Yes, because if you were my brother, then how the hell would you go and do what you did? Damn it, Tobias! Enough already!" I yelled. "Why are you being such an asshole about this? Grow up! I like your sister. I'll yell it from a rooftop. Now why on earth is that such a horrible thing to you? Don't you think you're taking the whole protective big brother act too far? Because if you don't, then let me be the first to tell you, you are." "How dare you tell me how to take care of my own family?" Tobias shouted, his nostrils flaring. But I refused to back down. "Joanna is a grown woman, Tobias. She doesn't need you taking care of her anymore. Get that through your thick skull." The office fell so deadly quiet after my outburst, I feared people a mile away had heard me. Tobias stood before me, stunned. His eyes shot daggers at me, and for a second, I was fairly certain he was about to punch me. I braced myself. But Tobias took a step back and blinked. He appeared to deflate right before my eyes. "She doesn't have anyone else to look out for her the way I do," he said, his voice almost a whisper. She's the only family I have, apart from you. And you don't know how close I've come to losing her." I stared back at him, confused. "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about the pieces of shit she keeps allowing into her life. The last one damn near killed her. Xander, her ex. He was crazy, dangerous. He's beaten her to a bloody pulp I don't know how many times. What she told me was bad enough, and I know for a fact that she hasn't told me everything. She's afraid to. Are you fucking kidding me? I said, my throat tightening. Even though I'd heard about Xander before, by no means had I known it was that bad. I staggered backwards until my back hit the wall, the thought of someone beating Joanna making me want to smash everything around me to pieces. She never told you, huh? Tobias said. I looked up at him, finding that the fury in his eyes had subsided. I shook my head. No, she didn't tell me. Tobias nodded. Yeah, because that's how Joanna is. She's secretive. She could be dying on the inside, but she'll insist that she's fine and doesn't need any help. That's why I'm so protective of her. I have to be, because she doesn't always do the best job of looking out for herself. She only came to me this time because she finally got tired of Xander hitting her. It keeps me up at night sometimes, wondering what would have happened if she hadn't got the strength to leave him after that last time. I hardly recognized her when she showed up to the house. Her face black and blue. And what happened to Xander, I said, uttering his name like a swear word. Tobias sighed. I wish I could say. He paused and shook his head. He called her here, you know. He what? Tobias nodded. Yeah, and she tried to hide that from me, that he somehow found the number to her office and threatened to come for her. The only reason she told me was because she thought he had found her one day. Remember that day she called me from the parking lot? I nodded, remembering that day perfectly. We'd been in a meeting when she had suddenly called Tobias. I had sensed that something was wrong, but had opted to mind my own business, assuming it to be some kind of sibling issue that was none of my concern. She called because she thought someone was watching her in the parking lot. She didn't want to admit it, but she thought it was Xander. But then she went right back to being her typical self, refusing to let me help her. I tried to get her to stay at the office until our meeting was over, or to even let you drive her home, but she refused. I shook my head and stared down at the floor, unable to believe what I was hearing. I had no idea. That doesn't surprise me, Tobias said. His expression suddenly hardened again. So you have to understand why I'm so protective. If I'm not looking out for her, who will? She doesn't confide in anyone. She was even secretive with our parents back in the day. I've always had a feeling in my gut that one day one of her secrets was going to get her in trouble. I've been worried sick about her. And then, this? He shook his head. It was just too much. I was already pissed off that she wasn't taking Xander as seriously as she should have, and that she had been keeping his stalking a secret in the first place. But then to find out that she'd been messing around with my best friend and didn't even have the decency to tell me? How was I supposed to feel? I sighed and lowered my head. Listen, Tobias, I get it. I understand where you're coming from. Do you? He said, his voice turning hard and skeptical once more. Then why the hell did you keep this from me too? Because, hell, your reaction proved why, didn't it? We knew you weren't going to take it well. We wanted to tell you eventually, but we just couldn't seem to find the right timing. You weren't supposed to find out the way you did, though, that's for sure. Tobias huffed. I sure as hell would have appreciated being spared from finding out that way, too. Can you forgive me? A long silence followed my question, but eventually Tobias nodded. Nevertheless, there was a distinct look of disgust on his face. Are you sure? I asked. I just don't get it, Anderson. Joanna? Of all the people, all the women you've been with, you choose my little sister. You two couldn't stand each other. How did this happen?" I shrugged my shoulders. Things were different back then. She's changed. I've changed. Tobias rubbed his temples as if he had a headache. "Just tell me you guys never... Not when we were kids." "No," I said quickly. "I never looked at her that way when we were kids, I swear. Trust me. How I feel about her now came as a shock to me, too. It was a shock for both of us." "You really care about her?" Tobias asked, his voice weary. I nodded. "Yes, I do. More than I've cared about any woman in my life. It feels weird for me to say that, but it's true. And it's weird for me to hear that, but... But what?" Tobias shrugged. "I guess it could be worse." At this, I could only laugh. "Yeah, it could be. So thanks." "I mean it," Tobias said. "It's going to take me some time to get used to, but I know you're a good guy. Just don't get too comfortable, because I'll still kick your ass if you ever hurt her or break her heart. Trust me, I know that." Tobias moved toward me, his hand outstretched. I clasped it, and before I knew it, we were hugging. "Sorry I went so ballistic," he said. "I know I can't protect her forever, but I also know I don't have anything to worry about if she's with you." "Apology accepted, man." We separated. "Have you heard from her lately?" Tobias asked. I shook my head. "No, I wanted to ask you if she was all right." Tobias swore. "I haven't seen her in a few days. I don't know what the hell is going on or where she ran off to. Do you know I've got a few strands of gray hair now? I know she's the reason for it." "Wait," I said. "She hadn't been staying with you?" "No, she packed up and left. And it's my fault. Of course, I never would have kicked her out, but I can't say I've been exactly hospitable to her lately." "I'll help you find her." Tobias nodded. "Thanks. I have a feeling something isn't right." "Me too," I said, trying to keep my panic at bay.
Chapter 24. Joanna. Tobias had either been working late at the office or staying out of the house longer than normal simply so that he could avoid me. Either way, after taking the pregnancy tests, I was grateful for his absence. It had taken me a while to get over the shock, but when I did, I began packing my bags, and I called the first person I thought of. "Hello, Joanna? Oh my God, what's wrong?" Libby's voice had said on the other line. "Libby, I need a place to stay, just temporarily. I hate to be a burden and to ask for such a huge favor at the last minute like this." "Of course you can stay with me," she had said, cutting me off. "Come over as soon as you need to." I sniffed back tears. "Thank you, Libby. I'll be there in a little while, and I'll explain everything." "Did you just seriously wipe me out of my second tub of ice cream?" Libby said with a frown. It was 2 hours later, and I was sitting on her couch, holding back tears. Libby had been patient with me, respecting that I needed time to work up to telling her my story. I had requested ice cream along the way, and she happily served me some. "I'm sorry. I'll buy you some more," I said. "I've just been craving it lately." That's all right," Libby said, waving her hand dismissively. "Nothing is ever as bad as it seems when you've got ice cream. So, are you ready to spill it already? What's going on?" "I guess there's no real reason to hide it anymore," I said. "Anderson and I have been seeing each other." Libby gasped so loudly and dramatically that she almost fell off the couch. "I knew it! All that stuff about you growing up with him and whatnot. Ha! I knew it!" She slapped me across the arm. "You know you could have just told me, right? Why the secrecy?" "Because my brother is overly protective," I told her. Anderson and I both knew he wasn't going to approve,
and to make a long story short, he doesn't. Libby's excitement quickly subsided. "Oh, girl, I'm sorry," she said. "But who cares? You can't live your life according to what your brother wants. You're your own woman. And hell, for a man as gorgeous as Anderson Lawrence, I wouldn't give a damn what anybody says." She laughed, nudging me in the arm and trying to get me to join in. But my eyes involuntarily filled with tears in response. "I wish it was that simple," I said. "Tobias is really upset. He feels like we betrayed him. Now he's not speaking to either one of us. And I feel like shit because Anderson and Tobias have been friends for as long as I can remember, and..." I drew in a breath, feeling my chest squeezing together as I struggled to finish the rest of what I needed to say. Libby threw her arm around me. "And what? It can't be that bad, whatever it is, as long as it doesn't involve Xander." I shook my head. "No, it doesn't involve Xander. Thank goodness." I produced a weak smile as I tried to figure out how to proceed. Libby gave my shoulder a gentle squeeze. "What is it then?" she asked. I took a deep breath. "I'm pregnant." My confession hung in the air. It was the first time I had uttered the words out loud, making them official, making them real. "I'm pregnant," I repeated. "By Anderson." Libby gasped again, covering her mouth with her hands. "Oh my God," she said. "Congratulations!" I laughed, although I wasn't entirely sure I found anything funny. "Thanks. I'm not sure how much I have to celebrate, though, given the circumstances." "Honey, you have plenty to celebrate," Libby said. "A baby. Wow! That's a blessing, Joanna. Hold on, I need a drink." She leapt up from the couch and headed to her china cabinet, talking excitedly as she retrieved wine. Her voice soon became a muffled drone in my ears, though, for my thoughts had grown too loud to hear over. All I could think about was how in the world I was going to tell Anderson. Although I didn't know for sure, something told me he wasn't at a point in his life where he was ready to be a father. Hell, I wasn't entirely sure I was ready to be a mother. Sure, I'd thought about having children before, but I would have preferred having them under happier conditions, planned conditions. In other words, not under an unexpected happenstance that had caused a rift between my brother and his best friend. Libby returned with a glass of wine and sat back down beside me. "Sorry I can't offer you any." Despite my mood, a genuine laugh left my mouth. "Oh, Libby, what am I going to do?" "You're just going to take things step by step," she said. "First things first. Have you told Anderson?" I shook my head. "That's all I can think about. I don't know what to say." "How do you think he's going to react?" "I don't know." "Well, does he strike you as a family-oriented man? Have you ever heard him talking about wanting kids before?" "No. No to both of those." "Have you ever heard him say that he doesn't want kids?" "Well, no." "So technically you're on neutral ground. That's a good thing. Don't be so quick to jump to conclusions." "I guess I never looked at it that way," I said after a pause. "You know, there's only one way to find out then, right?" I nodded. "I'm going to need time to get to that point, though." "Take all the time you need," Libby said after taking a sip of her wine. "And you can stay here for as long as you need." "Thanks." "I think you should tell him sooner than later, though," Libby said. "Your absence at the office is bound to start raising some eyebrows, especially his. If he asks you about me, please don't tell him anything," I said. "I just need some time." "Of course," Libby said, giving me another hug. "I think I need some more ice cream, too," I said. "You know,
since I can't have any wine." Libby laughed. Chapter 25. Joanna. While I knew Libby had a point in suggesting I should tell Anderson about my pregnancy sooner rather than later, it was far easier said than done. As the days went by, I still couldn't work up the nerve. His calls remained unanswered, and my resolve continued to waver. "Talk to him," Libby had said to me one day after she'd returned from work. "He asked me about you today, you know. He's worried. I can tell." "I'll tell him soon," I'd said, although I had been saying that for several days already. The next thing I knew, Sunday evening had arrived and I had Libby's house to myself. Her cousin had come to town, and the two of them were going out to dinner and catching up with each other. "You're welcome to join us," Libby had offered. "It'll be fun, and it'll do you some good to get out of the house." But I turned down the offer, not feeling in the mood to socialize. "I think I'm going to do it tonight," I told her. "I'm going to call Anderson. Maybe invite him over so that we can talk. Is that all right?" "Yes," Libby said. "In fact, I'll even stay out. I can crash at the hotel with my cousin to give you two some privacy." "Thanks, Libby. I owe you big time." Yet as the evening wore on, the only call I had succeeded in making was to a Chinese restaurant to order some chicken fried rice and egg rolls. "It's still early, though," I told myself. "I'll wait until the food gets here and then invite him over to eat." I sat on the couch, staring at Family Feud reruns and trying to collect my thoughts. Growing antsy, I began to pace the floor, trying desperately to find the right words to say when I called Anderson. "Anderson, I'm pregnant," I practiced out loud, and then shook my head, knowing I couldn't spring into such a major confession right from the start. I'd have to work my way up to it. Besides, I knew that when I called, the first thing he'd want to know was why I'd been ignoring him. I continued pacing the floor, my mind running wild as I envisioned all the possible scenarios that could happen. Would he be happy to hear from me? Or would he be angry? Would he agree to come see me, or would he demand I just told him over the phone, right then and there, what was wrong with me? Would he be happy about becoming a father? Or would he panic and try to worm his way out of it? Had he talked to Tobias at all since the gala? The doorbell rang, catching me off guard and making my heart leap to my throat. I let out a long breath. "Goodness, Joanna, get a grip," I said to myself. I reached for my wallet and headed to the door, my stomach growling despite the ridiculous amount of ice cream that I'd eaten over the past few days. "How much?" I said as I opened the door. I looked up, stopping dead in my tracks. My blood turned cold and my stomach dropped as if the floor beneath my feet had suddenly disappeared. I wanted to believe that I was dreaming, and this was only a nightmare that I would wake up from at any moment. But I already knew that wasn't the case, and that Xander really was standing there in front of me on the porch, sloppy drunk with a bruise across his left cheek. His eyes were glassy with intoxication, but that didn't prevent him from sneering, proud to have successfully tracked me down. "Told you I was coming. Didn't I, love?" he said. Survival instincts finally kicking in, I quickly moved to slam the door in his face. My mind raced with what I needed to do, like lock the door and call the police. But even in his state of drunkenness, he was able to react quickly enough to grab the door and force his way inside. "Did you really think you could get away from me?" he spat, painfully grabbing my arms. I twisted, panicking and trying to free myself from his grasp. I kicked him in the shin with every ounce of strength I could muster, catching him by surprise. "You bitch!" he yelled, momentarily releasing my arm. I turned to run, but his hard and heavy footsteps followed closely behind me. A scream got stuck in my throat, And just as I reached the edge of the steps, he lunged toward me, sending me crashing down. My body exploded in pain as I landed roughly on the steps, right on my stomach. The wind was knocked right out of me.
"What did I tell you about trying to run from me?" Xander bellowed.
Chapter 26. Anderson. To say that I was a nervous wreck was probably the understatement of the century. Ever since Tobias had revealed that Joanna had left his house without leaving any indication of her whereabouts, there had been a ball of dread in my stomach, especially since I had learned the full details about her fucking asshole ex. Something just wasn't right, and Tobias and I both knew it. But with Joanna not answering her phone, returning our calls, or showing up for work, we just had no way of figuring out what was going on. We had tried in vain to find her, visiting places she had frequented, such as favorite restaurants, bookstores, shopping malls, all to no avail. Tobias had even resorted to calling a few of her friends, but no one had heard anything. It was like she had somehow disappeared right into thin air. "She'll turn up," Tobias had kept saying. "She always does." But the more he said it, the more it became apparent that his words were solely an attempt to comfort himself. When we had exhausted all of our ideas of places she could potentially be found, we were forced to throw in the towel. "Maybe she'll show up for work this week," I had offered, but my words were just as hollow as Tobias's. I strongly doubted she would just report to the firm after avoiding everyone for a full week. "Maybe so," Tobias had said, but we both knew we were kidding ourselves. Nevertheless, Monday morning, I had managed to fool myself into believing she might actually turn up, and that I would walk into the office to find her stepping off the elevator, wearing a pencil skirt with her curly hair pinned on top of her head, grinning at me and saying, "How'd you fare with the latest set of numbers?" I woke early, deciding that I wanted to get to the office early, just in case. When I got to the firm, it was mostly empty, just as I had expected. I headed to the break room to make myself a cup of coffee that I didn't really want. I took a sip, grimacing at how bitter it tasted, because I'd been too distracted with my thoughts to make it properly. But I kept it anyway, and then proceeded to Tobias's office, hoping with bated breath that he had managed to make contact with Joanna at some point over the weekend. I wanted nothing more than for him to look at me and say, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, she came back Sunday evening. She's fine. In fact, she'll be here in a little while." But the second I stepped foot into his office, I knew that wasn't going to be the case, judging from his tensed expression. He looked up at me expectantly. "Heard anything?" I sighed and shook my head. "Nope. Was hoping you had," I said, staring down into my bitter coffee. "Shit," Tobias said, flopping down into the chair behind his desk and staring out the window beside it. The day outside was dark and gloomy, the clouds in the sky threatening thunderstorms, even though rain hadn't been in the forecast. "Look, I'm not feeling good about this at all," I said. "Don't you think it's time to file a missing persons report? It's been too long now, hasn't it?" Tobias bit his bottom lip. "I don't know," he said quietly. "I've thought about it, believe me, I have. But I also know how Joanna is. On one hand, I'm worried sick, but on the other hand, I get the feeling that she's just holed up somewhere, wanting to be alone and not wanting to answer to anybody. She can get like that sometimes. She has before. If I file a missing persons report and she isn't in any real danger, she'll be pissed, and that will just push her farther away. She'll accuse me of meddling in her business, like always." "Okay, fair point. But what if something really is wrong?" I argued. "Better safe than sorry, right? This just isn't something we should be risking at this point, especially if there's even the slightest chance that bastard Xander is on the loose." Tobias shook his head. "I don't think Xander is involved. If Xander was the problem, she would have said something. That's probably the only thing that would make her say something." I sighed in exasperation. So what are we supposed to do? Just sit here and do nothing? I'm thinking about giving it a few more days, and if we don't hear anything by then, I'll be ready to go ahead and file a missing persons report. And if it turns out that she's all right and she gets pissed off at me, then oh well, she shouldn't have been acting like this. It'll be partially her own fault. I bit my tongue, refraining from saying that a big part of this was really his fault for throwing such a temper tantrum. If he hadn't reacted so negatively to finding out about us, I had a strong suspicion we wouldn't be in this predicament. But I remained quiet, knowing that the time for pointing fingers was long gone. So you want to wait a few more days? I said. I wasn't sure I could stand waiting that much longer, and was just about to say as much when someone knocked on Tobias's office door. Tobias and I exchanged glances, each of us silently asking if the other was expecting anyone. It was early in the morning, and the official working hours hadn't started yet. I shrugged my shoulders, letting him know that I hadn't scheduled a meeting with anyone. "Come in," Tobias said, eyeing the door curiously. It slowly creaked open, and Libby poked her head through. "Hey, Libby, what's up?" Tobias said.
"Hi, Tobias. Anderson. I'm glad you're both here, actually," she said, her eyes locking with mine.
She stepped all the way inside and closed the door behind her. Her face was pale, and she looked worried. "What is it?" I asked, alarmed.
"I don't really know where to start," she said, "so I guess I'll just get straight to the point."
She locked eyes with me once again.
"Was Joanna with you last night?"
"No," I said.
"Shit."
Libby shook her head. Tobias stood from his seat. "Libby, do you know something about Joanna?" She nodded her head.
"She's been staying with me, actually. She just didn't want me to say anything to you guys about it. When I last saw her, she told me that she was going to call you."
Libby turned her gaze back to me.
"She said she was inviting you over to talk. That was last night."
I shook my head. "She never called me," I said, the blood in my veins seeming to turn cold on the spot. Libby ran a hand through her hair.
"Something's wrong. I've been trying to call Joanna for a few hours now, but she's not answering. I haven't been back to my place. I stayed out last night with my cousin and just left for work from there. I thought I was giving you guys some privacy at my place to talk and work things out. But now it seems like she's not there and hasn't been there for a while. Not long ago, I saw that I had a message from my alarm system company reporting a broken window at my place."
"I'm calling the police," Tobias said, rushing to his office phone. "Libby, what's your address?" I asked, grabbing my cell phone and heading for the door. I couldn't remember ever feeling so afraid in my life as I hurried to Libby's house. The emotions that had been running through me all morning were too much to handle. First, I'd merely been concerned, although that concern had been steadily rising. Then, when Libby admitted Joanna had been staying with her, there had been a brief moment of relief. But to find out the whole story, that Libby hadn't been home, a window was broken, and Joanna had become unresponsive to even Libby's calls, that was when ice-cold fear seized me and refused to relent. I sped down the highway, my only thoughts being of getting to Libby's house and praying that Joanna was there, unharmed. "You call me immediately when you get there," Tobias had said as I ran out the building. He called the police, giving them Libby's address. He was staying behind to meet with other detectives, show them her picture, and fill out a report. "I will, I promise," I told him. Now I could only hope that I would have good news to tell him when I got there. Turning off the highway, following closely behind Libby's car, I knew I had reached the right block when I saw the ambulance and police vehicles parked along the street. My heart practically dropped to my toes. I hastily parked right behind Libby, and both of us leapt out of our respective cars, racing toward Libby's house. "Hey, hey!" Several police officers called after us. They hurried over, blocking our paths.
"I live here!" Libby shouted. "I live here! My friend was staying here! Is everything okay? Is she okay?" "Calm down, ma'am," one of the officers said. "Where is she? Where's the woman who was staying here?" I demanded. "And who are you, sir?" another officer said, stepping over, while the other proceeded to speak with Libby. I'm looking for the woman who was here. But then my eyes landed on the ambulance truck. In the back of it, I saw a head full of curly hair that I instantly recognized as Joanna's. "Sir! Come back, sir!" the officer yelled after me, but I paid him no mind as I rushed toward the ambulance. "Joanna!" I yelled. At the sound of my voice, she raised her head.
"Anderson?"
she said weakly. My stomach turned with nausea. Her face and arms were bruised and full of scratches. "Hold on, sir. Are you family?" an EMT said, stopping me just before I could get to Joanna. "Yes," Joanna answered for me. "He is. Let him through." The EMT reluctantly stepped aside, and I wasted no time scooping Joanna into my arms. Her body shook as she sobbed into my shoulder. "Who did this to you? What happened?" I asked. "It was Xander," she said. "My ex. He found me." "I'll kill him," I said, not even caring if police officers were around to hear me make such a statement. I grabbed her face and kissed her, my relief at seeing her alive and well so immense that I almost felt like I was going to faint. "I don't know how he found me," she said in disbelief. "We'll handle him, I promise," I said, reaching to pull my cell phone out of my pocket. I sent Tobias a quick message, letting him know that I was with Joanna and that she was all right. "Sir, we have to take her to the hospital," a different EMT said. "Only family members are allowed to ride with the patient." "He is family," Joanna said again. The EMT turned toward me. "What is your relation?" He's the baby's father," Joanna said to the EMT. I felt another powerful wave of lightheadedness. I'm the what?" I said, sure that I must have misheard her. "Joanna, what did you just say?" Joanna's bottom lip trembled as she stared up at me. She took a deep breath. I have to check on the baby. I wasn't sure how to tell you, but... She paused and took another deep breath. "Anderson, I'm pregnant."
Chapter 27. Joanna. Anderson opened the door to his apartment and escorted me inside. After I'd been released from the emergency room, and it was determined that the baby was all right, he had insisted that I go home with him. "I don't want you alone tonight," he had said. "And I don't want you back at Libby's, no offense. I know that's probably the last place Xander will show up to again, but still, I just want you with me. Is that all right?" I'd nodded. "Yeah, that's all right. By the way, you should know that everything is fine with your brother now. We talked. He's okay with us." At that, I couldn't help smiling despite how freaked out I still felt about everything. That was at least one weight lifted off my shoulders. Then it's even more all right. "Here, sit down. Relax," Anderson said, walking me over to the couch in the living room. "I'm fine, really," I said. "You don't have to keep pampering me like this." Anderson smirked. It was the first time I'd seen him smile over the past few hours, which had honestly had me quite worried. I couldn't recall ever seeing him so angry before, although I knew his anger was strictly toward Xander rather than the other circumstances around us. But it was hard. For both of us. "You better get used to it. After all, you're carrying my child. I'm going to spoil you rotten from now on." I smiled and shook my head, although that felt like the second weight that had been lifted off my shoulders. "What am I going to do with you?" I said. He winked.
I have a few ideas. Maybe I'll show you in a little while.
I shook my head and chuckled.
Do you need anything? He asked, his tone turning serious once more.
Yeah, hand me my phone. Let me call Tobias.
Anderson nodded. Yeah, I know he's dying to hear from you by now. I told him you'd call once I got you settled in, he said as he brought my purse to me.
Thanks, I said.
I'll be right back.
I watched Anderson disappear farther into the apartment, and then I took a deep breath and called my brother.
Joanna, are you all right?
He said the instant he answered. Hi, Tobias. Yeah, I'm all right.
I've been so worried about you, he said after a long pause. And I have to tell you that I'm sorry for the way I acted, for the way I overreacted. I was out of line. I'm sorry.
I swallowed against the lump in my throat. Thank you, I said.
So you're sure you're okay? Everything else is fine? You can disagree with me if you want, but it's time to do something about Xander now.
Yes, I know that. And I genuinely meant it. I had gone into complete shock when Xander attacked me at Libby's house. We'd gotten into a bad fight, resulting in me throwing a vase at his head, but missing and breaking a window instead. Neighbors heard the crash and began knocking on the door, trying to check if everything was all right. Xander had made a run for it, escaping out the back door. And then I'd sat on the floor for a long time in complete shock, I guess. More scared than I had ever been in my life. I didn't know what to do. And I was terrified for the baby. Even worse, I had been terrified to call the police or ambulance. I was in denial, and had fallen into the illogical thinking that if I didn't say anything, I could pretend nothing had happened, at least until I snapped back to reality and was ready to face it. The next thing I knew, morning had arrived, and then police and an ambulance started showing up on the premises, even though I hadn't touched the phone.
Joanna, you still there?
Yeah, I said, snapping out of my thoughts. Anderson is already on the case. In fact, he said he was going to see you about finding some of the best private investigators and lawyers to handle Xander.
Yeah, I've already started looking.
And Tobias, there's something else.
Yeah?
I waited for a moment, halfway hoping he would tell me that he already knew because Anderson had already told him. But from the way he quietly hung on to the line, I realized I didn't have that luxury. I took a deep breath. I'm pregnant, I said, and laughed nervously afterwards. Hope you're looking forward to being as doting of an uncle as you are a big brother. There was another long silence, and I halfway thought he somehow hadn't heard me.
Wow. Congratulations, sis, he finally said. I'll be looking forward to meeting my future niece or nephew.
Whether he really meant it or was just being polite, I couldn't quite tell. I looked up to find Anderson returning, giving me a reassuring smile. Well, I'm tired. It's been a long day. I'm going to get some rest, I said.
Okay, I'll talk to you later, Joe. Love you.
Love you, I said, and ended the call.
Sounds like that went well, Anderson said.
I nodded and smiled. Yeah, it did. He's really come around. Anderson came to my side and sat down, wrapping his arm around me and kissing my temple.
I figured you could use a relaxing bath after what you've been through.
Sounds heavenly, I said, suddenly realizing just how stiff and achy my muscles felt.
Come on, Anderson said,
gently taking me by the hand. I stood and let him guide me to the bathroom, where he had run a warm bubble bath that I already couldn't wait to sink into. I turned around, gently kissing his lips. He slowly began to disrobe me, tossing my clothes aside, and then holding my hand as I stepped into the tub. I sighed as my body submerged in the warm water, and I breathed in the fragrance of the bubbles. "So," Anderson said, taking a bath sponge and running it down my back. "I've already talked to a few lawyers about what's going on. They've advised me that I can't, or that I shouldn't rather, set out to kill Xander on my own." I laughed. "Okay, I figured that much." "They're more than willing to help me out on the case." "Good. And Tobias said he's already looking into some lawyers and investigators, too." "Yep," Anderson said. "So to put it simply, Xander isn't going to get away with this. His days of facing no repercussions are over. He's about to learn the hard way that if he ever comes anywhere near you again, God help him." He leaned forward and kissed my forehead again. "Because no one messes with my family." Family. My throat closed up when I heard him say it, and my vision blurred with tears. After everything that happened with Xander and the revelation I was pregnant, I felt more emotional than ever. I leaned against him and let my head fall over his shoulder, closing my eyes. "Thank you, Anderson. My heart swelled with a potent emotion, and it dawned on me. I was in love with him. I loved Anderson. And now I couldn't imagine my life without him. The father of my child. "I love you," I told him, my pulse skyrocketing. He was all I ever needed. I held my breath as I waited for him to say something. He snaked his arms around my waist, holding me like he never wanted to let me go. "I love you too, Joanna. I love you so much." I broke into a huge smile, feeling like everything had come to its place. He loved me. Anderson Lawrence, my brother's best friend and my old crush, loved me. I was euphoric. I turned my head and kissed him, showing him just how much I loved him. "You're a true gem," I whispered into his mouth and nibbled it. "And you're my everything." He kissed my earlobe, which brought fire to my insides. "I want to make you happy. I want you safe." His lips grazed my neck before he took my earlobe into his mouth and licked it. "But right now, I want to make you feel good." He lowered his hand from my stomach to my mound, and I moaned in response. His fingers found my clit instantly, while his other hand covered my breast. "That does feel good," I muttered, my whole body warming when he started pleasuring me. "Please keep touching me. I love when you're touching me." "I love it too. You just feel so good. Your lips, your body, your pussy. I can't stop thinking about you and all those things I want to do to you. The mother of my baby." His fingers moved in circles, and I curled my toes when a bolt of pleasure coursed through me. My pussy started throbbing faster as he quickened his pace. Yes, 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 just like that. I writhed uncontrollably. I thought he was going to make me come like this, but he did something even better. He lowered his fingers and penetrated me with 3 digits, which felt more than amazing now that my mound was pulsating like crazy. "Ah, yes, don't stop." I thrashed my head against his shoulder as he pumped me with his fingers, pushing me toward my much-needed release. I was so close, my moans getting louder, and I couldn't stop rocking my hips. "I'm so close. Ah, Anderson." I screamed when the first wave hit me, overcome with the sweet sensations. "That's it, my love." His lips grazed my neck. "You're so beautiful like this." As soon as the last tremor passed, I turned around and straddled him, taking his shaft into my hand. I need you, I said, unable to look away from his piercing eyes. They were devouring me, making breathing an almost impossible task. Take all of me, he responded in a raspy voice. I sat down on him, letting him slide inside me inch by inch. When he hit my cervix, I felt so full, getting exactly what I wanted, desperately. I began moving on him, our lips joining together. This time we went slowly, each thrust filling me with immense pleasure as I rocked myself on him, and the world stopped to exist. His tongue caressed mine languidly, his hands on my hips guiding me up and down as our bodies moved in perfect harmony. Soon, this wasn't enough, and I started moving faster, chasing the orgasm that was so close. I love you, he said, and threaded his hand through my hair before he pulled me in for another kiss. I let my hands roam all over his firm chest, basking in the feel of his skin against mine. His hand cupped my breast as our kiss deepened, everything in me tightening on the edge of another mind-blowing climax. I love you too. You're so good to me. I'm going to come again. Yeah, come for me. As soon as his voice trailed off, my orgasm started, stronger than the previous one. Anderson didn't stop, ripping through my spasming walls forcefully, and it was almost more than I could bear. Ah! I threw my head back, confounded when another orgasm started, before the first one even finished. Never breaking our eye contact, he impaled me onto him repeatedly until he reached his release too. Joanna! Fuck! He pressed me against his chest just when his climax started, his arms around me holding me tight. This was amazing, I muttered, a bubble of laughter rising in my throat. You're amazing. We remained silent for a while as he held me against him. Then he said, I want you to stay with me. I will, I muttered sleepily, letting my eyes close. I want you to move out of Tobias's place and come to my place. I'll feel better knowing you're here so I can keep you safe. I let my lips curl into a wide smile, overjoyed that he was actually asking me to move in with him. Yes, I will. I'd want nothing more than that.
Chapter 28. Anderson. After bringing Joanna home from the emergency room after the Xander scare, the passing weeks had calmed down considerably. She returned to work, and each evening the two of us went home together. She had moved out of Tobias's mansion to stay with me at my apartment, and I didn't want to jinx myself, but it practically felt like living the happily ever after that I never even realized I wanted. Nevertheless, Xander never strayed too far from my thoughts. I always knew that if he had managed to find Joanna at Libby's house, there was always a chance he could find her at my place, too. Tobias and I had managed to find some top-notch private investigators to figure out how Xander had managed to find Joanna in the first place. She remained adamant that when she left him, she had snuck out and hadn't told him anything whatsoever about where she was going or who she would be staying with. As it turned out, though, Xander was a man who had some deep connections of his own. The investigators we'd hired came to the conclusion that Xander had dug into Joanna's past, figuring out where she grew up, what school she had attended, and subsequently, places she was likely to have history with, places she might run away to. He may have gotten in contact with some old school friends of hers that had been keeping track of her from afar, former friends who knew about the successful businessman her brother had become. One of the investigators, Mike, told me one night over the phone as I checked to see how things were going. That makes sense, I said. Any updates on where he is now? Why?
Are you planning to personally intervene? No, I said, even though it felt like an uncomfortable lie coming out of my mouth. My hands still itched to wring themselves around Xander's throat. Every time I thought of that man, I wanted to hit something. It sometimes made me queasy to think that he could have seriously hurt Joanna and my unborn child. Anderson, the investigator said, uttering my name like a warning. I'm not going to intervene, I insisted. I'm paying you top dollar, so I just want to make sure you're doing your job, if you don't mind. He sighed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get snarky with you. Apology accepted. Now tell me, any recent sightings of that bastard or not? We have reason to think he's still somewhere in Chicago, or at least in a nearby suburb. He's likely biding his time. I don't know much about his intelligence level yet, but often criminals of his caliber don't give up on their victims so easily. He's clearly obsessed with Ms. Gentry, and he will stop at nothing to get her back under his control. So I'm pretty sure he's waiting for the opportunity to strike again. So what do we do until then? Be careful. Be watchful. I know it's hard since she's not a child, but if she can help it, make sure she's not alone too often, because that's obviously when he's more likely to strike. If we don't find him quickly, though, we may have to use her as bait to draw him out. Under controlled circumstances, of course. Of course, I said, although I thoroughly hated the sound of using Joanna as bait. She was carrying precious cargo. I've actually got another question, though. Go for it. When we find Xander, what next? What charges can we put against him? I mean, we can get him put away for life, right? Breaking and entering? Battery? Causing mortal danger to a pregnant woman? Anderson, come on. You know the law, and you know you're not being reasonable. I sighed in frustration. So what are you trying to tell me? All we're going to be able to do is give him a slap on the wrist? A restraining order that he'll undoubtedly break? That's not going to work for me. Well, let's just look at what you want to accuse him of. First of all, breaking and entering isn't exactly accurate, is it? Based on the statement Joanna already gave the cops, she opened the door for him. She thought he was a Chinese food delivery guy. Okay, fine. Let's say we go with that. Then what? Domestic abuse for one. He's been beating her for how long? And we all know that just because there's no paper trail doesn't mean she doesn't have witness testimonies, or maybe took days off from old jobs because of incidents. Listen, I get it. She acted stupidly because she was afraid. And, okay, so we can't call it breaking and entering. But it was forcible entry. She didn't want to let him in. He pushed past her. Valid point. So we get him on the abuse charge, and she's pregnant, right? If she said that at any time to him, a jury would lose their minds. Well, this is going a bit better. Yeah, if we can find the bastard and get a conviction. Those are big ifs, Anderson. Yeah, well, I'll talk to you later, Mike, I said, having grown tired of the conversation, especially since he wasn't telling me what I wanted to hear anymore. We'd have to do this the long way. But I was prepared to play that game. Anything for Joanna and our child. Chapter 29. Anderson. So, what do you want to watch tonight? I asked, placing the bowl of popcorn on the table. Joanna sat on the couch with her arms wrapped around her legs. She smiled at me, positively glowing. Although she wasn't showing yet, pregnancy had made her even more beautiful than normal. I'm in the mood for a comedy, she said. All right. Just don't laugh so hard that you pee on my couch or anything like that. Ha ha, Joanna said. I don't think I'm quite at that stage of pregnancy yet, if you must know. I chuckled and flopped down on the couch beside her, giving her a quick peck on the lips as I reached for the remote to start the movie. And as I expected, she fell asleep only a half hour in. I simply sat there for a moment, smiling as I watched her sleep, trying to envision what life would be like in less than a year when there were 3 of us. Ever since finding out Joanna was pregnant, I'd been elated, surprised by how exciting the thought of having a family had become for me. It hadn't ever been something I'd given much thought to before, but now it felt like everything I'd always wanted. I was just about to pick Joanna up and put her in bed when my cell phone suddenly buzzed. I grabbed it instantly, seeing that it was Mike. "What's up?" I said, keeping my voice low until I was far enough away to not disturb Joanna. "Where's Joanna?" he asked. "Here with me. Why? What is it? Has Xander been spotted?" "Yes," Mike said. The single word sent my heart pounding into overdrive. My ears prickled, waiting to hear more. "He's been spotted at some dive bar near you. More than likely, he plans on paying a visit, but he might be scared off if he knows you're there." I grit my teeth. "The bar 2 miles down from my place?" "Yep, that's the one," Mike said. "I'm sending some police officers out that way. They won't come to your door, but they'll trail the area, watching and waiting to see if he'll come by. This might be our chance to get him. Do you think you can leave your place for a second? Just to move your car off the premises so that he can think Joanna is there alone? That way, we can get a hold of him to serve him a restraining order." I walked back toward the living room, looking at Joanna sleeping peacefully. "Yeah, I can do that," I said, although different plans were stirring in my head. "Good, I'll call you back," Mike said, and then hung up. Kissing Joanna softly, "I'll be right back." I grabbed my car keys, locked up the apartment, and headed out the door, my mind on Xander. As I got into my car and pulled off, I actually spotted a few of the police cars heading toward my apartment. I quickly turned out of their view, praying that they wouldn't deduce what I was up to. Losing track of them, I practically began to drive on autopilot, my body knowing precisely where to go to find Xander, as if he was a magnet that I was being pulled to. I got there in what felt like record speed. I practically spotted him the instant I walked through the bar's door, despite not having previous knowledge of what he looked like. He was big, sloppy, and looked like trouble even from a distance as he sat at the bar, chugging down what looked like several shots too many. My blood coursing angrily through my veins, I approached the bar and came to a stop right beside him. "Can I help you, sir?" the bartender said. I forced a polite smile. "Sure. Scotch, please." "Coming right up," she said. It took everything within me to not turn around and knock Xander's lights out. But instead, I glanced sideways and smiled. "What's up, buddy?" I said, careful to keep my voice light and friendly. "Nothing much, my man," he said, his words slurred. I tilted my head sideways. "You from around here? You don't look familiar." He laughed. "Nope. I'm an out-of-towner. That obvious, huh?" I nodded. "Yeah, you've got an accent that I can't quite place. Where are you from?" He laughed again. "Oh, if I tell you that, I'd have to kill ya," he said, thumping me a little too heavy-handedly on the back. "Oh, really?" I said. "So what brings you into town?" He sighed. "I'm here for my girl." "Yeah?" "Yeah. She thought she could get away from me. But what can I say? I can't let her go. Gotta make sure she knows it." He grinned, under the impression that his words sounded romantic, but I could see the sinister stirrings behind his eyes. I could see the cockiness in the way he held his mouth. I could hear the hidden threat beneath his words. "Women," I said, just as the bartender returned with my scotch. I took a sip, and then thumped Xander on the back myself. "Hey, step outside with me for a smoke, will ya?" "Sure thing, partner," Xander said. "Then I can just head on my way afterwards. Check to see what she's up to." "Cool," I said, and stood from the bar.
I walked a pace ahead of Xander as we made our way through the door. Let's go around to the side. You know, these damned buildings got all these regulations on smoking and stuff now. Yeah, the world's turned into such a wuss. People get all up in arms about a little smoke. It's bullshit, man. The second we had rounded the building, my hand balled into a fist that caught Xander right in the gut. Oomph! He groaned, doubling over. He looked up at me, his face full of surprise. Hey, what the f... But before he could say anything more, I punched him again, landing another one in his stomach, and one to the side of his jaw, knocking him clean off his drunken feet. Hey, man! He cried. I leaned over, grabbing him by the collar. That woman you speak of wouldn't happen to be Joanna Gentry, would it? Hey, how do you... But his words were cut off by my fist again. Listen to me. I'm only going to say this once, you sick motherfucker. You come anywhere near her again, you're dead. I will sue your pathetic ass for everything you're worth, and then when you think you're done with me, I will hire the best hitman in the city and kill you. So don't you dare try me, Xander. So help me God. I leaned in close to his ear. And be warned, if you somehow land yourself in prison before I can finish you, I know some guys on the inside. They don't take too kindly to women bashers. I'll make sure they know just what a pathetic piece of woman-beating shit you are, and in return, they'll show you precisely what they think of you. Catch my drift? And just to drive home my point, I gave him a square kick in the ribs. He looked up at me, fearfully. Who are you? He asked, blood spilling from his mouth. Your worst nightmare, and the wrong guy to be messing with. If you're smart, you'll get out of town. You'll get out of town and never show your face around here again. Because like I said, you come anywhere near Joanna. I balled my fists once more. All right, Xander cried. I'm leaving, he said as he crawled away. For good? Never coming back? He shook his head. No, never.
Chapter 30. Joanna. 4 months later. Oh my goodness, Tobias. You really went all out for this, I said, glancing around the office, dumbfounded. I had initially planned a baby shower, but then fell in love with the idea of having a gender reveal party instead, and Tobias had happily offered to let me hold it at the office. That way all our co-workers can attend, he'd said. What I hadn't expected was for him to completely transform the place. Decorations practically lined every inch of the walls. There was an enormous and gorgeous cake in the corner, and banners hung everywhere, teasing boy or girl. It brought tears to my eyes. Tobias laughed. You sure are an emotional little thing these days, aren't you? I playfully slapped his arm and then hugged him. It's the hormones, I said. He kissed the top of my head. Ah, that's right. I'd forgotten about that. Moments later, Anderson rounded the corner. Okay, the food should be here soon, he announced. But I have a little early treat for you. Grinning, he produced a tub of strawberry ice cream from behind his back. You are too good to me, I said, smiling. Anderson grinned and kissed me. All right, I'm cool with it, but it doesn't mean I want to actually see it, Tobias said, giving a disgusted shudder that made both Anderson and I laugh. Slowly but surely, the office began to fill as our guests arrived. So what time are we doing the big reveal? Libby asked after the food had arrived. When everyone is done eating, I guess, I said, glancing toward Anderson. He shrugged his shoulders. Hey, don't look at me. You run the show, he said. Oh, Joanna, he is a keeper, Libby said, laughing. He already knows the rules. She looped her arm through mine. Come on, let's mingle and then eat. Sounds good to me, I said. Even though I feel guilty, I ate another tub of ice cream already. I'm going to be big as a house when this is all over. I rubbed my stomach, which had just started to show. Libby laughed. Girl, this is the one time in your life when it is perfectly fine to eat what you want. Enjoy it. I laughed, letting her walk me around the office to greet our guests. A time or two, I could have sworn she glanced over my shoulder, making eye contact with someone and winking. Libby, what are you doing? I asked, catching her in the act again. I tried to follow her gaze but couldn't determine who she was looking at. All I noticed was Anderson. He was wearing an equally goofy expression, making me think they were up to something. Oh, nothing, she said. So what do you want to eat? Want me to fix your plate? Sure. Okay, I think it's officially time, Tobias announced. He had Libby pull 2 chairs to the middle of the room for me and Anderson, after everyone had eaten and mingled for a while. Can we get our guests of honor over here to take their seats? Anderson grabbed my hand and we made our way over. He and I already knew the gender of our future bundle of joy, but it was exciting to watch everyone else eagerly waiting. He squeezed my hand as we sat, and Tobias and a couple of our co-workers began pushing a large box toward us. You do the honors, Anderson said. Let's do a countdown, Libby said. 10, 9, 8, she began, and everyone else joined in. When they got down to 1, I stood and pulled the top off the box, grinning ear to ear as pink balloons floated out. It's a girl, everyone shouted and broke out into applause. I glanced around, my heart bursting with joy as people cheered and whistled. And then something caught my eye. One balloon in particular staggered behind, slow to rise with the others. There was a box attached to it. A small black box. Anderson, I said, confused. Was that there when you ordered the balloons? Suddenly, the room filled with gasps. I turned around, finding Anderson standing behind me on one knee. Grinning, he reached for the balloon with the box attached to it. Oh, my God, I said, cupping my hand over my mouth. I could think of no better time to do this. I can't even put into words how happy you've made me. He opened the box, and the biggest, sparkling diamond I'd ever seen, surrounded by white gold, stared up at me. Joanna, will you marry me? Oh, my God, yes, 1,000,000 times, yes. This was all I ever asked for and much more. I leaned away and gave him a goofy smile. I love you, Mr. Lawrence. You're the man of my life. I love you too, future Mrs. Lawrence. You're the love of my life. I can't believe you've done this. I glanced at the ring, already in love with it. Our lips met again, but this time, our kiss was more passionate. Both of us lost in each other, despite being in the center of everyone's attention. How about we go for a quickie somewhere? He whispered, with a mischievous glint in his eyes. You know, to celebrate this properly. I winked at him. I think that's a great idea. He caught me by my hand and led me away from the crowd. We'll be right back, he said to Tobias. I caught Tobias's gaze, flushing when he shook his head. He knew exactly what was cooking, just like Libby, who gave me a satisfied grin. We aren't going anywhere, Tobias replied before he continued his conversation with one of the managers next to him. I feel we're like teenagers who are sneaking around, trying to escape their parents, I said, letting him take me to his office. Since everyone had gathered in the main office, the rest of the building was deserted, which provided us more privacy. Well, at least we don't have to hide anymore. He locked the door behind him and backed me to his desk, already unbuttoning my blouse. We have to be really quick about this, I said, and unfastened his belt. Yeah, really quick. He pressed me against the table and took off my shirt, which left me in my bra. Do you think they know what we're doing now? I asked, before I pulled his shirt over his head and tossed it aside. I don't really care about that at the moment. He pressed his head against my chest, kissing my skin frantically. Right now, all I care about is being in you. I moaned when he continued leaving kisses down my belly. He stopped before he reached the waistline of my skirt, looking at my stomach with adoration. I can't believe our girl is in there right now. He caressed my bump. We created a new life. I laced my fingers into his hair, returning his loving gaze. Yeah, it's amazing. He left a soft kiss on my bump, which caused flutters in the pit of my stomach. He continued undressing me until I was left only in my pumps. Naked and mine. The perfect combination. He stepped out of his pants and boxers before he brought me on top of the desk, stopping in between my legs. I wrapped them around his waist and ground against him, inviting him to take me right now. He dug his fingers into my hips when he plunged inside of me, his fast breathing matching mine. Too good. I can't believe how lucky I am to have you. He started moving, and I met his hips with mine. I supported myself against his desk when his thrusts became harder, captivated by his eyes. My heart was thumping against my chest furiously, the rising pleasure taking over me, and I felt like I was going to come any moment. Anderson! I clamped my hand across my mouth when I fell apart, drowning in blissful pleasure that spread through every part of me. He pulled out of me and flipped me around, making me stand. Bring your ass high in the air and support yourself against the desk. I did what he had told me, moaning when he slid into me again. He stroked my ass cheeks lovingly, moving in and out faster than just a couple of moments before. So sexy. I just love fucking you from behind. His hand moved smoothly up my spine and reached my hair. Grabbing a handful of it, he pulled me up and against him, attacking my neck with his wet kisses as he increased his tempo. The pressure in me was quickly reaching its peak, my pussy throbbing too fast. Ah, I'm so close. Yes, that's it, Joanna. Come for me. I grabbed his head from behind and arched my back, shouting his name when my orgasm erupted. The way your pussy squeezes me. Damn, I'm so close. His thrust turned even heavier, consuming me. And a couple of moments later, he finished inside of me. His breath on my neck, hot and uneven. Wow, that was quick, I joked, feeling well spent. He burst into chuckles, pulling out of me. Hey, don't complain. I'm going to take my time with you later. I turned around to kiss him, on cloud 9. I know. I nibbled his lip. I was just kidding. Besides, we've already spent more time here than we should have. I took several tissues and cleaned myself before I put my clothes on. By the time I was done, Anderson was already fully dressed and waiting for me. I just can't wait to get some alone time with you again, he told me. Insatiable, are we? When it comes to you, always. His lips were soft on mine this time, our kiss slow and heartwarming. I had never felt safer and happier than now. All those dark memories before him long forgotten. What are you thinking about? He asked me on our way back to the party, our hands connected. I'm thinking about how lucky I am to have you. I came here searching for shelter, but I found something most amazing instead. You make me the happiest woman alive, Anderson. I'm just so happy. We stopped right in front of the doors of the main office, and he pulled me in for one more kiss. And you make me the happiest man alive. All that matters now is that we finally found each other. He placed his hand over my stomach, his tender touch and words almost bringing tears to my eyes. I'm ready to make many more happy memories with you and our child. We will. Many, many more. That is a promise. All I could think about was how I had come to Chicago to escape a nightmare, only to wind up living my dreams. This concludes Baby Makes 3 by Nicole Elliot, narrated by Kendall Taylor and Jeremy York. Copyright 2017 by Nicole Elliot. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Nicole Elliot, care of Pink Empire Publishing and Literary Management, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.